What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, December 27th, 2023, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock this morning. And of course, Texas Sports Unfiltered is live until 5 o'clock this afternoon, getting you set for the Sugar Bowl. We are 5 days away from the college football playoff semifinal games. Of course, the Texas Longhorns taking on the Washington Huskies in New Orleans the night of January 1st, and we will be there in the Big Easy, breaking it all down. Plenty of college football talk. We'll recap some of the bowl games from the last few days. We'll recap the NFL weekend. We'll talk some NBA, some college basketball, and so much more. Plus, Florida woman made a headline.
Nice.
The long holiday weekend, but hope all of you had a fantastic long holiday weekend. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Happy holidays to you and yours. And of course, Happy New Year coming up here in just a few days. What's going on, Buck?
How you feeling, my man? You feeling better? Have you kicked it now? Is it all gone?
Yeah, still got a little bit of a lingering cough, but I feel like I sound like I'm back to normal.
Good, man. Good. I had a wonderful holiday. The Christmas was good, and of course, I always screw that up. I couldn't help myself, and having my wife open up stuff on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and there was nothing around the tree on Christmas morning for little Charlie Brown here because we had opened up things before Christmas Day. Merry Christmas to you, CB, and Michael C., the whole gang, all you folks out there, all part of our family. Happy holidays to all of you. Yeah, but I couldn't help myself. I had gone to the Cohen family. I'd go to the Cohen and Sons, and I couldn't help but have my wife open up things before Christmas started. So I know. And then on Christmas morning, I'm like, wait a minute, there's a tree. There's nothing under the tree. She goes, you opened up all the shit. I mean, really.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm a Christmas spoiler. I'm that guy that likes to do that stuff. I used to, in my household, I was the oldest of 8, and nothing got opened up the night before. We used to put up the tree the night before Christmas. That was everybody's deal. You had to be at my house. Like when you came home from college and stuff, you couldn't go out and hang out. I used to do the midnight mass thing when everybody was drunk at midnight mass, and the priest used to say, "Hey, shut up back there." I mean, he'd be doing the service, and he'd go, "Hey, you guys, shut the hell up back there." Oh yeah, hey, thanks. Excuse me, Father, we're drunk. Oh, it's Christmas, but after that, I used to have to do all the tree stuff. We'd do it the night before. We'd put up the tree. My old man would go, and we'd go cut some damn tree in some forest. Like we'd trek like 6 miles in the snow to get his tree. He would always say, "So which tree do you kids like?" That one. He goes, "Okay, I'm getting that one right there. That's the best tree." Stick this on the sled and drag this bitch down about 8 miles and then bring it to the house with a stand that it never fit in. And one time, dude wired the bottom of the tree. He wired it and then put nails in my mom's wooden floor. Oh. He nailed it into the wooden floor. Oh my God.
What?
She damn near had a fit. I'm like, dude, you're not doing what I think you're getting ready to do with those nails into our wooden floor. He says, "Oh yeah, this tree's going." He said, "This bad boy is going up. This is the one that I picked." I said, "Of course you pick it every year, but can you get a stand that the tree fits in one of these years and not saw all around it and have the thing half tilted over?" He goes, "Oh, this won't tilt over." He goes, "I got this baby wired up." I'm like, "Yeah, but you're going to put nails in the wood floor of the house?" Yes, that thing was so perfect. It stood up so perfect. And then all the little bristly things fell off in 2 days. It was like bare in 2 days. It was a piece of junk. That was our tradition. I hated it. Wow. I hated it very, very much.
So you guys got the tree the night before Christmas?
Yeah, we used to put up the tree the night before Christmas.
And when would you take it down?
Oh, dude, that thing it had to come down this week sometime because there was nothing left on it. It was all the stuff was on the ground.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of someone waiting until Christmas Eve to put up the tree.
That means we all had to be there. That was one of those, Catholics, the night before, they go, in my town, in little town of Bethlehem, the city of David, used to have to go and do all that, my city, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, is truly the Christmas city too. I mean, you should see the way that place is decorated this time of the year. It's amazing. Oh, and that's why I wanted the nativity scene at my house out here in Dripping Springs, which it's going to happen. But you can't come in the yard because there's so much dog shit from the two big dogs. So you'd have to stay on the other side of the fence. One of these Christmases, I'm going to do the nativity scene with a real baby, and no, you can't punt the baby. So somebody's going to have to give up their kid to be the baby. I'm going to have to find a virgin. I don't know how that's going to be pretty difficult too. You know what I'm saying? You know some. So you have to go down 6th Street and pick me up a virgin to play Mary. You know, I'm going to have to find a godly person like Joseph, which, boy, this is going to be a hard nativity scene to find all these folks like that. It's just going to be rough. And I got to get some camels, some donkeys, and some goat cheese, sheep. Look out for Aggies, so don't invite any Aggies over. But everybody can stand. You know how my fence is, BK? People can stand on the other side of the fence. Yeah. Like I said, they can't come over because those dogs. I'm afraid of what the dogs would do to the sheep and the poor baby.
What are you talking about right now?
I'm having a scene, the little town of Bethlehem. This is one of these times I'm doing a live scene.
I don't know what this scene is.
Oh, when the little baby Jesus was born. When he, yes, on Christmas.
You're recreating the birth of baby Jesus?
Yes.
In Dripping Springs, Texas?
Yes. I'm going to do it live.
And
one night. Hey, one night only. Christmas Eve, obviously.
Yeah, you're going to get canceled and probably arrested for kidnapping all of these people and animals to recreate your fantasy or whatever.
Dude, I saw it right down here on Fitzhugh. At one time, I saw some camels, but the 3 wise men had already come, I think. So I got to get 3 wise men. Where the hell do I find 3 wise men in Dripping Springs?
You got one right here.
I got one. One Jewish wise man. Yes, I got one. And I've got to get 2 more. It's going to be hard.
You can't find a virgin on 6th Street. That's the wrong place to look, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. I feel like if you're hanging out down there, you're probably looking to lose your virginity, or you're probably already lost it beforehand and you're looking to lose it again.
Well, I got to find a virgin. Somebody has to be the Virgin Mary. And I need that baby. And that baby has to be really a newborn. So I'm going to have to go to a hospital, borrow somebody's baby for a night. I'll keep it warm. We'll keep the baby warm.
You're going to go kidnap a baby for this.
It's got to be the real deal. It's one night only. It's got to be one of those. You know, I'm going to have the big lights here out in front of the house. How about the 2 dogs? What will those dogs do?
Oh, my God. And you're saying I cannot punt the baby?
No, then you can't punt the baby.
What about a kickoff? Was that a part of the scene? Like someone holds it like on a team?
Hold the baby by the head, right on top of his head.
Can we get like a full field goal unit out there? Someone snaps it, someone holds it, and then I get to kick it?
No, dude. This scene is happening. It's happening before my life. Please let me have one other year for this. Maybe next year I need to set this all up. It's going to take a couple months to get this together. And then we're going to have angels, the whole works, coming down. You know, we're going to have them all strapped up with angel outfits on. We got to do this the right way. I'm going to need a choreographer. I can tell you that right now. That's somebody, because I'm going to have some of my Bible parts all screwed up and wrong. So that's,
I feel like you already have most of this wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. Thank you for on Christmas. Thank you any other day of the week. We do appreciate what you do, and we appreciate it each and every day. And do be safe out there in 2024.
What a start to today's show. I don't even know where to go.
There are going to be listeners to this program this morning that are going to want to take part in a live nativity scene. Somebody's giving up their goat. And I got 3 cows next door.
You say that like people have goats these days.
I live in Dripping Springs. They got goats. My next door neighbors, by the time next year comes, those goats will be fully grown.
So what's our checklist here? We need goats. We need donkey, whatever a donkey is.
We need donkey. You got to have donkey. Well, I got 2 out here, too. There's 2 of them out here.
Okay, goats, donkeys.
I need a camel.
A camel. A virgin.
A virgin, yes. I need 3 wise men, 2 now, because you're one of the wise men.
Okay, so 2 wise men, a newborn baby.
Somebody's got to play Joseph, so somebody has to be an outstanding gentleman. I don't know. Trey? No, you can't be both. You can't be the wise man and the outs. How about Trey as Joseph? No?
The whole scene is gone if Trey's in it. Nobody's going to show up if Trey's a part of it. No.
That's it, Wags. Wags will be Joseph.
Wags is the outstanding gentleman.
Yes, Wags can be the outstanding. Got to find that virgin though. That's the hard one. I think that's maybe the hardest one of all.
We need. Well, how old does a virgin have to be?
16 or above.
Okay.
And then it stops at 30.
All right. So you'll go to a high school and find one of those.
Oh, yeah, right. Hey, creeper, get out of my high school.
You like hanging around high schoolers since you call high school football games. So that's normal for you.
And then I need a baby that's probably less than 3 days.
Okay. So newborn baby. You also said you need some angels too?
Well, no, we can strap them up to the top of my house, the roof there, and just bring them down from the top of my house with a harness. They don't have to be real angels. They're hard to come by.
So like just 3 women? You're going to strap 3 women to the top of your house?
2 dudes, 1 woman.
Okay. So you're going to strap 3 people to the top of your house.
Well, we can use one of the ladies from our Wednesday show. We put Rocky up there.
Okay. All right. And that's everything?
I know. I'm
a priest or something?
No, priest didn't show up there. I mean, we need an innkeeper. Somebody's going to have to be the dirty, filthy innkeeper because they couldn't get into the inn. They had to be out in the manger. So I got to do the manger scene. So I got to set up a manger where it looks like a stable and all that stuff. I need hay. That baby's going to be cold as shit, man.
All right, I'm writing all this down here. Camel, goats, donkeys, hay, virgin, angels, newborn baby. 3 wise.
Joseph has to be there.
3 wise men, outstanding guy.
Yeah, outstanding dude. Yeah.
And is that check all of the boxes right there? Yeah. CB says just use the homeless people. They'll volunteer.
Oh yeah. I'm going to depend on them to show up, right? I'm going to have to pick them up.
Hey, just give them $5. Give them $5 each. That's
True.
Cheap acting right there.
Covert van. We need a covert van because we're gonna have to haul their asses over here.
You think the coverts are sponsoring this shit?
Yeah, they would. They would sponsor the van to bring the homeless because we got to take them right back and dump them off in one spot. We're not taking them from wherever their shelters are from place to place. No, they get dumped off in one spot.
Oh my God.
That's over at the Tugboat office.
Goodness.
This is going to be. And the big lights, the spotlights, we can get them from the Moody Center. Somebody loan us some of that stuff, like for a concert. This will be awesome. And we need a choir. BK, we have to have a choir to sing. We can't have just church people trying to sing Hark the Herald Angels Sing or Little Town of Bethlehem. We need a real choir. We need a sophisticated. Hey, how about the Austin Symphony Orchestra to play that night?
No, that's a little too expensive. How about the Austin Homeless Orchestra?
What is that going to sound like? Oh my! This is setting up to be a beautiful 2024 already.
Boy, a lot of skin flutes will be played.
2024 nativity scene at Bucks and Dripping Springs, not in the town of Bethlehem, but in Dripping Springs. This is already awesome.
Yep.
People are going to want to take part of this. Listen, really.
But you got
to be on the other side of my fence. You can't come on the other inside of the fence. The dogs will go nuts.
So we're filming this on Christmas?
Yeah, Christmas Eve. I got to say Christmas Eve.
All right, so we've got 362 days then to get this all situated for next year.
We won't be able to find that virgin. You know that's going to be the hardest one. Or an outstanding man.
We can find those.
You think so? We got a couple of okay.
Outstanding man might be tough, but we can find a version somewhere.
Okay, cool.
I'll ask Josh Giddey, who he knows the high school ranks.
This is going to be awesome. So if one of the guys on the staff here gives birth or one of their wives gives birth here in the next year, that baby, hold on till December. So time it up.
I guess who would that? Zay would be the most likely.
Yes.
Out of our team to have a child within the next year.
Yeah, I think Jesus had a little dark skin, a little bit of a dark, complexion from whence he was born. Yeah, I mean, that'll work out.
Okay.
A little mixer. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there goes cancel. He's canceled again just before the year's up. Huh?
A little mixer?
Yeah, just before 24 comes in, Buck gets canceled. Yeah. So what?
Better than calling him a Milano, I guess. I thought you were going Milano as your.
No. I got a couple little mixer kids.
Stunning. All right. Let's get off of that. Maybe never talk about that again.
Hey, it's got to get done.
Yeah.
CB's coming to town to help me with that.
You know what? I can't be the guy to shut it down because then I feel like I'm being an anti-Semitic. So I've got to be
You got to be a part of
supportive
it. Yes. You find the virgin.
All right. I will. She might not. Yeah, I'll find the
She
virgin.
may not be totally. I like that. She may not be totally. No, it can't. It's either or. It's not like in between. No, maybe she is. Maybe she's not.
Hey, guess what, Buck? We got some more bulletin board material.
Oh no!
For the Sugar Bowl.
Why would they do that almost game week now? Why would somebody do that?
Well,
couldn't help themselves.
Here's what we've had so far as a post-Christmas gift for the people out there. We had this guy on Facebook post this AI-generated picture of T'Vondre Sweat.
That's just mean.
Which will always be hilarious. And then he said T Sweat is going to sit on Michael Penix Jr. in the Superdome. We had that. What did we talk about last week? What was the other thing we had last week?
Boy, that was a long time ago.
Okay, it'll hit me. Whatever. But now there's a piece of audio that is resurfacing. And I actually went back and found the audio clip myself. It's really just been a quote that has made the rounds on social media over the last 48 hours or so. It was an interview done before the season started by Washington Athletics Director Troy Dannon.
Oh, no, Troy, you did not.
It's his first year on the job. Now, keep in mind, this happened before the season started. So before we had any idea we were going to get Texas and Washington playing in a college football playoff semifinal. But Troy Dannon did an interview on KJR, which is a big sports radio station in Seattle. And how about the name of this radio program, Buck? Softy and Dick.
Okay.
That's the name of the show. Softy's actually a friend of mine. I'm going to try to get him on our show before the week is over. The sports radio up there, big UW guy, would be a great guest to talk to. But Softy and Dick is the name of the show, KJR Radio. And I cut just a little bit. It's kind of a passing comment that Washington's AD makes when talking about, how he's going to build the Washington athletics department. Because once again, this is his first year on the job. So this is like hey, you just got hired. Welcome to Seattle.
Sure.
Here's one of your first interviews that you're going to do on the big sports radio station up here. And here's what Troy Dannon had to say once again before the year, talking about Texas.
If budgets won championships, Ohio State and Texas would win everything. And they haven't won much lately. So it's more about not forgetting the most important resource we have are the people.
So there you go, just like that, as Bucky blows some snot into his microphone.
You've made that. You've turned that into bulletin board material.
Oh, the other thing was Washington winning the Joe Moore Award. So not really bulletin board material, but extra motivation for Texas. That's what we talked about last week. Thank you, CB.
Finding anything is good, I guess.
But I'll play it one more time.
If budgets won championships, Ohio State and Texas would win everything. And they haven't won much lately.
He ain't lying.
That's the big thing. Yeah. I mean, if budgets won championships, then Ohio State and Texas would win everything, and they haven't won much lately. I kind of feel bad for Ohio State getting lumped in with Texas there, because Ohio State, I know they haven't won a national championship in like 10 years, but
won a couple Big Ten championships.
They've been very good. They've been way better than Texas has. Texas is the school that unfortunately hasn't won anything of value since 2009.
You're defending Ohio State while you defend Texas at the same time. Good job. That's good.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of bashing Texas. I'm doing more of defending Ohio State. I feel bad for them there, but just interesting that he decided to take shots at two schools before the season, and one of those schools is the team that his school is playing against in the college football playoff. Buck.
Yeah, you just go ahead and add that to the list. Might as well.
Yeah. Like that's another thing for Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff to use as motivation, right? They could play that in the locker room. Oh, here's their AD. Here's their AD saying that you guys haven't won shit lately. And all the cool stuff, all the NIL deals that you guys have.
Oh, you got a lot of money.
All the nice facilities that we have around here. It doesn't mean jack because you guys haven't won and you guys can't win. That's what the AD is saying. Because you guys make money, you guys can't win. So I don't know. That's just one other thing. It's not as much as I want. I'm still waiting for the
Oh,
big
you're waiting for a player to say something.
And it's going to happen because this is the week out in New Orleans. Like the teams arrive and players start talking and coaches start talking.
Well,
Because
they have all these competitions against each other when they go to places, bowling and, I don't know, rope pulling and all that other kind of crap. That's what happens this week. So you're right. Yep. Somebody's going to say something to somebody.
Someone's going to say something that's going to be bigger than anything that we've talked about. But we're just gradually, slowly but surely, getting more and more stuff that I think the Longhorns can use as extra fuel. Now, they shouldn't need it, playing for a spot in the national championship game. So there's enough on the line. But I've maintained for months now that this team has fed off of hatred. They fed off of trash talk, and they use this
Washington's already got something. When Ricky Williams on Paul Feinbaum said Texas is back, Washington already has something for their board.
You think that's it?
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough for them.
Okay.
Because Washington will say, no, they're not back. We just whipped their ass last year. Where are they back from?
They whipped their ass. They won by 7 in a game where Texas'
they
best players didn't play.
They beat them in their bowl game in their state. That's what they don't need much. They just need Ricky saying that on the Paul Feinbaum show. That's enough for them. And they're waiting for a player too. Like you said, this is the week when they have these little competitions that aren't real serious, that when you say something, it becomes serious in the game.
Right.
And I think have we seen enough brawls in these stupid bowl games, these meaningless bowl games already? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that.
A lot of penalties, a lot of ridiculous football being played.
Yep.
Terrible officiating, just letting games get out of control, players out of control over a week of having fun. They're not taking it like it's fun. Some of these guys are taking these little bowls real serious now.
Yeah. Well, for some of these guys, it's the last football game they're ever going to play.
That's true.
Like, for Texas, a lot of the guys on Texas's roster will be playing on Sundays. So this might be the last ever game in a burnt orange uniform the Longhorns play.
For sure.
But there are some guys on this team who, after this season is over, their football career is over. So even though you get plenty of people opting out of other bowl games, I'm not going to get much of that for the college football playoff. No, these guys still care about it. So fans can call these games meaningless all they want. For a lot of the guys in the locker room, these games mean a whole hell of a lot. There's no doubt about that. But
it seems to be that way this week, the last couple of days. It seems that some guys seem to really care.
Yeah.
Maybe too much.
No, I don't know. I don't know about that. But so you're what do you think about these comments, man? Am I making a whole lot out of nothing?
Yeah, but you have to have something to make up this week. You need something. You need more. And you want more than what you got so far. So
yeah,
you'll get some more. Behind the scenes, you may not hear about it, but behind the scenes, like I said, these little friendly competitions don't become friendly, as they get close to the game. Like I said, they do a lot together here during this week. When they get in town, they've got to go do these little events. They have all these little banquets together. They have all these little goofy competitions, just before, where the offensive linemen out-eat the other opposing team's offensive line. They do some silly things, but it's fun for the guys. But certain guys take it the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're looking for the guy who takes it the wrong way.
Sure. Well, I'm hoping Sark takes it the wrong way and posts that up in the locker room or replays that cut.
They don't have any of Sark's interviews with the guy before Sark gets on the field at the Alamo Dome last year. They don't have any of that stuff.
Oh, where he is
being breasticized.
Just bitching at the Alamo Bowl worker for trying to cop a feel on him before running out of the locker room.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know. I do find these comments pretty ironic, though, from Troy Dannon, because the school that he athletic directs is moving to the Big Ten. Why? For a bigger budget. So he's like,
for more money,
like,
yes.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
These guys have all this money. And it's like, dude, you literally took a job knowing that the school that you are in charge of is going to the Big Ten looking for more money.
Huge amount of money.
Yeah. And it's like you're also bragging about being poor, which nice. Good one.
Yeah, good job there, Washington.
But yeah, also literally like you are leaving to try to be more like Ohio State. You are leaving your conference to go to Ohio State's conference so you could try to be more like Ohio State and Texas. So I don't know, man. I hope Texas makes this guy eat his words. Add him to the list of people this team has tried to prove wrong. To me, this is
all of these people.
Yeah, another stop on the Embrace the Hate tour and another stop on the Revenge tour, right? Like This is another team.
That's true. That's right.
Even though it was the Alamo Bowl last year and Texas didn't have Bijan and Rojo and Overshone and the game.
It wasn't just the Alamo Bowl. The Alamo Bowl is very important for the Horns. So don't start in on that. It's just the Alamo. It wasn't just remember the Alamo Bowl.
Yeah, we can't forget it because we've been in that game 15 times. But come on, last year, like, guys opted out. It wasn't that important last year. It was the least important game Texas played last year, and it's less important than any game Texas has played this year.
For sure, this year.
It is still a part of the revenge tour because it is a team that beat you last year. And you think of all of the other teams that beat Texas last year. Well, Texas was able to get revenge against all of them, right? With Alabama, with TCU, with Texas Tech, with Oklahoma State. Like, they've gotten their revenge.
Actually with Oklahoma too, because they didn't get to the championship.
Well, they beat Oklahoma last year. They didn't need revenge on Oklahoma. Now they'll need revenge on Oklahoma next year.
Yes.
All the teams that they lost to last year, to this point, they've beaten, right? They lost 5 games, 4 in the regular season. They're 4-0 against those teams, and the 5th game they lost was obviously the Alamo Bowl, so now they'll get their opportunity at redemption against this Washington team as well. So maybe that's all that this Texas team needs to get them ready, but I just saw that making the rounds over the long holiday weekend. I felt like it was worth playing because people dug that thing up from an interview that happened a few months ago.
Yeah, that T-Sweat one is enough for me. That's just mean. That's mean and not good. That's nasty.
That's not drawing the scale.
No, that's crossing the line right there. He's going to be pissed.
Yeah. I wish that was like a Washington coach or player who posted this.
Oh, it would have been even, yeah. Oh, I was saying, they'll get under their social medias here this week and drop 1 or 2 things.
Yeah, I would hope so.
They'll be dropping like, you should have seen that dude eat. What an animal. I mean, it's coming.
Yep. Michael Penix Jr., of course, the quarterback for Washington, did say, he was asked about what he remembers from the Alamo Bowl game last year, and he did say, I don't remember much. I just remember winning. So,
not quite there.
We're getting there. I'm telling you, we're getting closer and closer.
It's going to happen.
The closer we get to kickoff, which is now 5 days away. Dude, I did a lot of research on this Washington team over the long weekend, and we're going to have to do a segment before this week is over of you trying to guess how to pronounce some of these Washington player names, because you've got Polynesian and Samoan names all over the place, especially on defense. And I might just pull up names on the screen and you try to pronounce it. And we'll see
easily.
How you do.
Easily. I'm a professional. I do this for a living.
Yeah. Lake Travis has a different demographic than Washington, dude.
Oh, like Lake Travis and John Smith, James Doherty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Baker Mayfield, a little bit easier to pronounce than some of the names we've got on Washington this year, like Zion Tupuola-Fatui.
Excuse me.
Remember that guy. That guy is one of their best players on defense, and he comes off the edge and wreaks havoc. And remember that
Excuse me, bitch.
Yeah. Excuse me.
That's one of the easier ones, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they've got some studs on that UW defense, but also some very, very difficult names to pronounce. That's one of those, like, if you're an announcer, I guess this is a college football playoff game. It's one of the biggest games, so you want to be on the call for this. But if you're talking about like just another bowl game, you kind of want to avoid Washington, so you don't have to learn all of these very difficult names to pronounce. All right, we'll get back into this. I've got plenty of numbers, and we'll continue our preview of the Sugar Bowl. That's going to be the majority of our programming here on Texas Sports Unfiltered this week. It's getting y'all set for the big game on Monday night. But, Buck, we've got a lot of new sponsors.
Yes, we do, BK.
On screen right now. If you're watching on YouTube, you see some new logos right here. If you're listening on the app, you're going to hear us talk about some new companies over the next week and a half, because we've got to give a ton of love to all of our travel partners. Now, before you start talking about one of those, I'm going to go ahead and read all of them. I want to give all of them their thank you as we get the week and a half of coverage started here. Shout out to all of our Sugar Bowl travel partners, Allstate Beer, Covert BK, Audiovisual Consultations, Good Stock TX, Cover 3, Hoops ATX, Texas Orthopedics, Pest Wranglers, Hayes City Store and Ice House, Hummel Realty, Lake Cliff Golf Club, Leaf Landscape Supply, and More Clean. I want to thank all of them, and we will thank all of them once again over the next 10 days or so for allowing us to make our way to New Orleans to bring y'all the best Sugar Bowl coverage that you are going to find. Many thanks to all of our great travel partners, Buck.
Yeah, I love those folks. I really, really do. I mean, some of the new ones like Cover 3, obviously everybody knows about Cover 3 and the fantastic food and the beverages that you can get at their many locations. Of course, Leaf Landscape and Supplies, that is my spot. That's where when it's time for me to do my gardening, that's the place I've headed for over 25 years now. It's Leaf Landscape and Supplies. They've got one in Monterey Oaks down by you, of course. Then they've got one up north, and Trey and Brad. And I want to thank those folks out there for all the years of me finding a pot that I needed, a certain tree, a certain shrub that I needed, roses. I get my roses there. So I've been a part of that group for a long, long time, and they want to jump on board, and they'll be a part of what we do. We'll meet those folks when we're in New Orleans, as a matter of fact, and they're going to be a part of us as a seasonal sponsor with us. And obviously during the summer is not their season. That's when everything kind of dies out. But boy, when it comes to planting trees, and especially their roses, there are many different types of roses, BK, and plant food. I can't wait till you go over there because you need some indoor plants. They've got those for you too. So thanks to the folks at Leaf Landscape and Supplies for sure. That's one of the ones that I love. And of course, Good Stock, Perry and the gang down in Round Rock there. We love those folks. And when they deliver the meats, they deliver the meats. They deliver Nolan Ryan meats, the best there is. And they will ship those all to you. And right now, promo code 15. Is it 15?
Longhorn 15.
Longhorn 15. How about that? Longhorn 15. So if you're having stuff delivered to you, promo code Longhorn 15 and get 15% off. Yep. And that's a big deal. They've got it all. They even have some chicken for you. So
yeah.
They've got it all. They got every meats that you can imagine, pork chops. You know, they've got the ribeye. They got the tomahawks. They have everything that you need there. I love the food there at Good Stock. Thank you to those folks for sure. And Lake Cliff Golf Course, we love that. We love going out there to those folks because that's a place where BK can't hit a house. Now they've got many houses out there, but they don't have a lot of tall trees. So BK did not take out any windows there when he played.
Well,
but there is water.
There is water, and I found it.
Yes, you did.
You let me play out there long enough, and I will find a house, too.
That's true.
There will be a broken window.
And we'll be talking about all these sponsors, and thank you to them, and always to Audiovisual Consultations and Covert BK. Thank you so very much for what you guys have done for us this year and getting us off to a really nice 2023 and getting ready for 2024, just around the corner.
Amen. Amen. Yeah, we're going to all be staying at an Airbnb right by the French Quarter in downtown New Orleans. There's going to be 9 of us staying out there. We are going to have live shows on Sunday and Monday from the Big Easy. Both will be at Manning's. Yes, owned by those Mannings. So we'll have something Sunday afternoon for those of you who are going to be there for New Year's Eve. And then, of course, game day itself, we will be a part of the Texas One Fund Texas tailgate. Running out of tickets right now. They still have a few left.
Nice.
TexasSugarBowl.party is the website if you want to be a part of that all-day party. It starts at 10 a.m. and it goes all the way through the game. So even if you aren't going to the game, but you are going to New Orleans for New Year's and just to experience the hoopla of the college football playoff, you can watch the game at Manning's. We will be there both Sunday and Monday, bringing you live content. We might do a show or two from the Airbnb as well, because we got to let you guys know what's going on inside those walls.
I tell you, outside there's all kinds of things that could be going on. So I need an official law officer to tell me about carrying my piece across state lines. What is the maneuver I have to do in order to take something with me from the state of Texas to Louisiana? You just can't do it, can you?
Why not?
You can't carry a piece that you bought in Texas across state lines.
Yeah, you can.
Just don't shoot nobody.
Yeah. I mean,
no.
There's no border patrol between Texas and Louisiana.
Somebody give me the lowdown on that. One of you gunsmen or gunswomen out there will let me know about taking. I mean, if I'm licensed with it, can I take it across state lines? I know obviously, well, if they don't catch you or you don't happen to shoot somebody in the head or the back or the neck or wherever you're going to place that thing, as for protection for me and my gang, I'll be the enforcer. So I need to know when am I allowed to do, and what pieces of paper do I have to take with me to take it across the state line?
I'm a little terrified because I'm driving in the same car as you.
Oh, it'll be not loaded in the car, but the bullets won't be far away. I guarantee you that.
That is a terrifying thought to anybody who tries to break in.
We're trying to make it into 2024, man. We're trying to keep everybody safe. So somebody talk to me about that.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Quick shout out, by the way, to the Texas State Bobcats.
Yes.
They played in and won their first ever bowl game as an FBS program yesterday.
You sure I didn't have 5,000 units there?
I am sure you did not have 5,000 units there, but Texas State knocked off Rice in the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl presented by Staff DNA. Yes, that's a real thing. 45-21, the final. Texas State gets the win over Rice, capping off the best season in Bobcat history. 8 wins for G.J. Kinney in year 1. Took in 50-plus transfers last offseason, just completely rebuilt the roster.
Dion.
And gave Texas State, well, Dion only won 4. Texas State doubled them up. 8 wins. They rushed the field at SMU. They played it at Gerald Ford Stadium up there in Dallas. The Texas State fans who made the trek rushed the field. Our guy Jeff Howe, proud Texas State alumnus, was at the game.
Rushed the field, probably.
I don't know if he did. He filmed a video. You could see it on his Twitter account of everyone else rushing the field, and it didn't look like he made his way down there, but I wouldn't blame him if he did. Congrats to Texas State. I'm sure the square was nuts.
Oh, my goodness.
Last night. My God. I guess a lot of kids are home for the holidays, but those who
what time did the game end? 2:00 in the morning?
Oh, dude, that game took forever because the refs just had to call everything in that game. So congrats to Texas State.
Yeah, by the way, they called enough penalties in these bowl games that I've seen over the last couple of days. They've got those guys really want to be seen on TV. You know what I'm saying?
I got my KU hat on today, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Jayhawks are guaranteed rate. Make sure you emphasize the T. Guaranteed rate bowl champions.
Very nice.
First bowl win for KU since 2008. Buck,
is that a game that they wanted to brawl into?
Well, the final score was 49-36. Kansas won despite having 18 penalties for 216 yards. You talk about the refs.
3 games worth of penalties.
Kansas averaged 43 penalty yards a game during the season. Like, they weren't a heavily penalized team. They got flagged for 216 yards last night. And the ref's microphone wasn't working in the first half. He looked like a mime, just giving all these hand signals left and right. They called everything. Kansas overcame 3 turnovers and 18 penalties, which is easily a bowl game record.
Wow.
And they won in the guaranteed rate.
I couldn't stay up for that. That thing got long.
Yeah, that was more than 4 hours long because the refs needed to get their post-Christmas screen time, I guess. That game was fixed, and Kansas still won. That's how good Kansas is at football these days. So,
wow.
Congrats to the 0 Jayhawks fans listening right now, but I'm congratulating myself. And that game was played at Chase Field, which is where the Rangers won the World Series like 2 months ago. So that's like my favorite place in the world right now, Buck.
It's on fire.
On fire. It really is.
6 TD passes?
Yeah, Jason Bean had 6 touchdown passes in his last ever game as a Kansas Jayhawk.
Man.
Yeah, Kansas over. He had 3 interceptions, too. Kansas overcame that and all of the penalties, and they won and covered against UNLV last night. Even though
the officiating is they're taking a deal off of what the NFL guys are doing. They're calling silly things like lining up offsides. I've seen that in about 6 games so far, BK, where they're calling numerous times during the course of a game. Instead of going over and telling the dude, like the wide receiver, dude, just back up a little bit. Hey, officials, help us out here. It's a bowl game. Let them just, they haven't played for a month or whatever. Let them just play and get this over with instead of you throwing your flag and want to be seen.
Dude, I didn't know offensive offsides existed 2 months ago.
How about the last couple of months on that thing?
And then you had the Kadarius Toney mishap for the Chiefs in that primetime game. And obviously the Mahomes freak out that took place after. And then since then, it feels like you can't watch a game without an offensive offsides being called.
I love it if you do the push tush or tush push. Now they're calling those guys for being offsides. They're trying to any way they can to stop this thing. Now they're calling them for offsides. It's almost like they want you to line back your head back at the belt buckle of the center. I'm like, come on, they can get close to the line. They're not offsides every time.
Yeah.
They've been doing this damn thing for 3 years now, and now you're trying to find ways to stop it by calling them offensive offsides.
Yeah, and now they're penalizing Jason Kelce, the Eagles center,
Yes.
for moving the football, which every center moves the football up. Like that's been going on since the beginning of time. And now Jason Kelce's getting called for doing that on those push pushes.
They don't move it back, dude. They touch it and move it up a little, about an inch. And I mean, guys are getting out of control.
Yeah, the refs in all 3 bowl games yesterday. Minnesota beat Bowling Green. Congrats to Minnesota for a 6-7 season, even though they won their bowl game. Hold on, a message from the president.
Minnesota!
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. That game had a ton of calls. The Texas State-Rice game had a ton of calls, and then the Kansas game. Yeah, I mean, the officials just they wanted their screen time yesterday in college football, but officiating just continues to be a story that we have to talk about way too much.
Well, you know it's going to happen in these pro. You saw it in these NFL games. They're calling you for offsides.
Yep.
If your foot's over the line, if you're a wide receiver and don't even go even with the ball, just be behind the ball. You can't be even with the ball. You're offsides if you're even with it.
Well, the Cowboys got kind of popped by one of those, right? Because CeeDee Lamb was lined up offsides in the Dolphins game. He looked to the ref. The ref told him to take a step back.
And then they motioned. And then there was motion.
Taking a step back. You know, the Cowboys had started a guy in motion because that was the play.
And the same dude called the penalty. That sucked.
That's Officer Jackwagon crap right there, dude.
That same dude that said, hey, move back. When he moved back, the guy was in motion. He's the same guy that threw the flag right up in the air, right in front of CD. I'm like, that's wrong.
Yeah, even when you ask the ref if I'm doing it right, he still throws a penalty on you. Like that's where we're at right now in football. What a mess. I just hope in these college football playoff games we're not talking a ton about the officials.
Oh man, that will suck.
If the refs are going to throw 18 penalties in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, nobody who wasn't rooting for Kansas or UNLV or no one who bet on that game cares all that much. But if we're talking about that type of stuff happening in the playoff, we're going to have a problem.
Yes.
Yeah, we are going to have a problem. All right, Buck, two things that need to change for Texas this time around when they go up against Washington.
They need to have at least 3 sacks on Michael Penix Jr. They need 3 sacks. He has been sacked 3 times in this football game. I'm not saying 5, 6, 7. I need the normal pressure, but I need 3 sacks where he's on the ground, where he doesn't decide to throw it up for grabs to his guys. Because when he throws it up for grabs, that's scary too. I need him on the ground. I need him protecting the football going down or Texas taking the ball away from him. That's one thing for me. Pressure and sacks, not just pressures, but sacks also. Texas cannot give up more than 1 long ball.
What? More than 1? What is a long ball?
40 yards or more.
Okay. It's like an explosive pass play is anything more than 20 yards.
No,
it'd be amazing if they only gave up 1 of those, but that ain't happening with this secondary.
No, I'm just saying 140 yards or more. One bomb where Michael Penix throwing them bombs. He can't throw more than 1 over the top of them or up for grabs where their guy beats Texas's guy. It just can't happen more than 1 time because it's going to happen 1 time.
Yeah. So you kind of read my mind, right? Great minds think. I think that's the quote that people like to use.
Or you didn't come up with the nativity scene, so yours is not so great right now.
Yeah, I had never heard of the nativity scene before today. So
okay.
Apologies. My Sunday school growing up didn't do a good enough job, I guess. We were talking about the first half of the Testaments. We never made it to the second one.
Okay.
That's on us. Now, 2 things. So Washington beat Texas last year, 27-20 in the Alamo Bowl. And there are 2 really bad things that happened to Texas last year that cannot happen again this year. And you were on with the first one. You said Texas needs 3 sacks against Michael Penix?
Yes.
You know how many sacks Texas had in the game last year against Michael Penix?
2.
Goose egg.
Uh-oh.
Last year, the Texas defense, which only gave up 27 points, right? Like, not horrible considering the firepower Washington had last year. And even though their offense is better this year, their offense was still really, really good. We're talking about a UW team that won 11 games under Kalen DeBoer in 2022. Texas had 0 sacks, 0 tackles for loss, and 0 takeaways in the Alamo Bowl. It's kind of a miracle that they only lost by 7 with 0 splash plays on defense. So all of those have to change. They need at least 1 sack. Obviously, a sack counts as a TFL too. So if they get a sack, they'll get a TFL. But they sure as hell need at least 1 TFL. Hopefully they get a couple in the run game too, because Texas has been feasting on TFLs as a defense this year. And they need a takeaway. Like, Penix doesn't turn the ball over often at all. So it's not going to be easy to get one. But you really feel like in a game that could turn into a shootout, you're going to need one of those possession-changing plays as a defense. So
yeah, and that possession-changing play can be it doesn't have to be a miracle. It can be ball gets tipped, it's up in the air, it's up for grabs, linebacker grabs it. We need one of those when he does throw that sidearm angle, some of those things. We need some fortunate things to happen, like those balls get misdirected. Those sidearm, he throws the ball sidearm a lot, BK. So not everything for Michael Penix comes over the top. He's not this perfect, stylish passer. He can get the ball out on a lot of different angles, and he will, and he'll attempt to do it. So we need some balls that are tipped by guys. Hands have to be up. Tip ball, up defensive lineman gets it in his belly. Those kind of things need to happen in this game. You need turnovers against this group.
Yep.
When he throws, he can't have clean pockets to throw and hit his guys. There's got to be some tip balls going on in there. And Texas is pretty good at that. Even Sweat has a few tip balls this season, but you've got to reverse some of the fortunes of tip balls. Those can't just go tipped and hit the ground. Somebody's got to pick those.
Yep, that'd be nice.
I'm looking for 2 turnovers from him alone, whether it's a pass interception or a tip ball interception or a sack fumble.
If Texas gets 2 takeaways in this game, they're going to win.
Yes.
It's going to be tough. I think Michael Penix threw, 6 interceptions this year? He doesn't give the ball up. That's in 13 games, mind you. So
that dude's been around a pretty clean pocket. They've got the best offensive line in football.
They do. Yeah, they won the Joe Moore Award last week, and that's obviously a huge matchup, the Washington O-line against the Texas D-line. So that's number 1, right? Like, that's got to change.
Yes.
It doesn't take a genius to tell you that. Texas needs at least a sack. They need at least a TFL, and they probably need at least a turnover to feel good about their chances of getting their revenge against Washington. The other thing that killed Texas in the Alamo Bowl last year, that's got to change in the Sugar Bowl this year, 3rd down defense. Last year,
yes, they couldn't get off the field.
Washington was 11 for 20 on 3rd down, and then they were 2 of 3 on 4th down. So those money downs, they converted at higher than 50%.
No, that can't happen.
And Washington had a bunch of double-digit play drives, and those just kill a defense, right? Texas forced a turnover on downs on one of those drives. But still, if you're keeping your offense on the sideline for that long and you're letting their offense stay on the field for that long, that's a recipe for disaster. So the good news for Texas, Buck, the Longhorns have the number 2 3rd down defense in the country. They're only giving up 3rd downs at a 26.5% clip this year, which is way better.
And they really can't give up those 3rd and 12s, 3rd and 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s. You're going to give up some of those 3rd and 1s. I got that part of it, but you can't be giving up 3rd and longs for sure.
Yeah,
3rd and longs really suck.
They do. And Texas was giving up a lot of those last year. But let's be like 3rd and shorts are just as bad, right? Because they still keep your defense
drives going,
on the field. So, yeah, Texas, they've got to do a better job of getting off the field. Believe it or not, like, this secondary statistically was better last year than it is this year. But
I can believe that.
Texas did a good job. Yeah, no, that's believable. The believe it or not part is Texas did a good job of not giving up the big play last year.
Yes.
Like Michael Penix Jr., that's why Washington had so many double-digit play drives, right? They couldn't get that big play over the top. They were just nickel and diming Texas to death in the Alamo Dome last year. Texas actually did a pretty good job of preventing those explosive plays. The problem was they just couldn't get off the field on 3rd down. that needs to change this year for Texas to move on.
Which means they got to do well on first down.
Yep.
And Texas does well on first down because they don't give up much running. You know, when teams try to run on them first, they don't give up many yards on first down runs. So they're going to have to continue that because once again, it's Washington. They will try to run the ball. They'll try to prove that this is what we do in the Pac-12. This is what we do against other teams with this offensive line. We're going to run the football. We're not going to put it all on our quarterback. We think we have a 1,000-yard rusher. We know we have a 1,000-yard rusher that can run against this defense. They're going to think they can go there and then go play action. So they're going to try to run for a while, but they won't stay all day doing it.
No.
They got the ultimate weapon at quarterback and wide receivers.
Yeah, it'd be silly for Washington to try to repeatedly run the ball against this Texas defense. Now,
and I think it's vice versa for Texas. They're going to run. They need to be running at this group. Now, not all day, but whatever they did in the bowl game, I mean, for the championship game, that was outstanding. Nobody was expecting running backs coming out of the backfield to catch balls, but now they have that. Washington's really got to pay attention to that with their linebackers now too.
Yep. I mean, the strength of Washington's the strength of Washington's defense, if they have a strength, is their run defense.
Yes.
Their run defense ranks 38th in the country. Their pass defense ranks 120th in the country in terms of yards allowed. So if you're Texas, yes, of course you want to establish the ground game. That's been the identity of this offense for most of this season. And even without Jonathan Brooks, this run game has had a lot of success.
Yes, it has.
C.J. Baxter went for 100 yards in a game. Jaden Blue went for 100 yards in a game. So you haven't seen a tremendous drop-off in production from this run game, even though a guy who was in the mix for the Doak Walker Award tore his ACL about a month ago. But their pass defense is worse. So if you're Texas, you can't just bang your head against the wall trying to run the football. If Washington is doing a good job stopping it, then okay. Hey, everyone's talking about Washington's receivers, and they should. They're awesome. But you know who else has awesome receivers? Texas. You know who else has an awesome quarterback? Texas. Like Quinn Ewers is so much better now than he was at this time last year. And Xavier Worthy ain't playing with a broken hand. I don't think you have to worry about drops with him. And you've got A.D. Mitchell in this game. You obviously didn't have him last year.
Jordan Whittington's come on.
Whittington's still who he is, and Jatavion Sanders is still the weapon that he is. Like, you know, run the ball. Of course, you want to be multidimensional as an offense. You want to be able to do both at a high level. But if you're Texas, Washington's secondary is not that good. And this Longhorn passing attack has been really good in the last two games. So,
they better be – those linebackers better be ready to cover these backs out of the backfield because Sark has found something in these guys that he's really happy with, the way they run routes and the way they catch the ball. So they better be in tune to not just think, oh, they're going to turn around and hand it off tackle, or they're going to run this counter play. No, they're going to counter boot. They're going to throw it to the backs out of the backfield. They're going to run screens. So they've got a lot. This Washington team's got a lot to handle themselves on defense.
They do. And Washington's linebackers actually grade really well in coverage, but Oklahoma State's linebackers also graded really well in coverage. And like you said, I mean, the screen game was a huge part of Texas's offensive game plan in that Big 12 championship. So clearly Sark saw something on film that he wanted to exploit with those guys. And, you know, he's been studying Washington for damn near a month now. I'm sure he's found a couple of things that he wants to go after on this porous Washington defense. They're not here because of their defense, right?
No.
Like their offense is amazing. Everybody knows about it. Michael Penix Jr., Heisman runner-up. Dylan Johnson, 1,000-yard rusher. They had 2,000-yard receivers. And then Jalen McMillan, their third receiver, had 1,000 yards last year. And he only had bad numbers this year because he missed most of the season with an injury. So their offense,
that group's going to try their best to get their one-on-ones versus this secondary or versus some of these safeties.
Yeah.
That's a mismatch for Texas right there, a total mismatch. So, their coach is a smart guy. He's been working on how do we get this, how do we motion, how do we make sure that this safety is on that particular player for them. Those battles, boy, you better have pressure on. You're going to force Michael Penix to get rid of that ball, and you're going to have to bring pressure from just your defensive front's been great doing that all year long, but you may have to bring linebacker pressure now.
Yeah, you have to. There's no may. You have to bring pressure. Like Texas is going to win sometimes just rushing 4, but if that's your plan for the game, to sit back and drop 7 in coverage on every single play to try to cover these Washington, you're screwed. You've got we've learned that. That's not just going against Washington. That's this Texas defense. That's who they are. They've got to be aggressive. at all times. So, they're going to have to bring extra blitzers, which is a little bit of a scary thought because it does mean, your corners and safeties are going to be one-on-one against these stud receivers a lot on Monday. But Texas has a better chance of being successful doing that than they do playing the prevent style defense.
No, they can't sit back. Sit back, they'll get killed.
Yeah. So it's going to turn into a shootout, man. I think a lot of people expect it to turn into a little bit of a shootout, even though last year's game only hit 47 total points. These offenses are a hell of a lot better, and both of these defenses have some issues, especially in the secondary. So we could see some points. But once again, Texas, they need sacks, they need TFLs, they need takeaways, and they've got to do a better job defensively of getting off the field on third down. Those are the keys for the Texas defense to find a win in this Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, I think Texas will do okay in the special teams because I'm not saying they're not taking one back to the house on a punt, but they're getting one that's close.
Okay.
It's going to change field position. It's going to change.
Sorry. I was hoping you were going to call a touchdown because you've been money with those calls this year.
It's not going all the way, but it's going to change the outcome of field position. It's going to help Texas an awful lot. It's not going to the house, but it's going to be 20 or more, 25-yard, 30-yard punt return that puts you in great field position where Xavier Worthy gets tripped up by somebody, his own guy or his own feet or something. But I don't think he's taking one to the house in this game.
Does Texas score a touchdown on that drive?
Yeah, they do. It's a big important punt return that changes a lot that'll happen in this game because we know what happens when it comes to field goal kicking.
Right.
That's right.
That's why I asked that question. Is like, is Texas going to turn that great field position into a touchdown, or is it going to be Sideshow Burt kicking another field goal? No, it's
not Burt. This one's for money.
Okay.
That one that doesn't go to the house ends up being in the house.
Yeah. God, the red zone offense, right? Like, can Texas figure that out too? Not to take you off from the special teams point, because special teams is going to play a huge role in a game like this. But
I think that's where the running backs come into play out of the backfield. That's when, I know it. People will say, well, there's not as much ground to cover over there. But Texas has these guys right now that are one-on-one with linebackers. Now I got a feeling that you're going to see more safeties on the field in certain down and distances with Texas, that the linebackers aren't going to be covering running backs. You're going to see another safety, nickel or dime guy having to cover a back out of the backfield. They don't want that to happen. It's the last couple of games, the two teams, Texas Tech and Oklahoma State in those games thought we can cover those guys with linebackers, and they couldn't. They didn't. They just didn't. They didn't bring enough safeties on the field. You're going to see some of these running back. I mean, that hurts you in the run game, but it'll help them out in the pass game for sure because and Texas has run the ball well enough. Like you said, they're still, even without their star runner, has run the ball well enough. And if you run the ball against those safeties, at times I feel better when there's a safety in there that can take a guy down. Can some guys make a miss, but I don't think there's been a lot of time with the linebackers in pass situations on third downs. With the running backs coming out of the backfield, I think they bring in safeties instead to cover those guys.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, right? I mean, nickel is base for this Texas defense.
Sure.
It's base for most defenses in today's football. But do they add a dime package, right? Do they kind of add that wrinkle to where they bring in a sixth defensive back and maybe only have one linebacker on the field? Like in obvious passing situations, okay, but I wonder if we see more of that from Texas just in first and second down versus just third and longs in an effort to try to slow down this Washington pass attack. Like maybe PK feels so good about his defensive front being able to stymie Dylan Johnson in that UW run game where he's like, all right, we only need one linebacker on the field. Let's just get more speed.
I think both teams have a problem with that. Both teams will have a problem with that, the way both teams are playing. And Texas is playing really well with their backs out of the backfield too. So Washington's used to it. Texas has seemingly just kind of found it. But believe me, Sark is going to be happy with what he did at the Oklahoma State game for a championship where they couldn't cover. They're going to find out if these guys can cover, and if they can't, they're going to hit backs out of the backfield again too. They're going to sit them up, and it's not just those, it's not just those one-on-one kind of deals where you ask them to run option routes. It's a plan. Go sit right there in that spot right there with this motion. Don't move from it. If you're open, Quinn Ewers is going to throw you the ball. So I think you're going to see a lot of that.
Here's a comment from Daryl G. I'm not going to fact check this because I trust our man, Daryl G. Look at this balance. Washington, 484 passing attempts to just 360 rushes. Meanwhile, Texas 432 passes, 494 rushes. So yeah, look, it's impressive that Washington was able to have a 1,000-yard rusher this year because their offense is pass heavy. And why would it not be, considering the quarterback and the receivers that they have? But no, Washington this year has done a pretty good job running the football. Dylan Johnson, over 1,000 yards, Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line. They've had a good run game. It's just Texas has seen better running backs, and they've seen better run games than what Washington has. I mean, Washington
we'll just find out if they've seen better offensive lines. That's what we're going to find out.
Washington has the 98th ranked rushing offense in college football. Like the Big 12 has 5 of the top 15 running backs in the nation, and Texas saw 4 of them, right? The other kid, Harvey at UCF, Texas didn't see. But like Ollie Gordon's better than Dylan Johnson. Taj Brooks is better than Dylan Johnson.
Yeah, but that offensive line at Texas Tech ain't worth a shit.
No. But those guys still had more yards. Like those guys had better stats, despite like having worse offensive lines than what Dylan Johnson had. So you're right. Like this is the best O-line Texas has to play. The Joe Moore Award told you that. But it's not like Texas hasn't played any good O-lines. They played Alabama and Oklahoma. Those 2 teams always have elite offensive lines. So like Texas did fine. I know they lost the Oklahoma game, but like the game was close. It's not like it was a blowout and Texas had no chance and couldn't do anything right up front. Like Texas has seen good O-lines, but they've seen better running backs than what
they have. There's no doubt
has.
about that.
So obviously, look, if Texas's run defense somehow disappears, that would suck because then the Longhorns are probably losing. But I'm not betting on that happening because this run defense has showed up and showed out every single week of the season, it feels like.
Well, this is the time of the year where are you committed or aren't you committed? You've gone home. You've been away from this game for a month. You've been practicing here and there, but it's all about the commitment now. And it's the commitment to the physicality of a championship game. I mean, back-to-back championship kind of games. Now, you've been in championship games since you lost to Oklahoma. Every week's been a championship games. But it's a little different commitment when after you've kind of gone home for the holidays and you start back into it. You've played a lot of football games. It's been a long season, and you've got 2 more to get to where you want to get. What is your commitment like? That's what a lot of players and that's what a lot of coaches are going to start asking that question once you start back to practicing. And you'll know, the coaches will know what the commitment's like on the field, the physicality of the game. Oh, no, we're not quite as physical as we were, 4 weeks ago. Even though we may be healthier, I see the way these guys tackle. Mom's food was really, really good at the house. They've been away from it a little bit. It's about commitment. I mean, some bowl games, you're not really all that committed. You're just trying to have a good time for a week in the city. You love it. You'll go play the game, but your commitment's not quite there. This is a true commitment now for 2 games.
We're not worried about commitment, right? For this,
I'm always worried about commitment in football players. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you're the coach. I'm trusting you on this. I'm just thinking, dude, it's a college football playoff. If it's the Alamo Bowl or the Texas Bowl, then yeah, I'm worried about commitment, but I also don't care too much. Like I don't think I'm worried about commitment for this. If Texas loses, I don't think it's going to be because guys aren't committed. I just think Washington was better.
Was more committed.
Like they want it more?
I mean, it's just the way that deal goes this time. It's like I said, it's been a long season. You get away from it a little bit. You come back, and all of a sudden you've got this commitment that you have to be totally committed to. When you go to hit a guy, you have to be committed like you were in the beginning of the season. Now the season has already gone through. You've won a championship. How is your commitment to it from this point on? Again, all over again.
Man, that'd be a disaster if we're sitting here Tuesday morning talking about.
A lot of teams have lost championship games and lost national championship games because the other team was just a little bit more committed to the physicality of the game.
Yeah, that's coach speak right there.
There you go.
I don't buy that. I'm not worried about commitment for Texas.
Okay.
But hey, if the Longhorns lose, I might be giving you credit on Tuesday.
No, I want credit for them to be committed. And you'll be able to tell the commitment when the hitting starts.
Yeah.
When the popping starts, if that popping is kind of depleted away in the fourth quarter where it's like, it's not quite as hard as it was in the beginning of the third quarter coming out of halftime, you'll know who's committed. You'll know individual players who are committed.
Yeah, the guys in that locker room will know, and hopefully they're holding each other accountable, right? If someone came back after the holiday or someone came back after the little break between the Big 12 championship and the start of bowl practice, hopefully the other guys are like, dude, what are you doing here? Like it's like I said, when you ask physicality of people, ask about their bodies,
and you're taking some time away from the physicality, then you come back and you truly, in this is for a championship, for a national championship, that commitment has to be there. You got to be willing to throw your body in there. Who's willing to throw their face all up in there? You know, some guys aren't.
Yeah.
And some guys want to, but some guys say they are, BK, but when it comes to the popping and the hitting, it's not quite the same.
Sorry about that, ladies. Some guys aren't willing to actually throw their face in there.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be committed to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, you do. You got to be committed.
Throw my face up in there. I'm committed to it. Yeah, baby.
No, you're always doing that.
Huh?
You're
always that commitment. Yeah. I'm not just lollygagging all up in there. I'm going. I'm committed.
Yeah. Stick that face in there and go to work.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I'll be committed.
I believe that was FDR who once said that back in the day.
Thank you very much. For Ben Franklin, I think, too.
Oh, we go back to Ben Frank for that, huh?
I have to go way back.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's when you were a kid, I think, when Ben Franklin was doing what he was doing. All right. Let's give some love to some of our great sponsors here. Buck, how about a word for our friends at Covert BK?
Love those folks at Covert BK. And the cars and trucks just keep on coming out there on the 42 acres that they have. They've been doing it since 1909. And the Covert family selling cars, trucks, and SUVs. Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto, of course, and Covert Lincoln and Ford in Austin. But out in BK's, 42 acres of unbelievable beauty. And they've got this. They've got Buicks, they've got GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, of course. And for more information, go to covertbk.com. Find out the sales, the new sales that are coming up in 2024. Just around the corner, they'll have their own brand of Jeep coming. Their signature Jeep brand is coming up very, very shortly to Covert BKs. Be a part of that. Start ordering now. And you can do that if you call up Dan Covert. I mean, if you we can give out his telephone number. He said to text him, BK. He said, give out his number, but to text him if you're interested in one of these new Jeeps, one of these specialized Jeeps from Covert, and he'll sell it himself to you.
512.
Okay.
993-7628.
That's his telephone number.
That is Dan Covert's number.
Give it again.
Just so you see it. 512-993-7628.
There it is. He's giving it to you. Text him and let him know that you're ready to buy one of those specialized Jeeps out there, trucks or SUVs. Buy one of those caddies, one of those 2024 caddies. Yes, indeed. Say hello to Mike and Stacy while you're out there, folks. And nobody beats a Covert deal. Not in 23 or 24. Nobody beats them now or ever. Nobody's going to beat them. It's just not going to happen in 24 either. So
no chance. Yeah. And please don't send Dan any of these memes. Okay.
And don't even send him that T-Sweat meme. This is brutal.
Have you seen this before?
That right there?
Yeah.
No. Happy New Year. No, I have not.
Oh my God. You got to be the last person on earth who has not seen this meme. Now, there's not always a hot dog there, mind you.
Oh, I know. Is there a sausage there all the time, though?
Oh, dude, a giant one.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's why this became a meme right there. Yeah, don't send this to Dan Covert. If you do, don't tell him I told you to do that, please.
Oh my God.
Then he might regret us giving out his phone number right there.
That's a beauty.
I don't think that was Bucky from his Boston College days.
No.
Oh, man. Shout out to Covert.
Not have that many muscles.
By the way, we'll be driving there with the Covert car on Saturday.
Indeed.
Driving down I-10. So if you see us, we'll let y'all know what car we have so you can wave us down.
We'll be hanging out of the windows like a bunch of little kids.
Bucky's going to have like a Gatorade bottle filled with piss. He's going to throw it out the window. But Trey in the back seat's going to have his window open. So the pee is going to go in the car and hit Trey.
I'll be holding that shotgun. I truly will be riding shotgun.
There you go. I think it's going to be you, me, Trey, and Zay. And honestly, one of my boys might be coming along for the road trip too.
Yeah, you know me. Old man has to take some stops, so.
Oh, no.
Are we there yet? It'll be a lot of that. Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
We won't be because of you. What, are you going to stop every 30 minutes? No, we are getting you a Gatorade bottle then.
Come on, man.
Get you a catheter. You're at that age.
That dude right there needed more than a Gatorade bottle.
Yeah, that guy needed one of those 2-liter Coke bottles, I think,
Needed a tub.
for what he was packing there. My goodness. All right, let's let you hear from our man Tom McKay and AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate that.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to one of our new travel partners, Hoops ATX.
Very nice.
Practice like the pros with our friends at Hoops ATX. What is Hoops ATX? Well, they install professional grade in-ground basketball goals. So if you've got a young hooper and you want to get a basketball hoop installed at your house, you got to reach out to our guy, Mike Gonzalez at Hoops ATX. They are the best in the business, nearly 2 decades of experience. They can hook you up, and they'll recommend exactly what you need. They can give you that fixed goal. They can give you that adjustable goal. So if you want to work on your dunking.
Yeah, there you go. I need that 6-footer. Or no, make it 7-foot. I can get up there and slam it with 7-footer.
Oh, yeah. If you're building a whole court, they got you. If you're just putting something in your driveway, they got you. If school playground, HOA, corporate fitness center, whatever. If you're looking for the perfect gift for the hoopers in your life, reach out to our guy Mike at hoopsatx.com. Once again, hoopsatx.com.
Yeah, big shout out to our friends at, of course, our hamburger place. You know, we love our burgers, and you know Hat Creek Burgers is the spot for you. It's not just about burgers there for you. It's about milkshakes. It's about the fries. It's about everything at Hat Creek. So I'm excited about, of course, the gang over at Hat Creek becoming a travel partner with us. They've been a sponsor of our pregame show and during our games, but now they want to be a sponsor of our traveling too. So we appreciate all these travel partners, but Hat Creek, love myself a Hat Creek. I may do that for lunch today. Playing a little golf today. I may go get myself a little burger before I go play golf.
There you go.
By the way, I've been eating good. I've been eating really, really well here over the holidays. My wife made some lasagna, and I've been tearing that apart, man. But I've been tearing up her cookies too. I'm sorry about that.
Whoa! This is a kid show.
Oh, I mean, the cookies that she bakes in her oven at the house, not her own private oven, but the oven at her house. Yes, I've been tearing that up, man. It's special, really is. Coffee, milk. I've been eating pretty good. I've been doing some good stuff. Getting some exercise in too, you know?
Yeah, I've been eating your wife's cookies too. So
yeah, I mean, they're a little different. They're like little praline cookies. That's what I call them. So I'm very happy.
A lot of butter down there.
Is there some butter?
Yeah.
Sugar and butter, right?
Oh, they're fantastic.
Yeah, man. I can't help myself. If I get coffee, I've got to have a couple of her cookies with them.
Oh, dude, I'm such a piece of shit. Like, I need to apologize to your wife for this admission. I've been taking credit for her cookies.
No, you have. You have not been telling people you're baking cookies.
Of course I have.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been bringing them to friends and bringing them to girls. And who made these? I made them.
Well, who the hell you think made them? I made them, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
That's worse than me opening up the gifts before Christmas. See, I'm telling you, when I got my first Johnny Unitas helmet at my house, I couldn't open that up the night before. My old man would have punched me in the back of the head.
I've never heard of that. Like maybe Christmas Eve, but you can't.
No.
You were opening them like on the 22nd and the 23rd?
That Friday, I went to Joe Cohen. I said, honey, you got to, I got you something. I got her a beautiful bracelet. Thank you to the Cohen family. A beautiful pickleball or tennis bracelet or whatever with diamonds and stuff. I had to go and I had to get that open. I had to get that before. I didn't want some thief to come in the house, during the night and steal the presents. I didn't want the Grinch to come. So I said, hey, listen, before the Grinch gets into this house and I miss him, I'm shooting and he's got out of the house with all my gifts. You got to open this up. She loved it.
Good.
She is excited about wearing that. I don't know, maybe for her boyfriend or something, but she's excited about it. So it was great. And then I went back down to Cohen's again.
There you go.
I got a nice necklace to go with it. I'm on the money. I'm golden at the house. It's just that on Christmas Day, I got up and I went, hey, what happened here? There's no presents under the tree. She goes, you made us open up all the presents before Christmas, fool.
Oh, man. Well, I didn't think Santa showed up until Christmas. I don't know how that works.
No, this dude got there on Friday, got it stuff in my hand. And you know me, Friday night, after watching all these horrible bowl games, I said, hey, let's just open up one. And then it became Saturday, and then it became Sunday. And then on Monday, woke up for Christmas, and there ain't shit under the tree. I'm like, what kind of Christmas is this?
Well, in the least surprising development ever, that fat piece of shit Santa Claus skipped my house again.
Again?
30 years in a row with nothing.
Well, you're going to have to be a little bit better during the course of the years. There's certain things about Santa that you have to do the right way. And I mean, that whole Cole thing and all that stuff, and I'm not talking about Bob Cole. I'm talking about cold in your stockings. I mean, you really have to, you got to behave yourself during the course of the year. And you can't go on 1 week, off a week, on a week, off 2 weeks. You got to be consistent with your behavior. So I would need you to work on that 2024. Your behavior may have to change in order for Santa to show up at your doorstep. He shows up at mine. I got some cool stuff. I got golf balls. That's really important for me.
You need those.
I got to have them. Everybody always says, so what would you like? I'm like, damn, I don't need Christmas to get what I want. I get what I want during the year. Christmas is for golf shit. Shirts, gloves, and balls.
You're telling me that I got to stop taking credit for cookies that other people bake?
Yeah, you can't do that. That's not going to work.
That gets me on the naughty list.
It'll get you on the good list if you find that virgin for our nativity scene in 2024.
She might not be a virgin after I'm done with it.
See, that's the problem. The other thing is, who's going to clean the front yard where these dogs now used to do their business in the back, but these two monsters, it's like the camels live in the front of the yard. Oh. So isn't there a company that comes and cleans up dog crap? Isn't there a poopy there's actually a company that comes to your yard and cleans the dog shit out. That's how lazy we've gotten now.
Yeah, I mean, there are companies that will come walk your dog, and there are also companies that will pick up your dog's crap too. Yeah.
How lazy are we? We're walking around with bags in our hands when we walk our dogs now. Dog poop gloves and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, you're supposed to walk around with bags. What do you raw dog it? You bare hand your dog's crap?
Why we clean up? It's a dog.
Oh, you're leaving it there.
Part of life is to make sure you know how to maneuver dog shit on the sidewalk. Who didn't do that? Who didn't step in a pile of dog shit as a kid? Except for now, if I step in it now, the shoe is gone. I get rid of the pair. I don't play like when I was a kid. If you stepped in some dog shit in the neighborhood, you'd have to go get the hose, get the spray that off, let it dry out, start all over, spray it again.
It was the worst. We're trying to prevent that from happening. Like that, everyone's dealt with that before.
A kid growing up stepping in dog shit.
I'm sure every kid has stepped in dog crap at some point, but you don't want to be doing it every day. Like that's what will happen if we stop picking up after our dogs, dude.
All right.
Come on. That's your New Year's resolution, is to try to convince people to not pick up after their dogs?
No, I'll do it. My dogs don't do that. They do it in the yard, in the front yard. That's why I need pooper people, or whoever they're called.
So you've got years worth of dog crap just sitting in your front yard. No one's ever picked it up?
No, I was out there last week with a shovel. Yeah. And that wasn't fun because I thought the camels had moved into my house already.
You're serving a lot of baked potatoes with the.
No, those dogs are out of this world now. We used to have a designated spot because, they'd go to that designated spot. They got it. Then they'd start getting lazy. It'd start getting cold. Now the designated spot is the nice yard. I'm like, come on, guys. I'm screaming. I'm out there with a shovel full of shit. People are looking at me, and I'm pissed. I'm yelling at the dogs like, hey, don't shit here like they're people. Like they understand.
Yeah.
No, I chase it around. Smell this. You want to smell this? Here, dogs. I chase them around with it now.
Dude, you're lucky if your dog's just crap in the same spot every time, because then you know where to look. The worst is when they use the entire yard, and then it's like, oh, God, you got to walk around for 30 minutes looking for it.
No, they're pretty good. I caught a couple strays in the backyard path, which, hey, I walk that path when I'm out there chasing them at night. That won't be fun to step in my bare foot. I'll tell you that right now. I'll have to cut my foot off. Like I do with those shoes. Oh no! As a older person now, if I stepped in it outside, I throw the whole shoe away. I don't even go. I just take a bag, stick it in the bag, throw it in the can, and go buy another pair of shoes.
Seriously.
Yeah, that's just the price I have to pay for stepping in it now.
What if it's what if it's a brand new pair of shoes?
It doesn't matter. They're gone. I don't go through the whole washing process. I'm not a kid. I'm not one of 8 kids anymore like I used to be, where that shoe was going to last for like 5 years. Yeah. No matter if your size kept going up or what. I mean, that shoe had to last. That same Converse that I played basketball in and played street basketball and wore to the dances, that thing had to last. The Converse was a lifetime shoe. If you stepped in dog shit, you just went about it. But now as an adult now, no. My Skechers, if I hit a pile of shit in Skechers, they're going right in the can. I'm not washing that off.
Well, you shouldn't have the Skechers anyways. They should have gone in the can before you even stepped in the pile of shit. Get some better shoes, guy.
No, Skechers are good stuff now, man. Slide your foot right in.
I guess at your age, Skechers are acceptable. At my age, not so much. I'd like to congratulate you on having a very good Christmas, but I feel like I need to apologize on behalf of you for all of our listeners and viewers having a terrible Christmas, because you lost another 10,000 units over the football weekend. You had 4 5,000 unit plays.
Yes.
And you damn near guaranteed that you'd be winning some money for the people to do some last minute Christmas shopping.
Let's make sure that you got them all right, the ones that you chose on Friday.
You were 1 and 3 on your 5,000 unit plays. Here's what you had. And I typed this to myself at 8:52 a.m. during our show last Friday, the last time we met with the people. You had the Denver Broncos -7, and they lost to the Patriots outright.
Keeping Belichick's job for him.
You had the Kansas City Chiefs on Christmas -10, and they lost outright.
Good job there, Kelsey. Way to throw your helmet all over the field, you jackass.
Yeah. Boy, everyone's calling Taylor Swift Yoko Ono now.
Yeah, great job there, Taylor.
Breaking up the Chiefs.
Pen pal.
Mm-hmm. You had 5,000 units on the San Francisco 49ers. They lost outright.
Yeah, go kiss that MVP goodbye, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, the guy never should have been in the mix for MVP because he's the 8th best player on his team, and I'm glad people finally realized that. He's not as bad as he was Monday. He's still having a great year. This is not a Brock Purdy sucks take that I have. This is he's not the MVP of the NFL, and it's a joke that people thought he was.
Yeah, he just played against the MVP of the league.
Lamar? Yeah, you can make a case. I mean, I don't know. Dak has way better numbers than Lamar. Lamar's the MVP favorite right now because this is what we do. We overreact a ton. We saw it in college football with the Heisman, where Bo Nix was a heavy Heisman favorite, and he lost.
Look at his stats.
He lost, and then right after the game, Jaden Daniels was the heavy Heisman favorite. It's like, okay, if you want to argue Jaden Daniels to win it, I would have argued that, regardless of what Bo Nix did, because of the year that Jaden Daniels had. But like, we are in this total overreaction thing to where, now Brock Purdy is like the 6th best odds to win the Heisman.
Just Lamar Jackson, from 1 to 6.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson goes from like 5 to 1. Like, Dak was the favorite 2 weeks ago. He has the stinker of the game last weekend against Buffalo, and he drops all the way like to 5. It's like, what are we doing here?
Are you going to give these people my big winner, though?
Your big win? Well, it was the same winner. It was 5,000 units. The one game you did get right was Baker money maker.
Baker money maker. And he's ready to make that money again for you this week. He's on fire right now.
Yeah, he's been amazing. I think 8 touchdowns to no picks in his last 3 games. The Bucs have won 4 in a row.
The guy that I didn't think would make it as a wide receiver in the NFL is crushing it. Mike Evans. Just crushing it.
Yeah, that was maybe the worst take you've ever had.
Ever.
That guy should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's a definite Hall of Famer. He should be a first ballot, considering he's had 1,000 yards every year he's been in the league. I think he's got the longest 1,000-yard streak to start a career for any receiver in NFL history.
Sports take of all times.
Yeah, and he had Brady for a couple of years, but you think of some of the other QBs that Mike Evans has played with, not great. Yeah, the Bucs are the favorites now in that division. They play the Saints this weekend. That's a huge, huge game.
Sounds like a 5,000 unit play to me.
Well, the Bucs are only 3-point favorites.
Where's it at, in NOLA?
No, it's in Tampa.
Oh, yeah.
There's something else happening in NOLA.
Oh, that's right. They can't keep using up the stadium.
Yeah, so the 7-8 Saints at the 8-7 Bucks, a battle for first in the NFC South. Tampa's only a 3-point favorite.
I know. That doesn't seem like enough, does it?
No, it doesn't. The Bucks are playing some damn good football. That's the game you got right. The Bucks all over Jacksonville. The Jags are scuffling.
Did I take anybody playing Syracuse somehow?
You bet on Syracuse last week, and they lost 45-0 to South Florida. And I literally told you were an idiot for doing that, and you still did it.
Wow. So, anybody playing? I don't even know who their coach is now.
Fran Tarkenton or something.
Who's taking on that group?
Fran Brown. It's Georgia's DB coach.
He's got the head coaching job there?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he coached the bowl game.
They're still going to suck.
Yeah, probably right. It's a bunch of journalists, dude. They can't play football.
It's amazing.
No, they can't. So, yeah. So 1-3 on your 5,000 unit plays, which means you're down another 10,000 units. I honestly forgot over the holiday weekend how many units you were down before.
I think I was down 20.
I think it was way more than that.
No. So if you can't keep count there,
that's how bad you've been. Oh, I'll go back to Friday's show and find it, or one of our listeners.
No. We can just move along.
It's either like 27 or 31 or 32 or 37.
I will get you. Remember, it's the big bowl games coming up. I will get you very close this weekend.
Okay. Well, you got 3 bowl games today. You've got the little
By the way,
brother.
I had them all right yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't make those picks on the show.
I know. I had them all right.
Good job. Yeah, you beat UNLV and the refs with your Kansas bet. That's impressive. All right, 4 bowl games today, and you actually have some big name programs playing today.
Go ahead.
You've got Virginia Tech, Tulane in the Military Bowl presented by GoBowling.com, because when I think military, because when I think military, I think of bowling. And what is GoBowling.com? Is that bowling, like the sport? Or is that,
I don't know what the hell that is.
Telling you to support college football bowl games.
Okay.
I'm doing a quick GoBowling.com is
taking your family bowling.
Yeah, what you can literally search up news, what's happening on and near the lanes.
No thanks.
You can also win a free bowling for a year on their website right now. So you've got Virginia Tech, Tulane. That's at 1:00.
What is that line? It's got to be 10.
Who do you think's favored?
Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech's favored by 10.5.
Wow.
Tulane's 11-2. They must have a ton of opt-outs. Virginia Tech is 6-6.
Yeah, I'll give you 5,000 units on Virginia Tech.
And Tulane lost its coach, I guess. Willie Fritz took the job in Houston.
Yeah, anybody who's lost a coach, forget about it.
So you're going 5,000 units on Va-Tech minus 10.5?
Yes.
Okay.
And there will be a fight in that game, too.
Writing that down. Okay, you've got the Duke's Mayo Bowl, one of the best trophies and celebrations in all of sport, where the winning coach gets mayonnaise poured on them. Mac Brown in North Carolina taking on Neil Brown. Battle of the Oh, I don't know if I could say that. West Virginia and North Carolina.
Battle of the Brownies?
I was going to say Battle of the Browns, but I'm not sure either of those are socially acceptable here.
It is. It's okay.
2023. West Virginia, a 6-point favorite against UNC. Any plays here?
Me the quarterback's not playing for North Carolina. He's opted out.
Yeah, Drake May has opted out of this one.
Yeah, I'll take the Mountaineers.
You're doing 5K on West Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this is awesome, man. You're going to be down like 80,000 units after today. All right, you've got the DirecTV Holiday Bowl, Louisville. F Louisville. I know it didn't matter that they lost to Florida State.
I don't want to touch that game. I don't want to put anything. I don't even want to put the people's money on Louisville after what I saw them the last time.
They're going up against Lincoln Riley and USC. No Caleb Williams in that one.
Two stinkers. No thanks. And Louisville's favored in that game.
6.5.
With that quarterback that they threw out there the last time, don't even tell me he's gone.
Well, where's he going?
Enter the portal. Enter the dragon. Enter the portal.
XFL, maybe. I'm not sure they want.
No, I don't want to touch that. I don't want to do that to the people because I don't want to watch. I don't even want to watch that game.
And then you've got the Little Brother Bowl tonight. Texas A&M and Oklahoma State, the Texas Bowl. down in
I
H-Town.
will take Okie State.
Okie State is a 3-point favorite. A&M opened up as a favorite in this game, like even despite half their team announcing that they were opting out. And I guess the public realized like A&M might not even have a roster to field in this game.
Ollie Gordon playing in this game?
I think so. I know he's coming back next year, so I don't
think
see
he's
why
still,
he wouldn't. Okay,
yeah.
so,
I'll take Oklahoma State for 5,000 units. No,
Okay.
by the way, make that a 10,000 unit play. That's a
okay.
team that played in a championship game. Are they going to still be bumming, or are they going to see a team from the state of Texas and want to kill them?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a nationally televised game for Gundy, too.
All these games are nationally televised.
Anything for Gundy on TV means he chokes, too.
Are you still doing it?
No.
5,000 or 0,000?
0,000. I'll take those first two.
Wow, what a 180. You went from making that one of your biggest plays of the season to not playing it at all?
No, it's Mike Gundy. He sucks.
Oh, like you said, though, he played for a conference title.
Of children.
Mother of children, he sucks. I
Thanks.
just saw him a couple of weeks ago. His team was horrible.
That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage.
So was your game plan.
All right, so 5K on Virginia Tech and 5K on West Virginia.
Yeah, we'll have
tonight.
some more coming up this week. There's some good games this week.
I'd like to congratulate Tulane and North Carolina on their bowl victories tonight, and congrats to all of you who are choosing to fade the Buck.
So
4 games tomorrow.
May has opted out, though, huh?
Yeah, I think Drake May's out. 90% sure. Someone will
He's
let
going to
us
be
know.
second quarterback taken.
Yeah, he might be the first. I mean, I don't think he will be, but there are a couple of draft pundits who have Drake May as QB1 over Caleb Williams in this class. I do not, but I don't call myself a draft pundit, but to me, Caleb Williams is QB1 for sure in this class. But Drake May's a beast. There are a lot of years where Drake May will be the number one quarterback off the board. This year, though, I don't think will be that year. Yeah, good games tomorrow, too. We'll see if you have any 5,000 units on the Alamo Bowl, Arizona, Oklahoma. Interesting.
I know Alamo Bowl. I know that.
You do remember the Alamo Bowl. Also, NC State and K-State play, and then your Boston College Eagles play tomorrow night. So we'll see. We'll see if you've got any Gold Star locks for the people during tomorrow's
Wishing
show.
you and bringing you a happy new year, folks. Sorry about Christmas.
Yeah, sorry.
Get
about
over it.
Christmas.
Get over it.
Yeah, get over not being able to buy gifts for your kids because of Bucky. That's no big deal. No problem at all. Get over that.
Yeah, but when the new year rolls in, you'll say, you know what he did? He got me winners. When it was all said and done, that dude got me winners. That's exactly right.
You said that about the Jewish New Year when we hit that in September, and it hasn't gotten much better in this year for us. So
I'm getting a little bit better. I'm getting a little bit closer.
You literally lost 10,000 units this weekend.
These officials are crushing me with their penalties.
Yeah.
Oh, offensive offsides. Hey, move back some, kid. Oh, but you're in motion now. I mean, these guys really.
Yeah.
Why are they screwing up the games?
Because they're officials. That's what they do. It's their job. It's not their job, but they make it their job to get overly involved and ruin games.
I'm starting to think that's true about them wanting their families to see them on TV, as they huddle together like a little group there. And now the head official has to bring like 3 or 4 of them together. Yeah. He doesn't just ask the guy who threw the flag. He brings the whole gang over there. What do you think we should do? Should we pick this up? No, you dumbass. You threw it on the ground. No, you don't need to pick it up. If you need to pick it up, why'd you throw it? I love when they pick up the flags now too. They're getting to the point of, no, we're going to pick this one up. What?
The last 2 games yesterday were brutal. I mean, they both lasted longer than 4 hours. The Texas State-Rice game, 1 million reviews and a ton of penalties. And then the guaranteed rate with a T bowl, Kansas was penalized 18 times for 216 yards. UNLV also had 9 for 99. I mean, It was a total ref show yesterday. So, yeah, hopefully as the bowl games get better, the refs get better too. You'd like to think that that's the case, right? That crappier refs get the crappier games. But now that we're post-Christmas, you'd love to think that, that you're getting at least some better refs than what we had. But
yeah, and all this fighting between the players. Hey, guys, you had a nice week off. You went to a place. You got to eat. You know what I'm saying? You love the week. You love the city that you were in. You didn't have to pay for anything. You got some gear, but you want to fight after the game. When you lose the game, you guys want to fight each other. How stupid is that?
Yeah.
You guys are taking your helmets off and flinging helmets. I'm like, really? This bowl, the Toastery Bowl, you want to fight over the Toastery Bowl? You want to have somebody hit you in the face with a helmet over that game? Really?
Hey, I won't get mad at kids for showing passion. All right.
Passion?
Yeah.
Such stupidity. I don't know.
All the fans think these games are meaningless. The players are still showing you that these games mean a little something to them. It's good.
No, they just want to fight.
All right. Fight.
You got all week to fight. Fight your own guys. You want to fight? You've been into the towns. Fight in town or something. Why wait till you get on TV and slow my game down?
Drop
now
the gloves.
No.
Let them go. Hey, remember to hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Thank you for the reminder, Gregory. And an announcement tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, right?
It is.
It's a Wednesday that feels like a Monday. Tomorrow, we will be doing a Sugar Bowl roundtable live at Pluckers.
Very nice.
The Link location. We'll be there from 2 to 5. The Buck's going to be there. Trey's going to be there. Kevin Dunn's going to be there. Rodney's going to be there. I will be there as well. Our intern, Young Brock, will be there too, helping out. But yeah, a round table getting you set for the Sugar Bowl, 2 to 5 tomorrow afternoon at Pluckers, the Link location. We'll post some stuff on social media to serve as a reminder, and we'll be announcing that throughout the course of today and tomorrow's programming to let you guys know. But we would love to see all of you out there. Pluckers, once again, the Link location.
Love it.
Before we get back into the Sugar Bowl, Buck, how about a Florida woman story for you?
Oh, got to have that. I mean, during the holiday season, of course you have to have that. Excuse me.
No excuse me here. No McDonald's involved. I will pull up a picture of today's Florida woman that we are talking about. This woman's name is Miracle Rivera.
You need to change your name.
You don't like Rivera?
I don't like the miracle part. Well, it is a miracle, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a miracle to have a baby. What's wrong with that name?
What does she do? Have the baby on a bus or something? Come on now.
Miracle of life.
Okay, miracle of life. Every baby's a miracle of life. Absolutely.
Miracle Rivera is 20 years young. She was charged with domestic battery over an incident that occurred around 3:30 in the morning local time on Christmas Eve.
Nothing happens good after midnight.
I disagree with that. According to an arrest affidavit that was picked up by Fox 35 Orlando. You say, all right, what was the domestic battery? Why was she arrested? Well,
I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Oh, no, I will not do that. No.
Did you just combine two songs there? Or is that one song?
There's one song.
Who is that?
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I know that.
And I don't
song.
mean that guy sitting down with the sausage. I mean, real meatloaf. Okay, so what did she do? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So Rivera and the victim, a 24-year-old who's unidentified in the story, they were engaged in a verbal altercation at their house in St. Petersburg, Florida. And of course, it was over alleged infidelity.
Of course. At that time of the morning, yes.
The two individuals were eventually separated after the victim walked into the living room. But Rivera followed him into the living room, picked up a Christmas tree, and struck him repeatedly while he was lying on the couch. She struck her boyfriend repeatedly with a Christmas tree during an argument. She picked the thing up and used it as a weapon to hit this dude. He suffered numerous scratches on his upper body and arms.
Screwed up a lot of good ornaments, I bet.
Yeah, well, the tree's probably effed, right? Especially if it was a real one. Like, there's stuff all over that couch and all over that house now, right?
Yeah, but see, if you'd done my dad's deal, you nail that bad boy down into the floor, that tree wouldn't have come off that easy.
You're right.
You'd be able to make a move out of that house, dude.
Your dad was onto something. Maybe he was worried that your mom was going to beat him with a Christmas tree. So
he damn near beat him with that tree after he put the hole in the wood.
Yep. Yeah, this couple, they had been living together apparently for 2 years. But once again, alleged infidelity turned into a verbal argument, and it got to the point where she, picked up a Christmas tree. No words on if it was real or fake. No words on how big it was. But yeah, she used that as a weapon. That is a new one. I don't think I've ever heard anybody use a Christmas tree as a weapon, Buck.
Only Florida woman could do that.
Only Florida woman could do that. Only a miracle could do that. That was a miracle. Way to go,
And only
miracle.
Florida man gets his ass beat with a Christmas tree too.
Yeah, how do you fight back against a Christmas tree? Like, what do you do there? You grab the tree and just hold? Because you can't.
And, by the way, who separated them? What are they living with? Groups of 12 or something at the house? When you said they were separated when they moved into the living room. I mean, who was up at 3 o'clock in the morning to separate them? Uncle Joe or something?
Santa Claus, maybe?
Santa Claus was making his rounds.
Yeah, he's like, oh, what did I just walk into here?
Hey, don't screw up this tree. And don't mess with that chimney, Florida woman.
Yeah, I don't know. I think when it says separated, it just means the guy walked into a different room. Like maybe they were yelling at each other in the kitchen. He's like, all right, I'm done here. And she's like, shit, no, you're not. And then she went into that room and grabbed the Christmas tree and started wailing on him.
Beat his ass with a Christmas tree. Yeah.
So you're out on Miracle Rivera?
I'm not down with her at all. No, she is too mean. You beat a man with a Christmas tree, you got a little mean streak in you.
20 years young, which in Florida, I think that's 10 years clear of legal.
Yeah, she didn't. Yeah, she's been in the county before. Wasn't her first time at 20.
You think so?
Oh no, there's several looks right there. Oh. She's got several different mug shots coming right there.
Getting arrested on Christmas Eve. She was released from custody on Christmas Day and has pleaded not guilty, according to the New York Daily News.
Look at all the pine cones and all those needles in that guy's face, probably.
Oh, you think she whacked him with the star at the top?
Oh, everything.
That's got to hurt, man. There's some sharp shit on the tree, isn't there?
Yes, those bulbs, those little glass things, that stuff gets in your eye. You're a goner.
Yeah. Oh, that's what he said or she said.
Oh, sorry about that, Miracle.
That stuff gets in your eye, and she's a goner. So
there you go.
There's your Christmas-related Florida story today. 20-year-old Miracle Rivera. Thank you very much.
Yes, she can go on with her life.
You're not in.
Else. That dude needs to run his cars. No, can't do that. No.
Jake asked how many Four Locos. I don't think you're familiar with Four Locos, Buck.
Is that a drink? Is that a beverage?
If you ever, you got confused by ranch water a couple of months ago.
Yes.
You thought maybe
it said water on it. It said ranch water. Where's the confusion in that? I still don't get that. Why am I confused about that? Whoever made that product should be confused. It said ranch water, and it was in a can, which means they got water straight from the ranch. And when I popped that over, it had a tint of tequila smell in it.
Mm. Yeah, what'd you think it was? Like Hidden Valley was making water now? Just going to get like globs of ranch dressing mixed in?
I just thought maybe that was a non-alcohol beverage. Ranch water. I mean, they've got that crap up in the Arlington area, that water that says like devil water or something.
Mm.
What is the water? Somebody tell us what that is. Evil water or devil water. It's a brand of water. It's a company that makes water. I'm not drinking that shit.
Ebola water?
I was at where was I? I think I was at 2 years ago. I was at the high school game. The first year that they made the Rangers ballpark, they became Choctaw. And so we did a high school game there, Lake Travis game there, and they had this water, and I swear it said something about Satan water or something.
I'm like, about liquid death, maybe?
Yeah, liquid death. I'm like, Why the hell am I going to drink this? It doesn't sound right for water. What, does somebody piss in it? I'm not drinking that. Liquid death. It's a brand of water. Okay, that makes me want to drink it.
You know what their slogan is?
What is it?
Murder your thirst. People love liquid death, dude. It comes in those cans, and people say it's colder than any other water. That's why people love it so much.
Liquid death.
Comes in those aluminum cans.
And people are just buying that shit like mad, huh? Buying it like Olipop, huh?
It's good. Like I don't think it's much different than any other water that you could get, but it's good. People love it. It's everywhere.
No, that's all they had at the stadium. I didn't drink water. I could have had another episode because I didn't want to drink water. I'm not drinking liquid death.
You don't get it. It's just water. That's fine.
Well, so should be ranch water then. It says ranch water.
I can't argue against that. Like, I know what ranch water is, so I know it's not that, but I could see how that would be confusing for somebody. Now,
Of my age.
if you looked at the ingredients, it would clearly show you that it's not water.
No,
But-
because generally when something says water on the side, okay, it's water. It's just another, they got it from France or they came from Europe or something. Okay, it's just another form of water. I didn't think ranch water had tequila in it.
Yeah, who's looking at the ingredients anyways, right? Nobody does that. All right, let's give some love to some sponsors. We'll wrap up with more Sugar Bowl talk. I've got
How about our good friends at Sue Patrick, which
Sure.
Jay is wanting us possibly there on Friday again. We're selling out the place every time we show up. And dude, how many stops have I made at Sue Patrick over the last month? My goodness.
You're like LeBron, not 2, not 3,
Oh my goodness.
not 4.
You know, they've got that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, folks, collectibles, accessories, and even more. And I love the more because they've got more of everything that you want. But they've got any volleyball national championship jerseys, the actual one that the ladies wore. They've got the hats. Look at, I'm wearing my Sue Patrick. This is the best seller they have of hats there. Check this out. Just that normal Longhorn hat. Never had one just with this, just with the horn on it. Boy, they sell a bunch of these. They've got that, and they've got free shipping for you. Anything over $49, they got free shipping for you. Now there's curbside pickup right there, free parking. But dude, over the last week or so, that damn parking lot was so filled. I know the other places that are in that Sue Patrick parking lot are going, what in the hell? I mean, there are people coming in and out of there by the droves, and I love the folks here. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. When you're there, say hello to Sue Patrick. She'll be there. Of course, Jay Willems will be there. They've got everything that you're looking for. And they've got the specialized hats. They've got some, and they've got, you know what I like too, BK? They've got that shirt for the Sugar Bowl. I love it. Look at this. Sue Patrick needs more employees, Bear says. That thing was mob scene over the last couple of days. When we show up, it's going to get sold out. We may show up on Friday again.
We just might. I might go there later today.
There you go.
Got to get some shirts.
Be careful. Don't tell them what shirts.
No, I'm going to get the Texas volleyball shirts.
There you go.
That's what I'm getting. So don't buy those. That's a good save by me. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Also, shout out to our guy Steve over at Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite
Pest
control.
Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
You know, I got my wife from Sue Patrick and opened it up before. Snow globe with the bats. Hey, the bats are in it. It is awesome.
Yeah, those things are badass.
They are unbelievable. I love that snow globe.
Shout out to them. Shout out to Allstate Beer as well. They're big parts of us getting to New Orleans for our Sugar Bowl coverage. The best beer that you could find. I'll probably stock the covert car with some Allstate beer.
There you go.
So we got some at the Airbnb we're staying at in New Orleans. And also got to give some love to our guy Travis at Hayes City Store.
Thank you, Travis.
Travis and Tamara Tyndall, the best people that you're going to find. Salt of the earth. I'm telling you, the dictionary picture of salt of the earth, those two. Hayes City Store down in Driftwood. We've been telling you all about them for years. The great burgers, the enchiladas, the chicken fried steaks. They've got everything. Plus 40 beers on tap, giant TVs, that massive outdoor patio, live music on weekends, great vibes all the time. They've got that new spot in Buda called Taste on Main. I went there, last week, I guess. God,
it was last week. Yep.
Felt like 3 weeks ago, but it was an amazing dining experience. Fantastic steaks and seafood, an extensive cocktail menu and wine selection. It's more upscale than Hayes City Store, but they've got a gorgeous patio set up as well. Just a fantastic dining experience. If you're down south, hell, even if you're not living in the Buda Kyle area, it's still worth a trek to either Hayes City Store or Taste on Main. But if you are down there, definitely go check those places out for a meal that you will not forget.
And one place we never forget is 7-Eleven. We saw our man Ashish, of course, speaking of Sue Patrick. That guy was owning it. I know he may not have any cash for us, but I tell you what, whoever he was shopping for at Sue Patrick, he went there about 3 or 4 times last week. He
Yep.
got it done. But his 7-Elevens, I'll be there today. I need hard copy. I need to see how many penalties and all these fights and everything that were going on in these bowl games. So I will get the hard copy while you just open up your computer, because the hard copy is key on a Wednesday. I'll tell you that right now. Wednesday's the day, because then I can get Monday's news from the Austin American-Statesman.
The hard copy is a key on a Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah, no one's ever said that before.
Is that a first for
Yeah.
anybody saying about the paper?
I think so.
Okay.
All right, more on this Sugar Bowl. And, of course, all of the shows all day long will be talking Texas and Washington, and the Buck and I will be talking Texas and Washington all week leading up to Monday's game. But I found this interesting. So, look, Washington, like Texas is favored in this game. The Longhorns are 4 to 4.5 point favorites wherever you look, which is a little bit interesting because
Seems
Texas
like a lot of points to me.
Texas is the lower seed. Obviously, the Longhorns have lost a game. Meanwhile, Washington's got the longest active winning streak in college football, right? They're 13-0 this year, but they've won 20 straight going back to last year. And, of course, one of those 20 was the Alamo Bowl win against Texas last December. But Texas is still the favorite, and I think it's because Texas just has a more talented roster on paper. Like, if you go and look at the recruiting rankings, which every Texas fan knows, recruiting rankings don't always turn into success. You got to develop talent, and thankfully this coaching staff is actually developing talent here in Austin. But, yeah, I think that's the reason why Texas is favored. People just view that Texas is the more talented team in this matchup. I will say this about Washington. So we talked about it last week, Buck, that on Jordan Reed, who is ESPN's NFL draft expert. They've got Mel, they've got McShay, but Jordan Reed is also one of the guys that they have. Matt Miller's there too. The Longhorns have 5 guys in Jordan Reed's top 50. It's Worthy, it's Mitchell, it's Sanders, it's Murphy, and it's Sweat.
Okay.
Washington has 4 of Jordan Reed's top 50. And actually all 4 of the guys are in his top 31 prospects on his NFL draft board. So if you're going into this game thinking Washington doesn't have a lot of talent, you're wrong. Like, this team is loaded with
Are they all offensive guys?
They've got one edge rusher, Braylon Trice, who is their best edge rusher, who doesn't have a ton of production on paper this year. Like, his stats were a little bit down. I think he was playing hurt for large portions of the season, but he's still a freaking beast. It's him. It's Michael Penix Jr. It's Rome Odunze, who is probably the second receiver off the board behind Marvin Harrison Jr., but Odunze could be a top 10 pick. Michael Penix Jr. maybe a late first, if not that, early second round pick. Braylon Trice could be a first round pick. And then their left tackle, Troy Fatanu.
Yes, he's a beast.
A huge part of their Joe Moore Award winning offensive line. All 4 of those guys are top 31 draft prospects, according to Jordan Reed. So Texas has a ton of NFL dudes. We know this. We've watched this team play all year long. But Washington's got plenty of Sunday players as well. You're going to be watching a lot of NFL guys in the Sugar Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
On February 1st.
There's no doubt about it. But there's none coming out of the secondary for them and none in the secondary for Texas right now.
Well, it's funny. Washington's best secondary player, at least their best corner, is a guy by the name of Jabbar Muhammad. He's actually cousins with Malik Muhammad.
Oh, really?
I'm not just saying that because they have the same last name. Like, I don't know if it's first cousins, but they are related. So Manny Muhammad, the true freshman, has been one of Texas's best corners all season long, and he's obviously gotten better as this year has gone along. Jabbar Muhammad is maybe Washington's best cornerback, and he's been that way all year long. So you've got another little storyline in this matchup with cousins. I'm not talking about gambling cousins. We're talking about real cousins here. Going up against each other. But yeah, neither secondary is all that good. You've got studs at receiver on both sides. You've got studs on the line of scrimmage on both sides. You've got 2 great quarterbacks. Of course, Michael Penix, the Heisman runner-up, and Quinn Ewers having a phenomenal year for Texas. I mentioned this earlier. We'll maybe dive into this more in detail tomorrow or Friday, but Quinn Ewers is just a completely different quarterback going up against Washington this year than what he was last year. Right. I mean, Ewers' completion percentage in 2022 was 58%. This year it's at 71%.
Yeah, the guy's control of the offense is incredible right now. I mean, and when Sark is throwing even new stuff at him during this part of the year, he's fine with it. It's not taking him a game or two to break into a lot of new things that they're doing. It's just flowing right now for him.
Yeah. And then you think, all right, well, the completion percentage has gone up a lot. It's probably because there's been a bunch of short passes and screens. And
not as many drops.
the average yards per catch for Quinn Ewers this year went from 7.4 to 9. So, like, the increase in completion percentage is not just a product of a lot of easier throws. There have been plenty of easy throws, but Quinn Ewers himself is just way more accurate this year.
Boy, and they're much better at catch and run this year.
Yeah, that helps too. But also the deep ball. Like, it hasn't been as consistent as we would have liked this year.
Sure.
But there have been a couple of huge deep balls. Obviously, the Alabama game, Texas hit a couple to win that one. I think of the dagger catch that Adonai Mitchell had in Fort Worth to hold off TCU's furious late game comeback. There were a few big plays in the Tech game, a few big plays in the Oklahoma State game. So, yeah, Quinn Ewers is a beast. Michael Penix Jr., obviously a stud. He could be a first-round pick this year. It's going to be fun, man. I mean, look, you don't make it to the college football playoff unless you've got a lot of talent. These two teams, tons of talent all over the place, and two great coaching staffs that have really, really developed and turned these into two legit championship contenders.
Yeah, it's as I said, I still believe it'll be about the commitment. We'll see which group is committed to being really physical in this game.
Yeah.
And although Washington throws and they do have a 1,000-yard rusher, are they going to be committed physically to stopping Texas from running the ball? Because Texas may be able to really run the ball. Now, they're good against the run, Washington, but Texas runs the ball so well right now. They are really kind of at the pinnacle since their running back got hurt. Since Brooks got hurt, they're at the pinnacle of their run game right now. They're hard to stop, and the coach is dialing up some really nice stuff right now. So if they can continue, if this month didn't screw that up and they can get back into that rhythm, I think it's tough on Washington, the run game for Texas.
Yeah. The hope is, CJ Baxter's gotten better over these 15 bowl practices that are still
healthier
even. And healthier even. And the hope is Jaden Blue has gotten better. Right? Like, there's reason to believe that everybody gets better because it's, 2 extra weeks of practice and you're watching film and you're game planning and yada, yada. And school's been out for a lot of this, so you can really just focus on getting better as a player, but especially young guys, right, Buck? It feels like these bowl practices are massive, massive for young guys. And, yeah, those two running backs, you're talking about a true freshman and you're talking about a redshirt sophomore in Jaden Blue, but a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience under his belt. So hopefully
these bowl games, these 4 teams, their bowl practices are a little bit different. You play in the bowl in San Antonio or the Tostitos Bowl or some of this other stuff. Mm-hmm. You let the young guys that are going to be there next year get a lot of those. And the older guys are still kind of chilled out and the coaches don't mind because a lot of them will be gone. They want to see what these young guys can do, and they get that, 12 or 13 extra practices is great. These right here, veterans are practicing. This is for a championship. Believe me, there's not one of those days where they're saying, well, we're going to do all these young guys. Oh, hell no. I need every bit of everybody for a national championship game.
Yeah, a little different this time around,
Certainly
right?
Is.
The leading rusher for Texas against Washington last year was Keelan Robinson. Don't think that's going to happen this year. No offense, Keelan.
Although he needs to play because he is around. You need to just know he is there.
Sure. No, I hope he does play. I hope he makes a couple of big plays, both in the return game and on offense as well, because you're right. He's been awesome down the stretch for this team. The leading receiver for Texas, Casey Kane, no longer with the program. So that's not going to happen again this year. A little bit different this time around going up against the Huskies.
Yeah, I wish that guy was good luck, but I just never was impressed by him at all.
He was good in the bowl game.
Okay, I was impressed with him in the bowl game for a while.
Yeah, he didn't play that much. Like, he wasn't as good as Worthy or Mitchell or Whittington.
And he looked like he had all the tools. It looked like he had the size and everything else. It just never came about.
Yeah,
or you know what? He just wasn't here long enough to get developed.
Sure. No, he wasn't as good as 2 first-round picks and Jordan Whittington, who was a 5-star who's been awesome at Texas. Like Jonte Cook, I think Jonte Cook's a stud. I think he's going to be a freaking monster for Texas. And all of the insider practice reports that I've read all season long, but even during bowl season, have basically indicated that, no, like, Jonte is a beast, and his coaching staff knows he's a beast. Jonte's problem is he's just not as good as 2 first-round picks and Jordan Whittington. Like, he'll play some, I think, on Monday, but the future for that kid is so bright. It's just tough to crack this wide receiver rotation this year.
Yes.
How good those dudes have been all season long. So there you go. More on this game tomorrow and Friday. And, of course, throughout the day right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Unfiltered. One final shout out to some sponsors. How about our guy, Brian Hummel over at Hummel Realty? If you're searching for your dream home in Austin, maybe you're just curious how much your home is worth, look no further than Brian Hummel, your trusted Austin realtor with Realty One Group Prosper. Brian is more than just a realtor. He's a full-service expert. He'll oversee your entire housing transaction from start to finish, and he'll be there for you every step of the way, whether you're buying or selling. He's going to be there for you and explain everything in plain English. He's got more than 2 decades of experience in Austin. He knows this market incredibly well. He is an expert, but he's also a trusted partner who is committed to your success. Give him a call, 512-619-1347, or go to HummelRealtor.com. Brian Hummel with Realty One, the one you need.
You're going to see him once I get you that new house for 2024, once we get all settled up in these bowl games. That's right. My unit plays. By the time that is, you'll be able to afford a new house.
You know, if I'd been fading you all season long, I would be able to afford a new house right now.
Oh, you just need to get a new chair. You know, like the relax back chair that I have. You need to get one of these with all the great comfort that I have. That's what you need. That's all you need for the new year is a new chair. We got to get him out of that beach chair he stole from the beach. You know what I mean? In Houston, he stole that from his apartment. We need for him to send that back. Hey, we'll be down in Houston next week, so you need to take that back and put it back at the apartment pool.
All I need for the new year is some more chaos in my life.
Yeah, you got that.
There it is.
I got a fucking vacuum cleaner behind me. I forgot to move the vacuum cleaner.
That's all right.
Like I've been cleaning, man.
That's all right. We clean things up around here, so that's a good prop.
Sometimes we got to clean up the mess after these two shenanigans.
Hey, there was some shenanigans this morning for sure.
I've got candles.
Hey,
I've got candles in my room, so we're clean around here.
Rodney, what do you think of my thoughts of doing a live nativity scene at my house next year out here in Dripping Springs? With a little baby, the Virgin Mary. I said we got to find a virgin.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Can I be one of the wise? Can I be one of the three wise men?
That first thing BK says, I'm one of the 3 wise men.
I want to be one of the 3 wise men too. I want to bring the myrrh.
I want to be the guy at the motel that says,
what gifts did the wise men bring?
Myrrh, Frankenstein,
frankincense.
I don't even know what the hell that stuff is. And I was in that play.
Yeah. Well,
within that play.
Everybody
was in that play, but
and weed.
I'm not bringing shit. I'm bringing you guys nothing.
I want to be the dude at the motel.
Oh, you want to be the bad guy that said, get out and make a stable?
No, you guys. So we don't have to hear this stupid story about the manger that let them in for free, or the whatever the hell they call him, the innkeeper that let him in for free. I'm going to pay for your night stay. How about that, Holiday Inn Express? Huh? You want to have a stay on me? Have a stay on me, Jesus.
Wags is out.
No,
He's done. He can't be.
I'll be the innkeeper, and I'll say, let me show you the Hotwire app. Here's how you can stay with us. Hotwire. We'll get you in here cheap.
You're not getting it. You're not getting the point. I've got to go get some donkeys and some sheep. I got to get all that stuff to be out front. I need the big spotlights and stuff. It's one night only, Christmas Eve. That's it. It's over with. We're not having. And people
who's going to be the little babe in the
We're going to find a baby. We're going to go to one of these daycare, those little mini care places that open 24/7. Find a baby.
We're kidnapping a baby.
Huh?
We're kidnapping a kid.
Yes, and the baby can't be any more than 3 days old. We're bringing that baby. We'll keep it in swaddling clothing.
It's going to be in the hospital.
No. We'll keep
3
the baby
days old.
warm.
It's going to be in a hospital.
No, dude, we're borrowing the baby for three.
We'll bring it back.
Night.
Well, trust me, we don't want your baby. We'll bring it back.
We may have a doll. Maybe we can use a doll or something.
No, that's
like
not
that.
a real nativity scene if we're using dolls, guys. We can't use fake animals. They don't get it, BK. They're out. They're both out.
I'm Jewish and I'm offended by this disparagement of Jesus Christ.
I'm in.
God.
Hey, I did want to ask you guys something. Y'all were talking y'all were talking about dogs taking a shit, and all that stuff out in the yard. Why is it when people say that their dogs, are going to go do that? Why do they say my dog's got to go to the bathroom? Dog doesn't know what a bathroom is. No. They go and they shit and they piss. It's like the dog's got to go to the restroom.
No, my wife calls it potty. Dog's going potty. I'm like, he is? He better not jump potty in here in the house. Is he going to jump on one of my potties? He says, now go potty. I'm like, don't tell that to the dog. He'll go in one of the bathrooms.
Yeah, my dog's going to go drag its ass on the grass for a little bit.
Yeah, right back. My dog's just shit and piss. That's all they do. That is all they do.
Goodness.
Rodney, and if you step in it now, don't you throw your shoes away? Back in the day when you were a kid, you just wiped them off and washed them, hosed them down. I said, at this age, if I step in it, I'm getting a new pair. That's it. I'm not wiping it off.
The other day, I was out in the yard and I had on my slides, the slip-on shoes or whatever.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. So I had those on and I was going to do a workout. And so I go to the workout with my slides on. I look underneath and there's dog shit on there.
Oh, my God.
I just threw them in. I just put them in the locker. I'm like, I just put them in. Hold on. Like, you got to work it out later. It's like, I don't like sweat.
You got cake and dog crap on your shoes, and you just throw them in a confined locker to where the smell's going to be more potent.
That's what I did.
That's what I did. Great.
That's
I'm
what I did.
throwing them out in the trash. Rodney's put them in the locker for later.
It stunk anyway, guys. It smelled like sweat. It's like, whatever. Open that locker up. I'm like, here I am. All the dog shit.
This show's a mess. I got to go.
There it is. Boom. Slam it down.
I was going to ask what you guys got for Christmas and Hanukkah, but apparently you guys don't want to talk about it. See you guys. Good morning, Sal. Good morning, CB. What's going on to everybody that watches Chaos Theory and Texas Sports Unfiltered? Hopefully everybody had a great holidays, man. Happy Hanukkah, happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everybody, man. We got New Year's getting ready to come up. Make sure everybody is celebrating safely, but keep in mind, let's get ready for the Longhorns, baby. We got to be safe because we got to watch the Longhorns kick some ass up in the Superdome, baby. We're going to the Sugar Bowl. We'll be talking a little bit more about that as the events start to unfold. I want to talk a little bit about Christmas, though. I want to talk a little bit about some movie that both of us went to go see. I saw you do a little bit of review. I would love to hear a little bit more about you, or a little bit more from you on the Iron Claw. I want to hear from our guests, everybody on the text line, everybody on the YouTube line about the Iron Claw as well. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been here for the first portion of this year, or the first portion of the lifespan of Texas Sports Unfiltered, because we're going to be kicking this thing off again next year too, man. It keeps going, baby. The party continues, man. Thank you to everybody that's made this happen. Thank you to everybody that's made it possible. It's one of the best times of my day, getting to sit in here and talk sports for an hour with my co-host, Double R. And I don't know, man. It's been a really cool ride, dude. I love to see where this thing goes, dude.
Man, it's so exciting. I saw some folks or somebody posted on Twitter a while back to where it's like, hey, is it ironic that Texas Sports Unfiltered kicks off and look at the resurgence of the Texas program? I'm like,
coincidental.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Coincidental.
That's what happens when you put all the blue chippers together, with that program.
Are we blue chip talent? Would you say that we're blue chip talent?
Oh,
I would not.
No,
I would say that I was a work in progress, man. Because look, we cut our teeth in the production side of the house.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then within 2 months or whatever, I got a show on Sunday, and then you got your show on Saturday. So I don't know. It's wild. I wouldn't the blue chippers go right in. I feel like the blue chippers get the seat immediately. They don't have to do the producer side of the house. You know what I mean? Even BK did the producer side of the house. So I don't know if we could say that we're blue chippers, man. I think we're the progressors, man.
Dude, I
think the blue chippers are the athletes that get to come in and say, hey, like Babers is a blue chipper. You know what I mean? Babers skip the production chair and goes right to the damn chair 1 or chair 2. So that's where I think the whole I guess terminology of blue chippers, or I guess work in progress, because lack of a better terms for this. Anyways, man, it's been a fun ride, dude. It's been one hell of a ride. Oh, Craig is a blue chipper. Craig Way. Craig Way might be your blue chipper.
Hall of Famer, man, right there. Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. Welcome to Chaos Theory, as we get almost 10 minutes into this thing, finally getting our introduction off. But I am your host, not the fake Wags on Twitter, and you can find Double R, your other host, on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on the gram at the _ Rodney R, and then myself, I'm at the Wagner Wire. And Rodney, I don't think we got one ready for this week, but it is Athlete of the Week Day.
No, dude, I just thought
Did you
about
send
that.
me? I didn't send you anything.
No.
And
I just thought about that.
We spent 2 last week.
I know. Maybe we'll have to. That's going to be what one of them will be this week. I'm so thrown off, dude. I thought today was Tuesday when I woke up this morning. I am totally all thrown off here with all of this.
We had a conversation yesterday about Tuesday. I'm like, hey, man, we working today on Tuesday or are we working tomorrow?
Oh, shit. I think it needs to be mandatory that the holidays need to be at least on a Thursday, to kind of drag things out and kind of put. I'll tell you what I'm impressed about. You
don't like Christmas on a Monday?
Man, I like Christmas.
You get off. You don't have to go to work that day. See,
I get off every day.
When the holiday falls on Saturday, you only get that Friday off, right?
I get off every day, dude, if you know what I mean. I'll tell you what I think is cool. I think it's cool that we are back on the air today and that we are doing shows. I see, I've listened to a lot of shows. I check into a lot of different radio stations around the state and around the country, and a lot of folks are not doing anything live. But man, we are going, man. We are live and we are rolling. Of course, I think it helps that we have a team that's in the college football playoff. That's a big part of that too. But
did you finally start watching basketball?
I wanted to ask you about that. So what do you think? Because I know usually Christmas is the basketball day, where everybody's watching the NBA and all this. But here comes the NFL dropping games on Christmas Day and all of that. And apparently the numbers were astronomical of people watching the National Football League. What do you think of that? What do you think of the NFL kind of crowding in on the basketball holiday, man?
I had them, I was watching Golden State. I was watching the Lakers. I was watching Boston. I was watching, all the stalwarts in the NBA because I have the 2 TV setup of, you see behind me, guys. You see all the goodness and greatness behind me. I was able to watch the NBA and I was able to watch NFL, man. I think it's fantastic. You're not impeding on my sports day. You're only making it a little bit better, as a matter of fact. I think that is kind of like the idea of it too, right? You're going to sit there and try and get people to, I don't know, watch, optimal sports as possible, right? But also, try and spend time with their families, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's for the people that don't have families and people that are at bars, because bars stay open on Christmas Day, right? I haven't been to a bar in a long time, but I'm pretty sure bars stay open on Christmas Day for people that are lonely, I think. Anyways, this is a bad take and a take out of left field, but I'm going to say that the NFL and the NBA are all playing, on the same time, because all the people that want to get together in the bars, you know what I mean? So that way they don't take away from family time on Christmas Day and the holidays. That's the only thing I got for you, Rodney. You know me, man. I don't give a damn about ratings. I'm happy that the NFL and the NBA are putting games on at the same time. Hell, man, give me hockey, give me NBA, give me NFL, give me college football, give me all of it, man. Inject it all into my veins and then give me a little bit of Santa with a bow.
Well, I think it's great because I think so much of this is, sports really drives. When you talk about family time, when you talk about, bringing people together, sports does that. Whether people want to admit that or not. You look at a lot of people
sports drives my family away.
Well, I got to tell you, dude, I woke up on Christmas morning and that's when we do the gifts and all that, the kids are in and doing whatever. And I turn on, I tweeted this out. I turn on FS1 and they're showing like classic NASCAR races. And my wife is like, turn that fucking shit off. She's like, we're not doing that. She said, we're not opening gifts with ambiance of races from 30 years ago. You do that every day.
Yeah. Usually when we open gifts, man, we don't really have sports. Usually it's during the morning, so there's not really sports on. Usually it's Christmas Vacation, Love Actually. Take your pick of the top 5 of our Christmas movies that we love. Those are usually the ones that are, or hell, A Christmas Story usually comes on because that's playing 24 hours, from Christmas Eve all the way to Christmas is when Christmas Story plays on. So we usually put it on the damn holiday channel or whatever it is and just let it play. If movies aren't coming on that we like, we usually just put our top 5 on, that we can find on Netflix or Hulu or whatever like that. But usually the gift opening stuff happens pretty damn early. I think we opened one on Christmas Eve just because it's my wife's birthday as well. So she doesn't like to be the only one opening gifts.
Yeah,
so we all open one. I got an app, changed my life, man. I got an Apple Watch. Holy crap,
man. Dude, that will change your life for a lot of reasons, man. I wear one.
My steps, because I've been for a year now, bro. I've been sitting in a chair for
I know.
You know what I mean? So I got to get my steps. I got to be able to do work out a little bit whenever I can on the go or whatever. That's why I got the dumbbells up here or whatnot. But still, man, you sit in a chair for 9 hours a day. You kind of got to be able to find your activities as much as you can get. But now I get down to do burpees. Well, I started doing. I'm not gonna get too crazy with it. I started doing burpees a couple of days ago, man, like on Christmas Eve. So when I got this bad boy, but still, man,
those things.
I'm not gonna be doing burpees all damn day during work hours or whatnot. But I'm still gonna be trying to crank it up. You got 3 rings or whatever that you got to try and close, and of course the standing ring. It's not that. It reminds you, hard for me to close the standing ring.
It reminds you. It's like, okay, you started off good. You're doing good. You can still go get that other ring and all that. And there's even a setting on there. I don't know if you found that or not, where if you sit for like 50 minutes for 50 minutes, it's like get your ass up. Get up and move around, and that's great. I mean, yeah, man, I love this thing. It's a great alarm.
I will never be a CrossFit nerd, guys. Never in my life be a CrossFit nerd. They try and implement CrossFit into military training and stuff like, or you see CrossFit pretty popular in military cultures, right? Because the Murphy, do the Mighty Murph workout and stuff like that, and they got all Little Helen's got a damn workout or whatnot for it. There are all kinds of workouts for CrossFit. That's not me. I like to swim. I like to ride a bike. I don't like to run anymore. Even though running is essential, but it just beats the hell out of my knees. I don't have any cartilage in my knees in the first place. But swimming is key for me. And resistance training. Everybody wants, everybody thinks, oh, well, the only way to burn weight is for you to get out there and do cardio and everything. That's not exactly true. Sure, you're going to burn calories or whatnot with endurance training and cardio or whatever, but you're also you're not building muscle, right? And when you build muscle, you're actually burning fat. That's the thing. Exactly. Like, so when you do, like, not to make this like a whole kinesiology thing or physical fitness or whatnot, but if you really want to burn fat, lift weights and gain muscle, like resistance training. Like it's not a secret, or I guess it is a secret because people keep telling you to to eat right and to do cardio, but nah, man, it's actually lift weights and you will burn fat. Burning fat comes from lifting weights, not running.
For me, the watch, like when I'm
cocaine is the best too, Rodney. Cocaine's a great starter.
No, you will definitely lose weight then. I promise you that. But like the watch because for me it's all about kind of monitoring the heart rate. My dad had an incident a couple of years ago, and now I'm all about, oh shit, my heart. Any little thing I'm like, oh, something's wrong. But like when I'm spinning, when I'm cycling, it's like you set that thing on there and you go back and you look at your heart rate, at the way that thing fluctuates, and it's like, holy smoke, man, it's so crazy that you zing that thing up and then you got to bring it down and all of that. But you're exactly right. And I'll say the other thing that people really need to do if you want to lose weight, if you want to be healthy, whatever the case is, you got to drink a lot of water. I think we talked about that, man.
Water
so
pushes it out, flushes it out.
Yeah,
it does. I don't know. Water just pushes all the bad stuff out of you, man. And
right here,
you're not taking any of the other additives, and it's just water. And my wife tells me this all the time: don't drink your calories, eat your calories. Don't drink your calories. Which I basically drink my calories every damn day.
Me too.
I probably eat once a day.
Yeah, Ozempic and crack. That's a very good observation there by DJ. I mean, that will definitely get you. Where you want to be, depending where you want to be. But man, enough about that. Enough of.
Yeah, did you watch any football yesterday?
Dude, I did watch some football yesterday. I had to watch the Texas State Bobcats, man. I spent a little bit of time at Southwest Texas back in my day. And good for the Bobcats. I've got a lot of friends that went there to Texas State and graduated from there, and I've got a lot of friends that played football there. But I think one of the cool observations I want to make about that, way to go Texas State. When you talk about Texas State, that's always a party school. Did you see they ran out of beer in the third quarter? at SMU Stadium because all the people from San Marcos showed up. It was like 2 minutes into the third quarter, and they're showing all the empty beer cases over there where it's like no beer. They were out of beer. They weren't ready for San Marcos to make their way to Dallas. How about that?
I loved it, man. Now TJ Finley, leading the Bobcats to a little bit of a victory there. I mean, what Rice? I mean, I'm trying to find something good for Rice.
I know,
like McCaffrey. I mean, I don't know. Give me Rice is just not the. I mean, congratulations, Rice. You got into a bowl, but Texas State looked dominant here, man, and rightfully so, right? Rice isn't, an opposition that's gonna, turn heads and scratch names. And if you got if you got this dominant of a product, right, and it's, you don't even have your quarterback, spinning the threads and getting, 3 touchdowns or anything. It's your defense that's dominating and whatnot. It's usually the lack of talent on the opposite. Can't say that. I can't take anything away from Texas State's defense.
No.
But what it looked like yesterday was the lack of talent on Rice. Rice out, you're not exactly going to Rice to be a football talent, right?
No,
usually you're a brain, you're an engineer or somebody a lot smarter than we are. Or hold on, I don't want to take anything away from you. Somebody a lot smarter than me. We'll just say that. So.
And that was, watching that yesterday, I mean, DJ Kinney has done a great job there. And I mean, he utilized the portal. I mean, that's one thing right there, where a lot of folks talk about with Coach Prime and all that. And I know Colorado and Texas State, that's totally different levels right there.
Before was Spavital was the coach.
Yeah.
Before, right?
Yeah, Jake Spavital was the coach there. But this really was, I mean, because over there in San Marcos, they lack some of the resources. They lack facilities, all of that. I mean, it's a great school. I mean, it's a great school. San Marcos is a great town to be in. I mean, I spent a lot of time in San Marcos because that was kind of the offshoot for me growing up in Lockhart. That was kind of my big town. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's where I could go off and, eat better or find a bar or whatever the case is.
Hold on. You ain't going to eat better outside of Lockhart. Lockhart's got the best damn barbecue. You're not eating better outside of Lockhart.
Gets old, dude, man. You got to go get you some Herbert's Taco Hut. You got to go get some Manas. You got to go chase down all that good Mexican food over there in San Marcos. If you want to get outside of the barbecue thing, but good for them. I mean, I think it was a good thing. But yeah, Rice, to me last night, Rice was about 3 steps behind. I mean, Rice, that looked like to me, Wags, with you and I, with the football games that we have called, it looked like to me that was like a 6A D1 school playing a 5A D2 school is what that looked like in high school.
It looked like a scrimmage game.
Yeah.
It looked like a scrimmage game. I mean, it looked like one team belonged on the field and the other team didn't, man. That's what it looked like there. How about Minnesota? Did you watch Minnesota, watch any of the Gophers?
All that I saw was Katie Miller, the quarterback's fiance. That's all that I saw.
Who? Who is she? An athlete?
No, she's the quarterback. She is what's the guy's name? Kramer, is that the quarterback for Minnesota? They kept showing his fiance. It was very much remember
what a woman. It was almost like
very much that
with the AJ McCarron.
It was a Catherine Webb thing where they kept showing her over and over, and she's jumping up and down, and it's like, okay, yeah, Cole Kramer.
Link, chat. Can we get a link? Somebody post a link to this girl.
Yes, yeah, her name is Katie Miller. Katie Miller is her name. Beautiful girl, very beautiful girl. But I mean,
what a beautiful woman, huh?
That's what I saw of that game, because it was like, okay, they kept showing her. I mean, she got more airtime than the game did, and that's fine. But yes, I did watch the game. It was hard to turn it off, my man. It was.
Yes, I did watch the game. I want to talk a little bit about the Christmas Day games. Okay, I do. Before we get into, I want to talk about West Virginia and North Carolina today. I think that's going to be one hell of a bowl. Well, no, North Carolina is going to run away with it, but it's one of the games that pops off the list to me, pops off the slate here. But the Christmas Day games.
Mm-hmm.
Is Patrick Mahomes are the Chiefs has the window shrank considerably enough to where Patrick Mahomes can even ascend to MVP level and take the Chiefs to the championship? because no matter how good I thought, Baltimore was playing this year, no matter how good I thought, Jacksonville has played at times, Texans have, played at times. There's nobody that I thought that was going to be able to dethrone the Chiefs. Yeah. I thought for somehow, some way, the Chiefs would figure it out. Mahomes and company would be able to right the ship. Even though you triple team Travis Kelce, just somehow he finds a way to find holes and vulnerable spots in the opposition's defense. A wide receiver, insert wide receiver, whoever, into the lineup, and they would be able to catch anything that Patrick Mahomes throws. But that hasn't been the case. They have been struggling mightily to find something, you could call it, chemistry, you could call it, galvanization, whatever you want to call it, but they're not playing good football. It's inconsistent football. And, they their defense can't get off the field. They're not converting on third downs like they usually do. They're not making those magic plays that Mahomes usually has in his pocket, right? Has the window of success passed the Kansas City Chiefs?
I don't think so, Wags. I mean, to me, obviously Tyreek Hill, you lose that. I mean, that is a lot. I mean, that's a lot right there. But it really seems like what I see right now, I think I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, to where it seems like with Kansas City, there's a lot of distractions. I mean, I know we sit here and talk about the Taylor Swift thing. Dude, that's a distraction. There's a lot of focus on all of that. Now the Chiefs are America's sweetheart. I mean, they've been really, really good for a long time. But what has happened here with this is that Kansas City has lost some of the pieces that really made them great. And I think where you really see this, and this is where, we talk about all of it's very weird to me that it's like every week you look and you see Patrick Mahomes he's pissed, he's bitching people out. You see, you see 87 throwing helmets around and all that. There's a lot of distraction right there, and I think that maybe this is where, being the run that Kansas City is, maybe they got a little complacent right here. It's time to go back and retool. I don't think the window is passed because there's a lot of pieces right there that are still in place. But man, they've let this thing kind of obsolete itself a little bit, if you know what I mean. It's like there's a problem with the receiver thing, with Kadarius Toney. It's like the dude can't catch a cold. Go and fix that. The defense, obviously, I was totally surprised that the Raiders beat them the way they did.
That's what I want to talk about. I mean, we're not talking about them losing to the Ravens. We're not talking about them losing to the Jaguars or, another team that might be competing for a spot at the Super Bowl, right? Contesting for the AFC crown. We're talking about the Raiders. Now the Raiders have 7 wins, but I mean, this is a team that's got an interim head coach, Antonio Pierce. Antonio Pierce has some of the highest football acumen, or at least on the defensive side of the ball. That I'm being a Giants fan, I can tell you, like, watching this dude for his career, phenomenal, and then seeing him play, in Washington, phenomenal, right? This dude can ball, and I'm sure he knows how to motivate a locker room. But no Garoppolo. You're talking about a rookie with O'Connell here. Devontae Adams, sure. He's a dog, right? He's a dog, but no Jacobs as well. Jacobs didn't play in the game on Christmas Day either. So your number 1 running back wasn't there, and you still beat the reigning or the defending champions. A week ago, you struggled. You got the win, but you struggled with a abysmal debacle of a franchise in the Patriots right now. The Patriots, right? They are it seems like they find ways to lose games. The Patriots do, right? They don't know their identity with the quarterback. Mac Jones ain't the guy. Bailey Zappi might be, but they don't have a talented quarter or a consistent tier 2 to tier 1 quarterback at the at that position for the Patriots that can get them over a play.
Yeah.
Buffalo, who's been struggling, who's been up and down, inconsistent. Hell, they're offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey was released because of how inconsistent the quarterback play of Josh Allen's been, and the offensive productivity. They beat you. Okay, so my point is that I think the Chiefs' time has passed. They can't find ways to win. I don't want to call them cupcakes, but I mean, my God, in divisional, I get it. Divisional matchup, anything can go down with the division. Look at how well the Giants played. Whatever. You have to be able to put teams like this away. If you're the Philadelphia Eagles have the same problems. You can't put the Giants away. A team where Dable just wants to give the damn game away. I mean, they can't find ways to even get the easy points. The Chiefs have the same type of problems that the Eagles do. I think the people that the people that I used to herald, or the team that I used to herald as the stalwarts of the NFL, might be faltering just a little bit. I even had Philadelphia as one of the tops. Man, Dallas is better than Philadelphia. We saw that in game one, but somehow Philadelphia was able to sneak out of there with a win. And then Dallas dominated Philadelphia in game two. If Dallas plays Philadelphia again, Dallas will beat Philadelphia.
Well, let's hope.
I'm telling you right now, so the teams that I thought, the window of the Chiefs have shrank mightily, and also the Philadelphia Eagles have shrank mightily from what I've seen just on Christmas. Now, I know a lot of distractions can happen on Christmas, but that is my take, man. Well, right now, and I saw this in the chat room, Ravens look like the team. Miami kind of looks like the team as well, but the Ravens look really damn good. The thing about the Ravens is, what the Ravens are doing, but they still get it done. They still find a way to execute, which, hell, man, in Cleveland too. Are we really going to sit here and see Cleveland make a run at this thing with Joe Flacco, with the elite arm of Joe Flacco? Is Cleveland really going to be in contention for this thing? Probably not, because I think you need more dominant play. You need more than just a chip, a chair, and a prayer and throwing it to Amari Cooper. You know what I mean? To make an established run. But damn, Rodney, great football over the past break. I can't wait to see more of it going down. What are your thoughts?
Well, with the Ravens, to me, the Ravens are the best team in the league. And the whole thing that is kind of going undersold right here, like the Ravens have done for a long ass time, they have just a tremendous defense. And, kind of with the fallout that we're watching right now, where I'm looking at the way the 49ers get beaten, it's like, okay, maybe that's not a good snapshot of the 49ers. But yet when the Dallas Cowboys get steamrolled, it's like, oh, the Cowboys suck. And I happen to think that the other day the Cowboys lost to Miami. I think that was a better loss than I was expecting. I mean, to me, it looked like they were at least punching back. I mean, they had an opportunity right there to win that. I mean, the Dallas-Detroit game coming up on Saturday night is going to be really fun to watch, especially that being in Dallas, to see how, number one, Detroit comes in. I mean, I love all the excitement over Detroit. And finally, after 30 years, they're winning. I mean, that's great. That's great. But back to Kansas City. Kansas City has been on such a great roll, Wags, that this is kind of that part of the adversity that they've never felt before. I mean, they've never had these problems. They've never been beat by teams, like the Raiders, like what we saw the other. They are
modern day Raiders.
Right. They are just not gelling correctly. I mean, you look at them and they just don't look in sync. I mean, at all. And I think that's part of where you really look at these teams that go on really good runs, to where I think maybe with Andy Reid and that stuff. Here's the other part of this, Wags, and people don't even mention this, is what is missing from the Chiefs that has been there for the last several years. Eric Bieniemy, he's gone. He was the one that kind of made that offense. I mean, he was an integral part of that, and he's gone. So I think that's a big part of it. I think Kansas City goes back and retools, and they're going to go back and figure things out. I mean, get Mahomes guys, but here's the thing about it to me. It's like Mahomes hasn't had this adversity in the NFL. When he finally takes that job from Alex Smith, it's like, man, he's just been, a superlative. But now, here's a real test of Mahomes. How do you bounce back from this? Because they are not going to win the Super Bowl. I promise you. I mean, they may get bounced early.
Throwing it out there. I promise.
They may get bounced way early. They run into a Buffalo or even a Cleveland, one of these teams. And that's the other part, Wags. They're going to have to go on the fucking road. They haven't had a road playoff game. I will be surprised to see what the Hunt family does to build this, to keep this not dynasty, but to keep this recent success going for the Chiefs. This is a big test right here. Forget winning Super Bowls and all that. How do you respond from getting hit in the mouth like a boxer? Do you get up? Do you take the 10 count? Do you fall apart? There's a lot to watch right here with the Chiefs.
Do we have an updated draft order in the NFL? The Bears don't have it anymore, right? Is it the Cardinals?
No, I thought, hold on.
Because I got a question to ask everybody out here today, and it's usually it's something that we've talked about. Over the past couple of weeks, we've kind of toyed with this notion, and I want to ask the listeners out there if they've been encouraged a little bit more with the play of one Justin Fields. Because we talked about, the Bears being able to shore up their offensive line and then, get some pieces around Justin Fields and then making his team an actual contender. Instead of taking a little bit of regression and a step back and then kind of just a repetitive formula with getting a Caleb Williams and only getting maybe a return of a second round pick for Justin Fields. Justin Fields looks like he has the tools. He still throws interception, you know what I mean? He'll throw you one, maybe two a game, which isn't it's correctable. My point, it's correctable. He has tools, he has abilities that aren't teachable.
Yep, I agree, dude.
I think the Bears should listen to Texas Sports Unfiltered, in particular Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and do not get rid of one Justin Fields. Maybe, utilize their picks to trade and get more draft capital, draft lottery. But yeah, dude, it's, to me, man, I think Fields is their guy. I like what I've seen out of Justin Fields over the past couple of days. Hell, and if you're the Cardinals, I think maybe, and you jump up and you get the number one, Kyler Murray needs, to me, he's not a Justin Fields. Like Kyler Murray might be like, there's times where Kyler Murray can make decent plays. But I feel like Murray is more of a head case or an attitude problem than Justin Fields is. I feel like Justin Fields is a dude that wants to win and doesn't. And again, this is me just speculating. I don't know, any type of thing behind the curtain in Chicago or whatnot. But it appears that Justin Fields is a decent enough teammate in the locker room to where he's not a distraction or whatnot. And hell, with all these, with all the hype and hoopla of, hey, do the Bears take Caleb Williams? And is Justin Fields gone? With all that going around in the background of all this, Fields has still been able to come out and perform like a professional and perform pretty damn good. Why do I know? Because I got him on my damn fantasy team and he's got me in the championship. So
yeah, well,
Fields can play, man. Fields can.
And I think what you've seen with Justin Fields is you see progress. I mean, when you talk about progression versus regression, I mean, you see a lot of these guys where they regress and go the wrong way. And Wags, this is where we go back. I mean, you and I talk about this all the time. If I'm the Chicago Bears, you keep this dude. Why don't you fucking build around this guy? It is always the knee-jerk response. Quarterback is no good. The coach is no good. Whatever. I mean, you saw the Jets. I mean, the Jets have already talked about they're bringing back Robert Saleh. They're bringing all that shit back, to try to get another year with Aaron Rodgers and try to build around that system. I think with Chicago, what we have seen with Justin Fields is that he has put himself in a spot to where he has earned. No, he's not a franchise quarterback right now, but maybe he could be. Maybe he could be if you put the right pieces around him, man. And that's really the whole thing. If I'm Chicago, because, like we were talking about last week, how many guys have we seen where they are a bust, a flop, whatever you want to call it? They go somewhere else and they come back to bite you in the ass. If I'm Chicago, I am not ready to turn Justin Fields loose because he's going in the right direction. Kyler Murray, like you're talking about, dude, man, I've never been a fan of that dude. I never have. I've watched him. I watched him from high school all the way through. And it's
Dude,
one of those guys.
Like the way he handled, I remember the one time that I saw him on the Dan Patrick show, right? And he couldn't even answer simple questions like, are you going to sign? Like somebody asked him, are you going to sign your contract? And he looked over and he had to get his answer from his dad. Like, dude,
yeah.
I guess you want to say the right things, and you don't want to say stupid stuff if everybody in the nation
they
is
train you
every word or hanging on every word that you're on, right? But
yeah,
I mean, hell, we just go out there and blurt shit out because nobody listens to us. But if you're Kyler Murray, he was very cautious and very selective, with what he wanted to say, just very close to the chest. Almost made himself to an enigma to where hell I still can't figure him out, right? Yeah, and when you give me the presence of that, like you're unsure, you're not confident, I don't know if you'll ever be able to lead a locker room, right? Or to lead a team. Like you need established, you need to tuck it in your sock. Like you need to be able to tuck the damn thing into your sock with leadership. You know what I mean? You need to have that much leadership in your, in your ability, in your locker room, right? If you can, if you can walk into a room and demand that presence and tuck the damn dick in your sock, you're going to be fine. All right. You're going to be able to lead championships. But if you're just going to be up to, you ain't leading shit.
Yeah. No, two dudes I want to compare right here because they have one thing in common. They didn't lose a lot of high school games and they didn't lose a lot of college football games. Kyler Murray and Trevor Lawrence. I called some of Kyler Murray's high school football games. I saw that dude. I would try to interact with that dude. Didn't have time for me. You get into the NFL, you get drafted high, you're going to go to a shitty team and you're going to lose. How do you react from that? And here's the other thing with Trevor Lawrence, what I'm talking about right here, Wax. That dude fell into a horrible system. Imagine, remember when Lawrence comes into the league, it's like, get rid of that fucking guy. He's no good. All the hype, it is no good. But look at him now. And Kyler Murray has never gotten to that point. Wax, I got to talk about something right quick. Coming this weekend, we're going to New Orleans. I mean, it's Sugar Bowl time. We got a lot of new travel partners, and I want to talk about, because I'm talking about high school, one of our new travel partners, part of Raider Nation that you're very familiar with. It's my friends over at More Clean, headquartered right here in Round Rock. More Clean LLC is Central Texas' premier street sweeping, construction sweeping, and erosion control company. These folks, fellow Lockhart Lion graduate Jose Moore, 19, the same year as me. I won't give my age away, but they cover territory all the way from Waco down to San Antonio. They're headquartered right here in Round Rock. Check out their website, morecleantexas.com, or give them a call at 512-775-1918 if you need any sweeping or pressure washing for your home or your place of business. They'll come out and make that stuff, clean it all up. They are very big in the community as well. Jose and his group there, More Clean, they support local high schools right here across here. Not only the football teams, marching bands, football. I know Jose has actually called games with me when I was doing some Cedar Ridge games. Also theater, extracurricular activities. It is More Clean. Check them out at morecleantexas.com. Lots of new travel partners for the next 10 days or so coming up, Wags, as we get set to head down to New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl.
Can't wait, man. You know what? I still got to find a way to see if I can maybe find a ticket and get in there and go. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe if I say my prayers and eat my vitamins and eat my Wheaties and stuff like that, things might happen. And I might actually get into the game. Probably not, though, guys. Probably not. I'm looking for, I don't know. I got audiovisual consultations, man. 512-255-8678. That's the very best in audiovisual automations, man. I'll be watching the game from my throne with avconsultations.com, man. That's the only thing that I can say. If you have no idea what you want, go to the Gallery of Projects and see what they've done over the past 30 years, or 35 years, rather, in setting the standard in audiovisual automation since 1988. You can have that 4K style 2 televisions side by side like I do, or you can go downstairs and get the Dream Theater set up like I do, or outside on your patio. I think we're going to put an addition outside on our patio. We got a nice little chimenea that we can keep warm, and then also be outside and get the the natural ambiance and be able to watch TV. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. I will probably be enjoying the game from my couch, Rodney. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a ticket, and things happen to where we're gonna have to pull the plug, and I think I'm gonna have to go to Maryland for a little bit to see my grandma.
Yeah, no, totally get that, and that's it's kind of one of those things, man. Life throws curveballs at you, and you just gotta you gotta roll with it.
That's why I like Southwest, though. Southwest, you can get your points back. You know what I mean? You can cancel at any time up to 2 days before the flight or whatever, and you don't get your money back, but I mean, they allow you to use tickets in the future or whatnot. So Southwest has been, I don't want to say that I don't want to give airline companies their due, but Southwest has been the one that hasn't had the most problems.
I'll
say that because it's a nightmare to fly regardless.
Well, and we do
as a matter of fact.
We do remind you, depending, what your plan is for New Orleans, going to have live shows that'll be going on Sunday and Monday, I believe, is the plan right now. Texas Sports Unfiltered right there at Manning's. If you're not going into the game, I'm not going to the game. I'll be watching at Manning's with our friends with the Texas One Fund, Texas Tailgate, all of that happening. So you can still be a part of that. I believe it is Texas Sugar Bowl .party is where you can dive on and be a part of that. If you're not getting into the game, just want to get down there and feel everything going on. But again, Wags, I mean, so many great travel partners. Allstate Beer, Covert BK, we talk about them all the time.
Hey City, you want one of the damn best burgers in Austin, man, or the best burger of your life? Hey City Store, dude.
Absolutely.
The Bacon Jam Burger, Travis and Company down there. My God, they got an ice house out there. I mean, with nice little lamps or whatnot to keep you warm and stuff. Hey City Store is fantastic, and it's not just the bacon jam burger on the menu. They'll tell you anything on the menus is the best, right? But my personal favorite is the bacon jam burger. If it's got me willing to drive 2.5 hours, well, depending on the day, man, like 2 hours. 2 hours is probably
good ways down there.
What it is, estimate like pretty damn close, right? Pretty damn close to being a 2-hour round trip from being here where we live in this area, on down to Hay City Store, get your bacon jam burger and come back. It's well worth the trip, man. I'll do it. I'd try and get it in almost every other month or whatever. It's that damn good, man. You should be doing it too, man. Hay City Store.
Yeah, and now you can go downtown. They've got that great spot downtown as well. Ooh. Yeah. So doing good stuff right there. Good stock, Cover 3, Hoops ATX, Texas Orthopedics, Pest Wranglers, Hummel Realty, Lake Cliff Golf Club, Leaf Landscape Supply. Great travel partners apart with us with Texas Sports Unfiltered. So Wags, I do want to ask you. So one of the things. So kind of back to the NFL with the Raiders. You were talking there about the Raiders and the Chiefs. Are the Raiders going to piss this away and not give Antonio Pierce a legitimate chance to become their full-time head coach?
I don't know. I think the players respond to him well. I think Mark Davis has seen, seen the fact that Antonio Pierce can lead, right? He knows how to call a damn game. Hell, you're beating the Chiefs, Rodney. You know what I mean? You're not sitting here beating
at home.
Up on the cupcake. At home. You're supposed to be the cupcake, and you're beating the Chiefs, in Arrowhead. So, like you just mentioned, in Arrowhead. So, if I'm Mark Davis, I'm at least entertaining the thought of Antonio Pierce as my head coach and not just the interim head coach. I'm a big fan of going with the known, right? And right now, the known looks pretty damn good. You bring somebody, you bring. Another head coach in here, and then they got to bring their entire, squad with them and their entire faculty and staff. And, where will Antonio Pierce fit in with that? And, how will the players respond? I think if you're Mark Davis, how we talked about with Justin Fields, you put support and the pieces around Justin Fields. I think if you're Mark Davis, you put the support and the pieces around Antonio Pierce and see if you can kind of get this surprising middle of the pack Raiders team over the hump, and you got some young talent, you got some studs around there on the defense, and if you can put some of this, put some of the pieces together on offense, and hell, if O'Connell seems to be the guy that he's emerging emerging into. I mean, hell, nobody thought Brock Purdy was going to be the MVP candidate that he could be, as Mr. Irrelevant. Maybe they found a gem in O'Connell. The Patriots found a gem in Brady. Sometimes it's just finding that right piece to fit in the system, man. I don't know. The Raiders have a lot of questions to answer, and I think one of the easiest questions to answer is if they hold Antonio Pierce or give Antonio Pierce the head coaching spot. If I'm Mark Davis, I do.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I think that you got to give a legit look right there because I think it's so important that this team is rallied around him. I mean, I think that's a lot of what we see with the Dan Campbells over there in Detroit. Now, the champions of their division for the first time in 30 years is that he's a player's coach to where he gets these dudes to rally around him. And I mean, they took a shit show over there and he has turned this thing into where, they look pretty damn legit, So I think it's where they need to give that opportunity to this dude. I mean, let him, he's earned at least a really good look at it. But again, we're dealing with the fucking Raiders and Mark Davis. So, that's where the other part of that. And I do want to ask you, still kind of touching on the NFL right here, dude. I know you and I have been talking about Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers.
Yeah, Baker but Baker and the Buccaneers have come to a mutual agreement that Baker will be on the Buccaneers next year in 2024. I think it's a good move. I think it's the right move for the Buccaneers. I mean, we talked a little bit about it last week, right? When your succession plan to Tom Brady was Kyle Trask and you were just relying on the elite arm strength that you saw with him, kind of benefiting off of Pitt, because he had Pitts there in Florida too, right? And they were eating people alive. But still, he wasn't going up against the NFL talent that you see day or week in and week out on Sundays, right?
Right.
I haven't seen enough of Kyle Trask to sit here and say that he's not the guy, but my guess is that he's probably not going to win most first spots out on the team, right? If Baker Mayfield is beating him out. Now, that's not to take anything away from Baker Mayfield. I think Baker Mayfield is starting to find his comfort level in that Bucs system. And rightfully so. I mean, I think if you're the Bucs, you have to kind of give the nod and say, "Hey, man, we like what you did in the latter part of the season." My question is, will Mike Evans be there next year?
Yeah, that's going to be hard. It's always
Mike Evans is a big part of this dude's success, and rightfully so. I mean, all the dude does is find ways to catch touchdowns every Sunday, and he's got another 1,000-yard season. That's 10,000-yard seasons now for Mike Evans. Jerry Rice has got the record with 14. So Mike Evans knows how to ball. Mike Evans is a big part of his success. Mike Evans was a main part of the success for Johnny Manziel too. Everybody wants to sit there and say it was, Heisman, Johnny Heisman or whatever. Nah, man. Mike Evans is a main reason why he had so much success at Texas A&M. Just third and holy shit, throw it down the field, chuck it downfield, and Mike Evans comes up with it. Doesn't take talent to do that if you're Johnny Manziel. It takes talent for Mike Evans to go up and get the ball and hide it at the top point or at the highest point of it and go down and go up and get the ball. The same thing that you're seeing at Tampa Bay is happening for Baker Mayfield with Mike Evans. It's the effect, man. And if you bring Baker Mayfield back, you got to bring Mike Evans back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's always a follow-up because it's one of the things that I really enjoy about the NFL. I mean, a lot of things I enjoy about the NFL, but it really seems like every year there's a team that kind of sneaks up on people and then they fall apart the next year. Yeah, whatever the case may be. You watch it where teams have kind of gotten really good. Atlanta's done it a couple of times where they're really good and boom, they're in the Super Bowl. You never saw it coming. But, this year between Tampa Bay with the Rams, the Colts, I mean, you've got multiple teams that
Are
have.
You a fan of Minshew?
Hey, man, I tell you, I think that's the other part of that this whole year. I mean, looking at these guys, looking at these quarterbacks. I mean, guys. I mean, Joe Flacco. I mean, looking at guys, whether it be a guy out of nowhere.
Gets a call. Joe Flacco was on his couch, my guy.
Exactly.
Joe Flacco was on his couch.
Exactly. Like you're talking about O'Connell. We could talk about the dude in New England. We can talk about those guys where it's like, who the fuck are they? And then we can talk about guys sitting on their couch, and we can talk about guys like Minshew. Same thing. I mean, where the hell did he factor in when we went back? We would have never said any of these names. Yeah. I mean, it's what'd you say? I'm sorry.
Jake Browning.
Jake Browning. Yeah. It's like, and that's where it gets all interesting. Once the season ends and all the coaches get fired, you're going to have Black Monday when everybody gets fired at the end of the regular season and all that. And it's like, okay, some of these guys are going to make some really good money. These guys are going to make some really good money for a half a season that they came out of nowhere, dude. And that's
speaking of making money. You gonna be making money tonight or today? You gonna be betting on any games? We got 4 games slate. 4 games slate in college football, baby.
I'm heading to New Orleans, so I'm gonna kind of save up. The Mama's going to New Orleans, so she's gonna be doing all the betting. I got to.
Mama's wrong again.
Mama's going, dude. I can't wait to watch. I'm looking forward to watching the Aggies in Oklahoma State tonight. I'm gonna try to stay up. That's 8 o'clock, isn't it? That's not that late.
That's not too late. But if you're traveling, are you leaving today?
No, shit, no. We ain't leaving till we're leaving Friday. We're leaving Friday. We're going to stay in Beaumont, and then we'll head on over. So yeah, no. It's not getting all crazy like that. But she's all fired up.
That's today. You should, you should be able to stay up for that. That is the Texas Bowl there. I mean, and you got, man. I think Gundy and company is going to run the hell out of Texas A&M, man.
Who do they have left? Who's A&M got left? I mean, it's like everybody.
I don't know. That's the thing.
Everybody bolted out of there, man. It's like, geez, Louise, talk about what a. Yeah,
I don't know who's left on that. So if I'm probably gonna right now. Oklahoma State's only given 3. That's a little daunting for me right now. Over under 54.5 on this.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Cowpokes. Yeah. I'm going to take you there. I'm taking the Cowpokes here.
Yeah, man. I think they're going to roll.
I'll see how the Sharps come in. I want to see what the Sharps come in towards 8 o'clock. But right now I'm liking Oklahoma State so far. But I'll see what my return is on that. How about the first game on the slate, though? Virginia Tech, Tech. Or it would be Vertech at Tulane here. Tulane only 2 losses on the season here. You think that's good enough for old Virginia Tech and company here? Virginia Tech's getting favored 10.5 here.
That's what I was wondering. So what happened there? Did Tulane have a bunch of people defect, or what's going on right here? Because that 10-2 Tulane team, I watched them play UTSA, and again, that was a UTSA team without their starting quarterback, without a lot of pieces right there. Oh, by the way, Trey Moore, welcome to the Texas Longhorns, my friend, from Smithson Valley. Come on in. I text his mom. I'm like, why didn't you tell me? Why'd you put me on ignore? And she said,
yeah, you were supposed to be our behind the scenes guy on that.
She's like, I ain't telling you shit. She said, you have a big mouth. I'm not telling you things. Felt like I was talking to my wife. What happened to Tulane right there? I was wondering why that line is set up the way it is right now.
I don't know, but 10.5, 43.5 for the over under. I'm gonna have to take a look at this thing, Rodney. That kicks off at 1 p.m. My guys, I think I'm taking Tulane.
Yeah, me too. I don't understand.
That's the Military Bowl, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Hey, and then you got our man Mac Brown. Mac Brown taking on the Hokies at 4:30. I think it is. There it is. Mac Brown. See, Mac Brown was really pissed off after their last game because the coach of the other team was being really
West Virginia favored in this, Rodney. Virginia favored 6 points here against the Tar Heels.
Give me the Mac Browns, my man. Wrong team favored.
Wrong team favored.
Oh, that's right. Tulane did lose their coach. He left. He went to Houston.
Yeah, but I mean, just because you lose the head coach, I don't think you didn't lose the talent. Now I know coaching is a big part of the game, baby, but I'm going to take Tulane there. I'm going to take North Carolina here. Wrong team favored. Louisville versus USC.
Caleb Williams. Oh, he's not.
No. I don't know. Louisville's a bad.
What's the line on that one, dude? Team. I don't have that in front of me. What's the line there?
Line is Louisville's favored by 7.
You know what? I think I'll take that. USC is.
USC. Yeah. Give me Louisville. Give me Louisville. Even though as bad as Louisville is, give me Louisville. Because USC is not a good team either, and without Williams, they ain't going to be putting up nowhere near the points that they had. All right, so my slate today, I'm going to take Tulane I'm going to take wrong team favored Tulane, wrong team favored North Carolina. Give me Louisville to cover. Damn, and give me Oklahoma State to cover.
Yeah,
that's
what
my
I'm
slate
thinking
for college football right there.
That's what I'm thinking. Yes,
USC,
Drake May.
no offense and no Caleb. Louisville all the way. No, you're right, Longhorn Bear. That's where my mind went. That's where my mind went for sure.
Connor Harrell.
About Covert before we get out of here?
Connor Harrell will be the backup quarterback. Absolutely. Again, a travel partner, but again, man, they've been with us since the get-go. Covert BK, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships out there, 7 different brands in beautiful Bee Cave out there in the illustrious hill country of Central Texas. Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. Fords and Chevrolets right down Highway 79 over in Hutto. The Fords and the Lincolns on Research Boulevard in 183. Covert BK also servicing all makes and models. 86 service bays right there in and out. They will get you done. And it's those new pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're going to hook you up right there at covertbcave.com. Check out the weekly specials. Obviously, New Year stuff going on. I was checking out Covert BK earlier on Facebook, and I saw that my man Dan Covert had all these different like commercial type vehicles. So if you're looking for that as well, I mean, they can fix you up with that as well. So check out covertbcave.com. Stop by and see Dan. Stop by and see Stacy. Stop by and see Mike. Check them all out. My man, Mr. Washington will set you up as well if you want to make your way out there. Serving generations of Central Texans since 1909. It is the Covert family, covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. And sure as hell, not ever. Imagine this, speaking of Covert. So you're going to have BK, you're going to have Bucky, you're going to have Trey Elling, you're going to have all them dudes in a Covert vehicle heading to New Orleans. Look out right there. That sounds like the Von Erich brothers. No, not the Von Erichs. They're all dead.
We still need to talk about that, by the way, before the guys come on. Also, I need to figure out how to talk to Dan Covert, because the Wagners are in the, I guess we're in the arena of shopping for a new car. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure that I get, the right deals and the right type of vehicles for me. And the way to do that is through Covert.
He'll probably call you.
Dan the man.
He'll probably call you because he's watching this. He's probably going to be like messaging you, blowing you up.
Maybe.
What are you looking for?
See, man. Anyways, hopefully the guys have a safe holiday down there. I guess Jordan and BK are jumping on here in a few minutes here, or a few seconds. But before we have them jump on, you want to talk about Iron Claw real quick? Or do you want to save that for tomorrow?
Yeah, let's save it. I think because I'll go on and on. So
First impression. All right, give me at least a ranking on 1 to 10.
I'll give it an 8. I think they did a really good job just portraying, because the synopsis of the story is really, all the tragedy. I mean, there was some stuff left out.
I thought they left a lot of stuff out.
The timeline was off, but like I was talking about on that review that I did yesterday, a lot of this is a world-class thing, not so much of Von Erich's. The world-class thing is what caused a lot of these problems. And Papa Fritz, God damn, we walked out of there. My wife and kid, they're like, that dude is an asshole.
Yeah, can you imagine?
I'm like, don't speak bad of the dead. He is passed.
So yeah, well, still, I mean, what an asshole. I mean, my God. I don't have brothers. All right. I'm an only child now.
Yeah.
But I never been ranked ever in my life.
When sitting around
for my family, like you're my favorite. You're not. I've never been heard that. And one, I don't know what that would be like if you have siblings. That has to pit the siblings off at each other, right? Or make them, want to hurt each other, or want to draw blood. I don't know. Maybe he thought it was going to make them better. Maybe it's going to drive,
different times,
competitiveness in them or whatnot. But I don't know. What an asshole is all I can say. We'll touch more about that tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
The Iron Claw. Holy hell. But Zac Efron, when I saw Zac Efron, I thought he was wearing a damn body capsule, as a matter of fact. Like the dude from High School musical or whatever. You got to get your head in the game or whatnot. I thought he was actually wearing a suit. Dude.
We're all in this together. We're all
put
in
on
this
30
together.
pounds, man. Yeah. Put on 30 pounds for that role, man. He looked phenomenal, dude.
I put on 30 pounds.
Who did? Troy Bolton?
No. Troy Bolton. Yeah, Troy. Get your head in the game, Troy.
I put on 30 pounds, but I don't look that.
Try it, Dad.
Is that guy not still in high school for East High?
I don't know, but he's fantastic. And one thing that hit me with this thing, with the whole circle of this, right, is that, dude, like, he worked with The Rock on Baywatch. So he probably hit The Rock up to get some wrestle moves or whatnot for the Iron Claw. That's the only thing, maybe I can't wait to see the backstory on this.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Chavo Guerrero Jr. was a wrestling guy on there. So yeah, good stuff right there. I was waiting for him to turn into Ted Bundy and kill Fritz.
Jesus, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know. Anyways, man, thank you guys for watching Chaos Theory. We'll talk to you tomorrow, man. It looks like it's time for BK and Jordan right now to jump on and talk for, it's only an hour, and then BK's probably going to talk another hour. So
yeah,
that's it.
That is it. You guys be good, man. Thank you guys for watching Chaos Theory, and make sure you guys thank the sponsors and keep us rocking and rolling there with going through the Superdome and going through Sugar Bowl and whatnot. You guys be good, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Hook 'em.
Later, boys.
All right, there they go. Wags and Rodney. It's Chaos Theory, and now it's time for It's Only an Hour. No Jeff today. Jeff is in transit to New Orleans, making his way to the Big Easy for the Sugar Bowl. So I'm filling in with Jordan for the next hour. What's up, big dog? How you doing?
Not too bad. Excited to be on after a break. The break was nice, though. I slept in past 11 yesterday.
There you go. Yeah, Christmas is nice for everybody, but the fact that Christmas happens right after signing day, which is like your busiest week of the year, like you have earned the long weekend more than just about anybody in the world. So I'm glad you got to catch up on some rest and hopefully enjoy some time with friends and family too.
Yeah. So Jeff going early. He might gain 30 pounds for the game. Yeah. Are you going down there, BK? You are, right?
I am. Yeah. We leave on Saturday, so I can't do more than like 3 days in New Orleans. Otherwise I'll be fat and I'll be broke. So I'm staying here till Saturday and then making the road trip this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going, but man, I'm nervous of the people just going on that bridge on I-10. That bridge sucks. On a trip to Florida, I got stuck in traffic there I was young, so I don't really know how long. It felt like the whole day though, because there was a wreck. So I don't wish it on anyone. And I'm, kind of sad I'm not going to the game, but happy I don't have to go through driving and getting there and just dealing with all that, because Louisiana is just a shit show in terms of the roads too. Like, they're all shitty as hell. And also, like, the cops will sit right there once that long ass bridge ends over the swamp and just will pull over people. Every time I've ever driven past there, I feel like I've seen a cop there, or a cop in the process of pulling someone over as well.
Thank you for letting me know. That's much appreciated, because I'm driving, so I'll make sure I don't get got by that speed trap out there. Yeah, Jeff is doing it right, driving today, or at least traveling today, right? Because I'm sure this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, it's going to be a nightmare getting really anywhere in Texas to New Orleans, but especially from Central Texas. So, yeah, I've already told myself this drive's going to take like 8-9 hours this weekend, and that's basically going to be a whole day of my life given up to I-10, which is not fun. But hey, excited to be out there. We'll be doing shows at Manning's on Sunday and Monday. So we'll be bringing y'all live coverage, boots on the ground from New Orleans for Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll give y'all more details as we get closer to the weekend. And, of course, tomorrow we'll be at Pluckers, the Link location, from 2 to 5, doing a little round table. So I hope to see all of you out there. All right, Jordan, I'm going to give you the floor, man. Like, I met with Bucky this morning. I talked about a lot from the sports weekend. We'll obviously recap whatever, but where do you want to start today, man? What's on your mind after the long weekend?
Honestly, not a ton went on, which I'm very grateful for, because I didn't have to just like get up and write anything in the middle of the last few days. But there's actually a kid committing on January 1st that I believe will be committing to Texas. His name is Anthony Williams. He goes by Deuce, goes to Shadow Creek in Houston. We have him listed at 6'2", 185, because that's what we have him verified at last. But he's probably around about 6'3", 190, 195-ish now. So going to see if I can get that changed on his profile before the first. because of my relationship with the kid, I'm not going to be able to join the Crystal Ball Club, unfortunately. But again, I do think he's going to end up at Texas. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. He, again, about 6'3", 190-ish, can play literally anything at linebacker. I'll get to ATN in a sec. He can play literally any linebacker position. He comes off the edge. He plays Mike, Sam, Will, like whatever you want to come up with for linebacker position names. He can do it. A little light. I seen some people when I posted on our board about it last night. Some people worried about his weight. He has a great frame, super lengthy, so he can add a ton of weight, a ton of mass to his frame. I think he will once he gets to college. I also don't think he's the type of guy who will be playing early, and also, I mean, you know, some people might not like that and be like, oh, maybe he's not that good. It's like, also, people forget freshmen are not supposed to play. They are not supposed to play. The only time they're playing is either you suck so bad you have to play a freshman, or they're like a future first rounder where they're just better than everything you got. For example, Anthony Hill or Calvin Banks.
I think Texas is transitioning from that, by the way. Like for years, this program was, oh, shoot, we don't have any other options. We've got to play freshmen. And now it's getting to the Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia level to where it's like, no, like, you know, if a freshman is playing, it's because that guy is really freaking good. And it's nice to be closer to that. Texas ain't quite there yet, or those three are, but it feels like we're on the right path for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what Deuce Williams is. I mean, he's a guy who needs a year or two, put on weight and strength and conditioning program with Torrey Becton. And I mean, yeah, I'm very interested to see what Texas's vision is for him. I know some school, so I've actually known him for a long time because his father played at Baylor, and I covered Baylor for a year, and they were one of, if not his first offer. I don't remember if they were the first. They were one of the first three, I'm pretty sure. So I've known him for a long time, and again, he can literally play anything. So interested to see kind of, you know, how he's used. There's also a really good in-state linebacker class for 2025. The headliner he's listed as an athlete right now, but I mean, he could be. I like him at linebacker more than anything. He could be a really good safety as well, but his name's Jonah Williams. He's a 5-star from Galveston Ball, home of Mike Evans.
Home of my sister. My sister is a student at Galveston Ball right now. So she knows Jonah. Yeah, I'll see if she can get you some.
Plug me in with the source.
He's a stud. I'm sure you've watched him a couple times. I've watched a couple of his games. Like, that guy is a freaking monster, dude. And G-Ball has had some. I mean, you talk about Mike Evans, but also Casey Hampton. Like, there have been some dudes who have come out of that school. So I don't know if he's that level, because we're talking about two like borderline Hall of Fame NFLers, but that guy is he's got a bright future for sure. That'd be a huge get for the Horns.
Yeah, no, he's special, man. Actually, I wanted to go see him play this year, but Galveston Ball, they for the most recent realignment, they were in a Houston ISD district and just shat on everyone. Their only close competitive games were non-district, and I just had games I needed to see that were more important than that one. And also, this Jonah is one of those kids that plays for like 9 7-on-7 teams and is at every tournament. I go to a ton of 7-on-7 tournaments, and I know Jonah decently well. I know he's not committing before the start of 7-on-7 season, so I was like, I'll go see him another time. But Jonah Williams, he's one of the in-state linebackers that I think they'll still have room for sure. I mean, he's not a guy you ever say no to.
Yeah, I'm looking at the composite rankings on 24/7 right now, and he's the 13th ranked player overall. He's the number 2 linebacker, and he's the number 3 player in the state, behind only DeCorian Moore, who of course Texas is still going after, and Devin Sanchez, the corner from North Shore.
Yeah,
pretty good company.
Oh yeah. But so Jonah, I think they're in a good spot for him. The other 2 linebackers that I think will, you know, have room at Texas no matter what is Elijah Barnes from Skyline in Dallas. His linebacker coach, his position coach at Skyline is actually Peter Jenkins. Fun fact.
Nice.
So,
he
has Peter Jenkins in his ear. He likes Texas a lot to begin with. He's not a kid who's been able to take very many visits yet. So the fact that he's been to Texas, I believe, 2 or 3 times now is, definitely an advantage, along with having Peter Jenkins in his ear. SMU is also in it for him. Florida State, Alabama, LSU, Oklahoma, a bunch of heavy hitters in that one. But again, Texas has a lot of advantages there. And then Riley Pettijohn from McKinney. I know it was Texas, Florida, Florida State, but I believe he also said USC. Whenever I went and damn, my voice been cracking a lot today.
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but now that you said it, yeah.
Nah,
you all right over there? What's going on?
I lost my voice at State. Like every year around the same exact time of the year, I get hit with crazy allergies and I'll lose my voice about half the time. And I've been trying to get it back. I thought I mostly have it back. I guess not.
Yeah, dude, that's me. I mean, you've heard me the last few weeks. Like this is the first day in like a month where I've sounded like myself. I've been drinking and pissing out so much tea, it's disgusting. So I get you, man. I get you.
Yeah. But the other guy's Riley Pettijohn. Texas is the only in-state school he's really given the time of day to. His dad played at Syracuse. So, they have a pretty young, cool new staff, in my opinion. I think they know what they're doing. I think Elijah Robinson is one of the best coaches in college football, and, he's coaching defense for them. So Syracuse could maybe make a play for Riley Pettijohn. I know Florida State ran it. The Florida DC, who was also the linebackers coach, is now at A&M. So maybe A&M can make a push there. I honestly kind of doubt it, though. But yeah, that's I guess the latest on the 2025 linebackers.
Yeah, is that just kind of looking at these rankings, and you're obviously way more tied into this than I am, but is linebacker in the state of Texas kind of the deepest position? I mean, it looks like on the composite rankings, you've got 3 or 4 of the top 15 players in Texas that all play linebacker. Is that kind of the big money position for 2025?
In Texas, it's more receiver, and with the linebackers you were looking at, it was the 3 we talked about, and then Max Granville, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Max Granville, I really don't know what happened, but he strongly dislikes Texas. Again, not sure what happened, but they weren't in his top 10, and I know someone who kind of helped him create the top 10, and he's like, "You don't want to throw Texas in there? It's like just a hat on the table," and he was like, "Hell no."
Damn.
So yeah, Texas is not in it for him, but he's kind of more of an edge prospect than an actual linebacker prospect. So eventually that'll get changed. But I mean, he's a very weird, intricate, I guess, unique prospect. I mean, he's only about 6'3". He's not super. He doesn't have a super long wingspan, not super lengthy. Doesn't have amazing arm measurements, and majority of his game is speed rushing. And Texas kind of got the literally best version of that in 2024 with Colin Simmons. So they're also in it for other more traditional edges that are in 2025. So, I mean, him not including them in top 10 really doesn't hurt at all, in my opinion. But the strong in-state group is a receiver. DeCorian Moore, who's a top 5 or like our number 6 prospect. You have Khalil Lockett, who's like a top 15 prospect. That's 2 5-star receivers in Dallas alone. You have Andrew Marsh, who's a borderline 5-star at Katy Jordan. I'm trying to think of the other big names. Taz Williams, or guys at least who have Texas offers. Taz Williams, Kelshawn Johnson, Carterius Brown.
Damn. I see an Adrian Wilson, but it looks like he's committed to Oregon already.
Yeah, that's like my son. He plays the 7-on-7 program I work with. I've known him since he was like in 7th grade.
Nice.
Yeah, Texas, I don't know. They've taken too long to offer him, and the ship has sailed. He's not. He's originally actually from Alaska. So he doesn't have he didn't really grow up rooting for Texas. They don't have that kind of pull with him as well. So he didn't want to wait around for that. And when you grow up in Alaska, Oregon's kind of the school a lot of those kids root for, Washington. And so that was, he grew up rooting for Mariota a little bit when he was really young, and that's where he's going. But yeah, I'd say the in-state receiver group, though, I'm actually going to write about that sometime later this week. Just because of how good it is. schools like Baylor, schools like Houston, schools like SMU are going to end up with kids that they would never get in any other class, but it's because Texas A&M, OU, LSU, they can only take so many receivers. And there's also receivers outside the state of Texas that these schools recruit as well. So, that said, Baylor or SMU or UH is going to end up with like 1 or 2 4-star receivers that they would never get in any other cycle. And it's just because spots are going to fill up.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it works. Yeah. All the guys I've been running through are in 2025.
Yeah. What about, I feel like obligated to ask a DeCorian Moore question, because even if you're not a big recruiting fan, I think you know who that guy is because of just how good he's supposed to be. Committed to LSU a few months ago, but like right when the commitment happened, I feel like everyone was like, all right, like hold on, this thing is far from over. And it seems like Texas is still pushing, and they're going to continue to push until next year's signing day in December. Is Texas still in good standing? Is DeCorian Moore's recruitment still kind of open, even though he's already committed?
Yeah. He talked with someone from 24/7 after the Duncanville State Championship game and said that Oregon, Texas, and I think the third school is USC are the schools pushing the hardest for him. At the end of the day, I think if he's flipping to Texas, not Oregon or USC. I wrote in the last week, I did a story kind of what I know on 2025 offensive guys. And for DeCorian, I wrote, like, this isn't a crystal ball at all, but, I do think he eventually ends up at Texas. Guys that are of this caliber that Texas wants this bad, they really don't miss on them. Kelvin Banks, DJ Campbell, Colin Simmons, Wingo, Brandon Baker, Phil Smee. Who am I skipping in 2022? Anthony Hill. Yep. Like all those guys where it's like Kobe Black too, where it's like these are guys that as sophomores we labeled and said we're not missing on these guys. We can't miss on these guys. We'll do anything it takes to get these guys. And that's what they did. DeCorian Moore is, if anyone is a can't miss guy, if anyone is the number one guy in 2025 across the board, it's him. You don't want the number one player in the state of Texas leaving state lines to go play LSU, who you're going to play, every year, or mostly every year, I assume, in the SEC. So I really think they're going to end up with him. Also, they have Colin Simmons, they have Alex January, they have Cam Williams on the roster. That's more Duncanville players than any other school can offer him. I think SMU is going to be really aggressive this cycle. They're putting some money together and also going to the Power 5. This is the best they've been since the Pony Express scandal. Like, they're going to get some guys that they're not used to getting, and that's going to start this year. So I think they're going to make a late aggressive push for him. It's actually a funny story. SMU was the second highest offer for Colin Simmons for like 6.5 of the last 7 days leading up to him committing. I'm assuming y'all can put together what happens in the last 7 days leading up to a kid like Colin Simmons committing. So pretty impressive by SMU. And I expect them to have an aggressive mindset in how they pursue DeCorian Moore. But yeah, I really think DeCorian Moore is going to end up at Texas eventually. I really do.
Wow, that's awesome. Can I make a social media clip of you saying that?
No, I would not like that. There's a reason I wrote like twice in the paragraph, like, hey, this is not a crystal ball whatsoever.
All
it's
right.
like 90% of the stuff I write is getting screenshot and put on Twitter. So it's like, I need to be careful with what I say, obviously. And again, it's not a crystal ball. If I felt that strongly about it, I put one in. But
yeah, it's a scary industry you guys work in, man, because you could be right 99 times out of 100, but the one time you're wrong that's the time that people hold against you forever.
Yeah, and that's like, dude, I had so many people. I was going to save this for the behind-the-scenes story that comes out in February, but I'm fine with saying it now. I had so many people on my ass for the Xavier Filsaime official visit dates. I had literal screenshots of him saying those are the dates he was coming. Like literal screenshots. And he quote tweeted it like 3 minutes after I put out the tweet with the story and was like false. And I was just like, oh my God.
Like you sent me these, dude.
Yeah. No, it wasn't him that sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
I got the yeah. And I held on to it for a few days as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, the timing of this I know is kind of rough, but I knew it was getting out eventually. Someone else would report it. I wanted the credit for it. And also, again, I held on to it for a few days. But because he quote tweeted it false, he ended up deleting it like literally a minute later. But all the Florida fans screenshot it and were like, "You're a dumbass, whoop-de-woo," all that. And I was just like, okay, y'all. And I was kind of upset he ended up rescheduling the dates for the next weekend. But I was happy that he was like, yeah, those were the dates. We're rescheduling it. Because I'm like, okay, y'all. Everyone knows I'm right now.
Yeah.
But it's like, dude, shit like that, where it's like, I know I'm right, and I'm just getting destroyed.
Right. Yeah, Florida fans. Well, we got the last laugh over them. Now, you're too good of a guy. Yeah. You didn't start chirping back after he flipped to Texas, did you?
No, I thought about doing a victory lap, but usually whenever like Missouri fans piss me off a ton the day of Ryan Wingo's thing, just because that was so wild how back and forth it was going, and I was one of the few people saying I feel strongly that he's going to Texas. So Missouri fans were on my ass, and instead of going after them individually, I just quote tweeted the tweet they're all under. I'm like, hey, some good stuff here for Texas fans if they want to circle back on this.
There you go.
And then they took care of it. My mentions were awesome. But
I bet. That's awesome. What about anything 2024 related? Obviously the most of the blue chip guys have already put pen to paper, and now that you're done with this early signing window, I'm sure there's a part of you that doesn't want to talk about the early signing window. But any names that maybe Texas fans should be paying attention to over the next, I don't know, month and change before we get to NSD 2?
Yeah, I mean, there's really only 3 names. There's really only 3. I'm like, am I missing anyone? Off the top of my head, there's only 3 names that I can think of that at least we're watching in 2024. One of them is Dominic McKinley. He's a 5-star defensive lineman from Lafayette, committed to A&M. At this point in time, at least me and the people I work with, don't think there's any way he's ending up signing with A&M. He is an official to Tennessee and one to LSU. I cannot remember the other one he had scheduled. But he's one to Tennessee, one to LSU. He took his official to Texas over the summer, so he can't use his official there. LSU is really interesting because they're the big time in-state school for the big time in-state Louisiana prospect out of Lafayette. So over the summer, I wrote about this like kind of every time I wrote about McKinley, but over the summer is really weird how the McKinleys just wanted nothing to do with LSU, if I'm being completely honest. It was a revolving door of defensive line coaches for about 6 to 8 months there in Baton Rouge. Kind of the way just the LSU staff was going about recruiting Dominic and his family, it kind of rubbed the McKinleys the wrong way. So I haven't spoken directly to Dominic or his mother. That's more of Hank's recruitment, if I'm being honest. But, what I do know from Hank and them, and seeing that an LSU official visit has been scheduled, I assume LSU has mended that part of the relationship, or at least appears they mended it. Tennessee is interesting. They were not in it at all over the summer, it felt like. That's nothing a late push can't do. I don't think Syracuse, with Elijah Robinson, even though he was a big part of A&M, if not the main part of A&M, getting Dominic McKinley in the first place, I don't see Dominic McKinley going to Syracuse or that far from home, because over the summer he liked Ohio State a lot. They did a great job on his official visit, but I mean, before they left Ohio, his mom and him already crossed him off the list because they were just too far from home.
Anything on Oklahoma for them?
Yeah, so Oklahoma was really in it for him as well over the summer. Like it over the summer, it was clear it was going to be A&M, LSU, or Texas. I mean, A&M, Texas, or OU. My bad, not LSU. And Oklahoma somewhere in there, kind of just like how Texas is somewhere in there. Dom doesn't talk at all. He doesn't do interviews unless you get him in person. And then his mother is apparently very spotty with, responses. Again, I'm not the guy on that recruitment. That's all Hank. So it's kind of hard to figure out who's truly involved and to get a good read. But, I'd say LSU, Tennessee, Texas, and OU. Those are the 4 schools I'm watching.
Okay. Yeah, I have a buddy who went to Oklahoma who's like, oh, yeah, if we get McKinley, that'd put the icing on the cake of this class. And I'm like, shit, I didn't realize McKinley was even an option for y'all. But I guess there's still an outside shot that he is.
Yeah, so, a lot of recruits say this, but I think it's a little different with McKinley's situation. But the education and degree part of it and just academics, it's a big part of the recruitment. His mom is a school teacher, so that's why I said, I feel like they actually kind of mean it whenever they say education is important to them.
Yeah.
And to be completely honest with you, I forgot what he wants to major in. I knew it over the summer because it was a topic of a conversation on our board. But yeah, academics are a big part of that. The other 2 names for 2024, one of them is Terry Bussey, 5-star athlete at Timpson. Deep East Texas, also actually committed to the Aggies as well. After his state championship game, he won the MVP of the 2AD1 state championship game, which would have been 2 weeks ago from today.
There you go.
He spoke with the media after and said he's going to sign in February and that he would like to take visits to A&M, USC, Alabama, and LSU before he signs in February. And while he is committed to A&M, he wants to take those visits. He wants to get back to A&M so he can, get to meet the coaches better. It is a new staff. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe they finalized the staff completely either. Sorry, we just got a text.
You're good.
Engineering. Perfect. Someone just came through clutch with McKinley's major. I'm trusting you on that. I don't know that 1,000%, but let's say engineering.
There you go.
Dominic McKinley, 5-star engineer.
Yeah, smart kid if you're majoring in engineering as a 5-star player. That's not like sports management or social work or some of the other, ridiculous majors that these kids who just want to play football sign up for. Like if you're an engineer at Texas or any of those schools, you're putting in work right there. So,
yeah, no, most of the time when we ask the "What's your major?" question, we get hit with like kinesiology or sports management or whatever. It was funny. I'm not going to say his name, but a member of Baylor's 2023 recruiting class. I asked him like a week before signing day, like, "Hey, what are you majoring in?" And he was like, "Oh, I'm doing that stretching shit." I was like, "What?" He's like, "I'm doing that stretching shit." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, like the stretching and shit. And I was like, "What? Kinesiology?" He's like, yeah, the K shit. I don't know how to say it or spell it. And I was like,
oh my God.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I was like, so, what are you excited about, moving in a few weeks to Baylor?
God, the K shit, whatever that is.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Dude, that is hilarious. Is this kid have a chance of playing on Sundays, or is it like, dude,
he actually does. He was one of the better kids they signed in 2023, and he actually got some playing time as a freshman.
Okay.
So
that's amazing. The K.
Yeah, he also this same kid. One day I'll tell you who it is.
Yeah.
But the same kid on his official visit to Baylor, I heard that he made like $200 because he bet 2 different Baylor players that he would win fighting at a frat house party during his official visit, and he ended up knocking both those players out. Apparently, the dude could fight. He's from a small town school in Texas. So,
God,
yeah. But
this kid's incredible. We got to get this guy on the show for an interview.
Yeah, just have a bag on his head. No, but yeah. So another kid. Speaking of Baylor, the other 2024 kid we're watching, the last of the 3 is Alex Foster, 3-star defensive lineman from Mississippi. I believe Greenville, Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken. 6'5", has something like a +8 or +9 wingspan. Kind of a little bit of a Tavondre Sweat starter kit. He's only about 250, 255, 260, somewhere in there. So he's a really long frame that, probably if they wanted to, 100 pounds could be put on. Now, doing putting 100 pounds on a frame, you got to do it the right way. You can't, put on a ton at once, kind of like I feel like with what happened with Jordan Whittington and so much of his injuries. I feel like a lot of it can be attributed to him getting to Texas, and it felt like they put 30 pounds on him in like 2 months and then expected him to move the same. So
no.
Alex Foster, he's very much an upside prospect, a Tracy Toolsy prospect, something you can work with. And, I think if they get McKinley, that would kind of fill in his spot. So I think he needs to kind of be smart about how he plays these next few weeks. If flipping to Texas is what he wants to do, because, again, he is committed to Baylor. So it's going to be interesting with his situation. It's obviously very fluent. Yeah, he does have some big hands as well. It's going to be a really fluent situation with the defensive linemen. I believe
could Texas get both of those? Sorry to cut you off, Jordan, but could they get McKinley and Foster, or is it kind of one or the other, you think?
To be honest, I haven't asked that question, but from what I know, I think it is, more one or the other. In all fairness to Alex Foster, McKinley is a much better prospect. So, if you have both those guys wanting to come in, you only have room for one, you're going to take McKinley's. So, I think that could be part of it. I think if Texas really felt like they just wanted to get it done, then they would have figured out a way to make Foster sign early, because they had him come in on an official visit 2 weeks before signing day. So, Texas in that situation, I feel like in the past with the staff, whenever they want someone to shut it down, they have them shut it down. So I think it's more the kind of keeping him happy. Maybe I know arm's length isn't the right analogy, but, keeping him warm so that, maybe they miss out on McKinley 100%. They can pivot to him and, have that option. But yeah, I'd say Dominic McKinley, Terry Bussey, and Alex Foster, the 3 2024 guys we're watching.
There you go. I feel silly asking this question after you just told us the 3 guys we need to watch, but I know when Ryan Williams decided not to sign with Alabama during signing day 1, there were probably 20 fan bases who were like, oh, does that mean our school has a chance? Is Texas any reason to even talk about that guy over the next few weeks?
Yeah, to cut to the chase, Texas is. I'd be very, very surprised if he even ends up visiting Texas. But the reason it's getting talked about so much is because, one, he's a very special prospect. We talked about DeCorian Moore for a lot of the show earlier. We all know how special DeCorian Moore is. Ryan Williams is the only receiver in America ranked ahead of DeCorian Moore whenever he was in the 2025 class. And it's really because, as good as DeCorian Moore is, Ryan Williams is that special. And, he kept his 5-star rating, and, he moved down probably about 10 or 12 spots whenever we put him in the 24 class. But again, he kept his 5-star ranking. And, that shows how special he is. A big part of why he's getting talked about, besides being such a great player, is because his quarterback and close friend, best friend, if you could say, is KJ Lacey, who is the Longhorns' 2025 quarterback commit. God damn. I'm just full of voice cracks today.
Man.
But they're real tight. KJ's been to Texas. He was at Texas in the summer whenever he committed. Actually, I believe that was like June 5th. Came back for a game or two, but, he's been to Texas because he also was at Texas in the spring. He's been to Texas 3 or 4 times this year, and not once did he bring Ryan Williams. He's been to Auburn. He went to Auburn 3 times for 3 games this fall. He was also there in the last week or 2 weeks for their little right before signing day visit or whatever that schools do. Auburn is the most legit threat to flip KJ Lacey. I also think they're the most legit threat to flip Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams, he did an interview and said he wants to take these 5 official visits. Yeah, puberty is rough for everyone, brother. Don't trip. Okay. Yeah,
you knew that was coming.
I'll take it. Yeah. But no, Ryan Williams, he did an interview and said before he signs in February, he wants to take 5 officials. Those 5 officials are Georgia, LSU, Auburn, Texas, and I think he said Alabama and maybe USC as well.
Okay.
I know Alabama's one of them, but again, I'd be surprised when he makes it to Texas, in all honesty. They've been recruiting him. I know they've been in contact with him at various points throughout the last year, but, again, he's never showed up to campus. He's been to Georgia before. He's been to LSU before. He's been to Auburn a lot. He's been to Alabama a lot. And he was at USC at some point this fall, I believe, as well. So, Texas is the only school of these schools that he hasn't visited. And, I know his quarterback is committed to Texas, but again, it's literally the only one he hasn't visited yet.
Yeah.
And also, KJ Lacey, he is committed to Texas. He hasn't given us any real reason to think he's flipping yet, but as much as he's been to Auburn, these are kind of the signs someone shows, when they eventually do flip. So it's something we're monitoring right now. I haven't talked to KJ directly about this topic, but I'd expect him to be in Austin in a few weeks for the junior day it's on January 20th, I believe. And so, hopefully we'll talk to him more about it then. But, that's kind of the latest on Ryan Williams and I guess KJ Lacey.
There you go. Appreciate that. All right, before we get back into recruiting and maybe some Texas-Washington talk, I want to give some love to some of our sponsors. Shout out Covert BK. They're hooking us up with a car to take out to New Orleans. Super excited about that. If you're looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you got to go see our friends at Covert BK. They've got an unparalleled selection, 7 different brands out there, plus top-notch service and the best prices you are ever going to find. They've got specials all year round. Even though Christmas is over, they still have great deals going on right now. You can go to their website, covertbcave.com, for more info, and then head on out down 71 to go see our friends at Covert BK. Amazing people who will take care of you. Shout out to them. Shout out to Audiovisual Consultations as well. Y'all see the 2 TVs behind me? I've got 7 TVs in a 2-bedroom apartment because that makes sense. AV Consultations hooked it up, though. Seriously, they gave me the sports man cave that I've always wanted. They've done that a number of times. I move a bunch, and AV Consultations always comes through for me. They can do the same for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. If you want multiple screens like I've got, if you want that big home theater room set up, whatever, they can make it all happen. avconsultations.com is the website. And shout out to all of our great travel partners: Pest Wranglers, Allstate Beer, Hay City Store and Ice House, Lake Cliff Golf Club, Good Stock, Hummel Realty, Hoops ATX, Cover 3, More Clean, Leaf Landscape Supply, and Texas Orthopedics. Deep breath. Now, seriously, thank you to all of y'all. Y'all make sure you support them. People always ask us how we can support Texas Sports Unfiltered. Well, seriously, one of the best ways you can support us is by supporting our great sponsors, because they're the only reason we're able to do these shows. So shout out to everyone who is making it possible for us to get to the Big Easy for Texas and Washington. All right, Jordan, floor is yours. Any recruiting stuff you want to get to? You want to focus on this game itself? Any other college football storylines that are on your mind after the Christmas weekend? Where are you at?
I mean, to be honest, I kind of hit on everything for recruiting. I felt like it just we're about to hit that part of the year where it's just really slow, and there really isn't a ton of stuff going on until official visits start being scheduled. Besides obviously Texas being in the playoff and the 2024s that are signed in February, all that. But, we're just starting to hit the dead part of the off season. We're beginning to get to that point, I feel like. Did you watch any of the bowl games?
Yeah, I've watched a ton of them. I mean, yesterday, so I'm a Kansas fan. I don't know if I've told you this yet, but I was born in Overland Park, which is a suburb of Kansas City. And I have family go to KU, and that's like the one team when I moved to Texas. That's sort of the one Kansas City area team that I really root for. So I've been a huge Kansas fan over the last 15 years. So I've seen just the worst football ever, and rooting for Texas and Kansas has taken years off of my life, just considering how many disappointments I've seen from them football wise. So I watched that debacle last night. Hopefully you were doing something else, but I don't know if you saw the stats for this, Jordan.
Yeah, no, I watched that game too. And then Kansas went up 2 or 3 scores in the fourth, and I turned it off and went to bed. But I was watching it on my laptop.
18 penalties for 216 yards. Kansas averaged 43 penalty yards per game during the regular season. Like, this is not Mike McCarthy's Cowboys, who always commit a bunch of penalties, getting flagged that many times. This is like a disciplined team that got penalized 18 times. They set a season record. I think the most in a game this season was like 160 something penalty yards, and Kansas shattered that. They had like 35% of their penalty yards on the season in that game yesterday. I mean, it was just a total ref show. It was a disaster.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw on Twitter people kept bringing it up, and it's still on my feed this morning. The line shifted like 6.5 or 7.5, like 10 minutes before the game or something.
Something like that. Like it was at like 11.5 during the day yesterday, and I think it closed at like 7.5. But it all changed within an hour of kickoff. So it's almost like, yeah, people caught wind that the refs were putting money on UNLV or something, and everyone's like, "Oh shit, let's get our money in on UNLV." Like I really think it's the most impressive cover in college football this year. 3 interceptions and 18 penalties, and you win and cover. Like that may be Kansas bias by me, but holy shit, dude, that was big time by the Hawks last night. Let me tell you.
Yeah, Jason Bean is fun, man. That's his last ever game because he's out of eligibility, right?
Right. All right.
Yeah, he's fun, dude. Like, he was throwing some absolute piss missiles. And I was like, I feel like you didn't do this versus Texas. Like,
dude,
not saying
weird.
he couldn't do it versus Texas, but am I tripping? But I just don't remember him ever running like 10 yards this way and 50 yards down the field.
Dude, he looked good. I mean, think about it. Like, Kansas had a lot of hype surrounding them, but it was because of Jalen Daniels. And Jalen Daniels played like 4 games this year.
Yeah.
Like they won 9 games. They only got blown out in 1 game, and that was the game in Austin. Like, they almost beat K-State with a 3rd-string quarterback. They almost beat Texas Tech with a 3rd-string quarterback. Their other loss was like in the last minute to Oklahoma State. Like, they went 9-4, and they could have won 11 or 12 this year. Like, which is insane. And they're getting Daniels back. Like, Devin Neal said before the game he's coming back. Like, it's Kansas has obviously given Texas fits in recent years. I don't need to remind anybody about that, but it's kind of a good thing that Texas doesn't have Kansas on the schedule next year, because they are going to be in the mix in the new look Big 12, I think.
Yeah, and they're recruiting like really well lately for Kansas standards.
Yeah,
they have 3 kids that I know from the Austin area. One of them is DeKendrick Stearns, who. Shit, this is probably his 3rd year there. He's either a redshirt sophomore or junior. He's an offensive tackle from Del Valley. He was on all those teams with like the 3 or 4 other like Power 5 prospects that Del Valley had, and they'd win like 2 games. He was one of the kids that got recruited over there by Burton when he was the head coach at Del Valley.
Mm-hmm.
But he ended up at Kansas. He's an awesome kid, great kid. I don't know if he plays because, again, like besides last night in versus Texas, I haven't watched any of the Kansas games. I did notice they had a left tackle who's a true freshman named Calvin Clemens who was playing. I actually have a funny story about him. He was committed to Baylor for about a year and flipped to Kansas like 2 or 3 weeks before signing day. The high school he went to, I remember, because it was called Lawrence Free State. He's from Lawrence. Like, his house is literally like 6 minutes away from campus. And I put in a crystal ball for him to flip to Kansas because I had a source from Baylor who was on his home visit. And whenever they walked into his house, they saw that he had a Kansas Jayhawk themed rug, a Kansas Jayhawk themed couch, a Kansas Jayhawk themed lamp, and on the TV was a Kansas Jayhawk basketball game, and there was just Kansas Jayhawk shit everywhere. And Kansas they offered him, but they never really recruited him because like this might come to a surprise to some people, but a lot of these schools will offer kids and like never talk to them again, like ever again.
Wow.
And that's kind of what happened. And then the last month or 2 leading up to signing day, he had a really good senior season. And, they kind of put the foot on the gas and ended up flipping him. And, I mean, he started last night. He was number 75, the left tackle. And he would have been Baylor's 2nd best lineman in that class as well. So
how does that work? Like, are those real offers or?
Yeah, no, it's real. But, like, I mean, some schools are better about this than others. But like, for example, Texas has offered like 15 linebackers or something like that in 2025. At the very most, I think they'll take like 4 or 5 at the very, very most. Very, very most.
Yeah.
You can't offer all those guys. And such a big part of recruiting is kids getting offended that schools took too long to offer them. And so a lot of recruiting nowadays is you see a freshman who may not be good at football, but he's doing some freaky shit on the 40-yard dash or the 5-10-5 or just testing like a freak. You offer him and hope he can turn into something. A lot of times those kids just don't end up getting better, or they'll be really good as freshmen, will crush it at camps, and then you realize they hit puberty in like the 3rd grade and haven't gotten bigger, faster, or stronger since their freshman year. And it'll be a kid with like 43 offers that's ending up at like, I don't know, Oklahoma State or Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of what happens. And
yeah,
the small schools as well, like you'll notice, it feels like anybody who has offers, I don't know, anyone who has a major Power 5 offer in Texas, two of their first 5 offers were UTSA or Tech. And it's because UTSA and Tech, they know they're a smaller school. They, going up against a bigger school, they're not going to be able to compete NIL-wise, brand-wise, even trajectory-wise sometimes. So a big part of winning in a recruitment is being the first offer and building that relationship. It's a huge part of why Tech got Micah Hudson. The Tech staff was his first ever offer at Baylor, and Baylor was his favorite school. And then they left and went to Tech, and Tech became his favorite school.
I got questions about that kid just for that. I mean, I know he's a monster, and I'm going to wish like hell he'd come to Texas, but really Baylor and Texas Tech were his 2 favorite schools. What's going on, Micah? What are you doing?
He thought about stuff. I was really tight with him, and I'm excited to tell everyone the full story in our behind the scenes.
Nice.
It'll come out in February. But he was just a unique kid, man. Like I've never met even another human like him. He just went about his recruitment differently than I've seen any other kid. He knows how talented he is. And he knows that the ultimate goal is the NFL and not NIL. And he feels very strongly that he can go to the first round in the NFL from anywhere. And to be honest, I feel like he can do that as well.
Yeah.
And, he was the most comfortable in Lubbock. He was the most comfortable at Tech. A lot of people say, it's because he was a legacy. One, that was the stepdad that played there, not his real dad. But 2, I know Micah very well. Him and his stepdad are not close at all, like at all. That had no effect at all on the recruitment at all. And his mom actually went and attended and graduated from A&M as well. And his mom is kind of, he makes all the decisions for himself. He's definitely a beat of his own drum. But his mom's approval and his mom's, thoughts and everything are important. And I'd say that's really the only opinion that Micah would take. And, she let the decision be his as well. She never tried to sway him anywhere, neither did his stepdad. And also, again, knowing how Micah and Micah is, I don't think anyone can really ever sway him on anything outside of maybe his mother. So
I respect it, man. Like I've always like had a lot of love and admiration for the guy who could play anywhere in the country, but chooses to play somewhere small. Like it's for them, but also like, no, like I want to help this program figure it out. Like I want to be a part of a turnaround somewhere. Like, I don't know if that's Micah Hudson's case. He talked about, him feeling comfortable, the most comfortable there. And it feels like a lot of personal stuff, which, okay, I'll never fault anyone for that. But now the 5-star who's like, yeah, I could go to, Bama or Ohio State or LSU, but I'm going to go to a place like Texas Tech instead. Like you don't see that much. And it's kind of cool when it does happen. So believe me, I wish Hudson was coming to Austin instead of Lubbock, but I do respect guys like that who are willing to take a chance on a smaller school instead of doing what pretty much everybody else does.
Yeah, and another big part of it too, he wanted to go somewhere where he knows he'd be starting as a true freshman.
Yeah.
And he knows he'd probably be receiver 1 as a true freshman. I told him multiple times throughout the process that, I thought he was talented enough to be able to do that at Texas. Especially with how just the way the program will be next year with the receivers, having to replace AD Mitchell, X, all those guys. I think he could have been a true freshman starter at Texas next year. Like that's wow. Truly how talented he is. But another big part of him choosing Tech, and another thing, he was never going out of state. Never.
Okay.
It was always going to be Tech. If it wasn't them, it was going to be UT or A&M. But a big part of it, and this is, I feel like, an advantage A&M had throughout a big part of the process until they just completely nuked the official visit, is that he doesn't like being in the lights. He doesn't like having the attention and spotlight on him. I know people probably going to be like, shut up, like he trolled us on Twitter for a year. Yeah, he did do that, but he doesn't like interviews. He doesn't like doing any of that. He doesn't really do interviews unless, you get him in person. And he made it very clear with me, like, I'm always going to say yes to an interview because I understand it's y'all's job, but, like, I hate doing this. And I was like, I'm sorry, man. I appreciate it. But he doesn't like being in the light, and he wanted to go somewhere that's low-key, kind of a small-town vibe. I mean, he's born and raised in Temple, grew up there.
Yeah.
And he just, he's low-key. He, his Friday night is staying at home and playing Xbox with his friends and hanging out. Again, like he doesn't like to be the focus or center of attention at all. And I think that was a big part of it as well. Another part of it is, dude, the offense Tech is wanting to run. They weren't really able to run it this year because of the injuries and personnel. But the offense they want to run is throwing the ball 50 times a game.
Oh, with Kidley? Hell yeah.
Yeah. And that was a huge part of it for him as well, is the offensive vision they had for him. The things he can do there.
Yeah.
In that way. And also, like, while he doesn't like, all the media attention or being in the spotlight, like, he likes knowing that at Lake Belton for all 4 years, that was his team. And it wasn't a question whose team it was. Like, that was Micah Hudson's team. I think that's also part of it. And being at Tech, not necessarily being a big fish in a small pond, but just knowing that he can truly, like, create something at Tech that he's the face of. And that if they do turn around Tech, people point to him as the guy that started it. I think that's important to him. That's also I was really close with Connor Robertson when he was in high school. And I remember I was at the Westlake after party after they won in 2021. And I was talking to Connor. We were just talking about Texas, and he was feeling himself because they had just won and everything. And he's like, man, like, this class means something. Like, we want to turn it around. We're going to be the guys who do all that. And that was a big part of it to the 22 class at Texas. They wanted to be the guys that they were the freshman class that came in, knew they were going to not be – they knew they weren't going to be great as freshmen. But they knew, by their junior year, they could hopefully be contending, and they accomplished that by their sophomore years. So, that's a big part of it to some kids. And another thing that Tech could offer them that no other school could, Texas or A&M or Oklahoma, Ohio State, they could say, we'll throw you 10 passes a game. We'll build the offense around you. Tech can say, we'll literally build the whole program around you.
Yeah.
Because they can. And, again, that stood out to Micah.
They're not building it around Jake Strong?
No. I forgot. Why do you even know about Jake Strong again?
Because he played for them this year.
Oh, okay. Wait, maybe it wasn't you I've had this conversation with.
No, yeah, because they had Shuck started. He got hurt. Yeah. And then Baron Morton was the backup. He got hurt. He came back, obviously. He played against the Longhorns at the end of the year, but he missed like 3 games, middle of conference play. And then, it was Jake Strong. You have a Jake Strong story or something? I mean, I'd never heard of the guy until he all of a sudden was starting games for the Red Raiders.
No. Yeah, it's a story for another time.
Okay.
You mean Tech? It's not out of the state. Yeah. And another thing, so I wrote about this whenever I first started Horns 24/7 in June. But Micah's junior year, I actually went on a visit with him to Ohio State and shot a day in the life video. It's on YouTube now, and it was actually really cool. I got to sit on meetings with him with Brian Hartline and Ryan Day and all that. I got to meet him, and kind of see what it's like, being a recruit and, what does Brian Hartline tell a 5-star receiver, like stuff like that. Like that was a really cool experience. And I remember as we were getting on the plane to fly from Dallas to Columbus, like he was very nervous. Like you could tell he's very nervous. And I'm like, "Are you okay? Whatever. We'll do all that." And he's like, "Yeah, this is the second time I've ever been on a plane." And that's when I knew he wasn't going out of state. And I was like, "Well, I'm assuming every time," because by then, that was October of 2022. By then, we both kind of already knew Tech was where he was going. And I asked him, you need to get used to flying because you're not going to be driving from Lubbock to Temple every time. Like you're going to be flying through Austin or Dallas. And he's like, "Yeah." And we talked about every time he flies to Lubbock, because when he would fly there, he'd go out of Austin and would just drive from Temple down to Austin. He has to drive past Texas on I-35 to get to the Austin airport from Temple.
Yeah.
Like every time he flies to Lubbock. And I was like, "Do you ever think about that?" He's like, "Yeah, like every time I drive past it."
How about that?
I was like, well, but yeah, that's I guess that's Micah Hudson's story.
There you go. Yeah. Would have loved to have flipped him, but like you said, I mean, you knew it before anybody else did, but it sure felt like that guy was unwavering in that commitment to Texas Tech. Let's see. Andrew asked, when it comes to Kansas and Texas, who do you pick? Texas. Always. That's where I went. It's where my parents went. No question about that. And then we can end with some Beth Mowins hatred, dude. Oh my God. My Christmas weekend was ruined by Beth Mowins because the Mavericks are my favorite NBA team. And she called the Mavs-Suns game on Christmas night. And then the day after Christmas, yesterday, she's calling like my second favorite college football team in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. And dude, my ears bleed every time I listen to her. Like I would pay her buyout, whatever it is, for her not to call another game. And don't think this is sexist. I do the same thing for Tim Brando too. Like there are just certain broadcasters out there that I just cannot stand, and I really want to watch the game on mute. And there were points last night where I did turn the game on mute. But Beth Mowins she's a disaster, dude. Like, oh my God, that was the worst. That's all
for me. For me, I really don't know too many broadcasters by names. I really don't know broadcasters by names.
You'll know Beth Mowins, dude. You hear that nails on a chalkboard voice, and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, here she is again. This sucks."
Yeah. No, I remember the bad ones. Like I remember Iowa State, Texas this year was horrible. Whoever the hell was on the call.
Was that Brando? Oh no, that was that Benetti? Because it was a Fox game.
If you tell me the name, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Remember it, I guess. I will pay to make sure she no longer has a job.
Yeah, that's really how I feel about Beth Mowins. Like I will pay for the whole thing. Yeah, it was Benetti and Heward.
Okay.
Don't bash Heward too much because he's a Washington guy and he's coming on with Chip and Zay tomorrow, so we want to make sure he still shows up for the interview.
Now I'll tell y'all who someone I really can't stand. That was Logan Lindo. Like I'm, kind of sad Longhorn Network is gone, but like. He can go kick some effing rocks. Like he is. Oh man! Like, have you seen those memes of like it's like a futuristic city and it's like what the world would look like if like I don't know Chick-fil-A was open on Sundays?
Yeah.
Have you? That's like what the world would look like if Longhorn Network never hired Logan Lindo and kept them all the way through it being a thing. Like they could have gotten anybody else. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's your favorite college football broadcasting team?
Oh, it has way more to do with the play-by-play guy than the color guy, but Gus Johnson's my favorite. So, like, Klatt's good. He doesn't like Texas very much. I think that's obvious, but like Klatt knows his stuff, but because he works with Gus Johnson, like that's my favorite. What about you?
Man, I like my three favorites. I'll just say the CBS crew. I couldn't tell you their names, but I could tell you their voices. People probably going to bash me for this, but I do enjoy Fowler and Herb Street. And then Gus Johnson and Klatt, I do like them. Gus Johnson's voice gets annoying as hell sometimes, so I can't lie. But he's very good at what he does, and I do enjoy him like 99% of the time.
Oh, man. Trey, what about you? You got a favorite college football broadcasting duo?
It's funny. I know he's going to be on this channel tomorrow. Brock Heward is, I think, more in terms of individuals, but I like Brock Heward a lot. I'm not just saying that because he's going to be on with Chip and Zay tomorrow.
I thought you were about to bash his ass or something.
You just missed Jordan say he hated the Benetti Heward crew because they were on Texas Iowa State, and he's like,
they were so bad, dude. They were horrible.
So I like Benetti also, but I've been listening and hearing from Benetti call games going back to my time in Chi-Town. Drink up. So I don't know, that's the fun thing about these sorts of conversations. Like, everybody hates Joe Buck. I actually don't mind Joe Buck's smug baseball calls, and I guess to a lesser degree his football calls. I know that's veering into Major League Baseball and the NFL. As far as college crews go, Gus Johnson is tolerable, I think, at times. He gets a little bit too amped up early in games, but overall I like his excitement for things. I don't know. There's a lot of bad analysts out there. Like, I see somebody listening to Tim Brando. I can't help but to think about like how low the bar is with like Brando and Spencer Tillman. And it's a very easy bar for a lot of crews to clear. And sadly, plenty of those crews end up clipping the bar at the same time. They just don't hate Texas like Brando does.
Yeah, I think Brando and Tillman's probably my second least favorite crew.
After?
Beth Mowens and insert anybody in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's y'all's favorite NFL crew?
Ooh.
It's easy for me, the Sunday night crew, for sure.
Tirico and Collinsworth?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know how people feel about that, but hands down for me. I still haven't gotten used to hearing Kirk Herbstreit on some of the NFL games. Like, that's weird as hell to me.
Yeah, and Michaels couldn't give half a shit about any of these games either, so he's clearly cashing it in at this point. That's, they got big names for that game, but that's not a very good crew right now. Herbstreit, I guess, could grow into the role a little bit, but as long as Al Michaels is the play-by-play guy, that's a problem.
Yeah, I like Nance and Romo as well. They're good.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah.
Like Olsen and who is it? Burkhart. They do a decent job.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like I'm a big Ian Eagle guy, and I'm a big Kevin Harlan guy too.
Yeah.
They don't get the biggest games. They're just CBS random games, but those guys, I know they're separate. They're two play-by-play guys. I think it's Ian Eagle with Charles Davis, who I think does good. And then they've moved Harlan around. I think he's with Trent Green now. But those two guys are solid as play-by-play guys.
Is Aqib Talib still doing any color commentary on NFL games? I feel like he may have gotten into some legal trouble or something, and that cost him that gig.
His brother shot and killed someone.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it was his brother, though. It wasn't him.
Like his get-together in the park at Lancaster.
Yeah, okay. He was right there and probably started the whole thing, but he didn't do it, so he's off the hook.
Exactly.
Accomplice to murder, accomplice to bullshit. That guy's fine. He didn't do it.
I'm like 99% sure he lost. He had I've never been to it, but I've seen a ton of photos and videos, and they used to do a ton of events here. But he had like a training facility that had his name all over it somewhere in the Dallas area. And I think it was just a deal where someone bought it and then paid him to use his name for it. But he is no longer affiliated with that gym anymore.
So it was a little bit
because his brother killed someone.
Steakhouse deal where in name
I think
BY
so.
is not cooking steaks for people at the steakhouse.
What?
He isn't.
I was there 2 weeks ago. He was back there in an apron and a chef's hat.
I think that you're maybe stereotyping, my friends.
Yeah, must have been.
That was a different tall black dude that you mistook for VY.
Classic mix-up right there. All right, Jordan. This was fun today, man. Appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow, brother.
Yes, sir. See you.
All right, there you go. Jordan Scruggs. It's only an hour. Of course, you can find his work over at Horns 24/7 as well. And now it's time for the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK as we start the show talking about announcers randomly. I don't even know how Jordan and I got to that topic, but I was complaining about Beth Moen saying I would pay her to never work again. I would pay her buyout from ESPN so I don't have to listen to her call another game because she called the Mavs Suns on Christmas, and then she was on the call for Kansas's bowl game last night, and it like my whole long 4-day weekend, which I was looking forward to, was ruined by her.
I'll just go ahead and point out your first two mistakes there, BK. First is watching the NBA, and the second is watching Kansas football. You stop doing those things, it's not an issue.
I don't really have a comeback for that because you're right. I could have avoided Beth Mowins altogether, or I could have muted the broadcast and gotten the same effect. But nope, not me.
I'm going to throw a landmine out in front of you right now. Are there any female play-by-play announcers whose work you enjoy?
Any female play-by-play announcers whose work I enjoy? Yeah, man. Oh, I'm struggling here.
Oof.
This is not a good look for me, is it?
I'm just not going to say anything either. I'm going to let you continue to writhe.
Are there any that you enjoy? How many female play-by-play announcers?
A lot of random games and Texas games don't tend to get called by women.
Yeah, how many female play-by-play announcers are there, right? Like, there's a number of analysts and obviously a ton of sideline reporters that I think do great jobs. But, I mean, how many women play-by-play announcers are there?
Who is it that does games for the Yankees?
Michael Kay, John Sterling. Oh, they do have but she's a color commentator, I think. But, yeah, Yankees for the YES Network.
Oh, is she color? I didn't realize that. For some reason, I thought she was play-by-play. I thought she filled in for Kay sometimes.
Doris Burke is also, like, Doris Burke's awesome, but Doris Burke's an analyst. I'm a huge fan of Doris Burke's work. But, yeah, sideline reporters, obviously, very good. Aaron Andrews.
DJ Marchshot was never a play-by-play person. She was definitely a color person, but she only owned a baseball team. She didn't ever call the games, unfortunately for all of us.
God, I don't know if there are any others besides Beth Mowins that I could name. Like volleyball, whoever was doing the volleyball Final Four. But I'm sorry, I don't know who that is because I don't watch a ton of college volleyball, not on Longhorn Network or not in the Final Four. So I don't know.
I just
like people who are mad that they're
to the Google, and Beth Mowins is the only name that comes up.
Like people who are mad that there aren't enough play-by-play women broadcasters. It's like Beth Mowins has ruined it for everybody else. She's so bad that other women have not gotten a chance. She's the opposite of a trailblazer. She's a trail burner. She ruined it for everybody after her because nobody likes her. Like that's where we're at right now. So, if you want to make the case, there should be more women's broadcasters. I'd listen to that case, but I'm not listening to Beth Mowins. If that's your argument, then can't have it. Can't have it.
That's I'm looking right now. There just aren't a ton of names that you can come up with. And you may be right. If Beth Mowins is that bad at her gig, I have no opinion because I don't know what she sounds like calling a game. Then that does make it a tough sell for the next person.
Lisa Byington, Bucks announcer. I feel like I've heard her call some games before.
Okay.
I think she might be fine. That's not a comment about her looks for those keeping track at home.
Gail Sirens was the first woman to do play-by-play for an NFL game 30 some odd years ago, like 35 years ago.
The Kansas Comet, Gail Sayers?
Gail Sirens or Sirens, Sierens, according to USA Today.
Yeah, I don't know. Plenty of women who do a tremendous job in the sports broadcasting realm. Beth Mowins is not one of them. Yeah. So there you go. What a start to today's show. What are we talking about today? I think Brock Heward's brother, Damon Heward, will be joining us today. That's the hope, as we get to speak with him before the end of the hour. Like his brother, he also played quarterback at the University of Washington. Like his brother, he also played in the NFL for a little bit. And I think with his brother, he hosts a podcast talking about Washington football. So hopefully we'll get the chance to speak to both Heward brothers on this network over the next, 48 hours or so. But we're thinking we'll get the chance to talk with Damon in this hour.
You, like me, have underrated Damon Huard's football life up until I did the research. And everybody else is in this category too, by the way. You're like, oh, Damon Huard, Brock's brother, played a little bit in the NFL. This guy has a hell of a football journey. It's going to be hard not to ask him a question or two about this because he was actually the older brother of Brock. I did not remember that. I don't know if anybody else did. Was an All-American quarterback in Washington State before playing for Washington. Left Washington as a 3-year starter who owned the all-time passing yards record at Washington at the time. I don't think he got drafted, but he ended up serving the first part of his NFL career as Dan Marino's backup, including for Marino's final season, who, by the way, they have a winemaking business together in Washington State now. He went on from there, I think, to compete with Tom Brady to be Drew Bledsoe's backup the year that Brady ends up taking over early. So he serves as Brady's backup for part of the time when Bledsoe was hurt. Gets a Super Bowl ring. Was that 2 Super Bowl rings he got there?
He's got 2 of them, I think.
2 Super Bowl rings. And he was also the starter in Kansas City for a while. Like, record-wise, he's not terrible. You go look at his stats. One of the years he started in Kansas City, he had 1 interception and like 250 passing attempts. And so it's going to be a lot of fun to talk to him. He currently does several different things for the Washington football program. He's a part of the athletics department. And he also does a YouTube show with his brother, I think just during football seasons. And so, yeah, we should get a really unique perspective from him on the game and then just maybe football in general before it's all said and done.
Nice. Yeah, looking forward to that chat. I think around 12:40 today is when Damon Huard will be jumping on the program. So we'll talk plenty of Texas-Washington with him. We'll hit Where Are We At in Society a little bit earlier today. Normally we do that at the very end of the show, but once again, because Damon Huard will be joining us, we'll do Where Are We At in Society around 12:30 this time around.
Anniversary today, BK. So today's Where Are We At is going to be celebrating the anniversary of one of the most unintentionally funny coaches in the history of Texas Longhorn football. I'm thinking about the Mount Rushmore of embarrassment for this guy.
Okay. I'm looking forward to that coming up in about 15 minutes. But we'll also talk some Texas and Washington. Trey, we are 5 days away from the Sugar Bowl. It feels like it's been forever since Texas has last played a football game, honestly, because it has. December 2nd, the last time the Longhorns played, of course, that was the Big 12 title game against Oklahoma State. Now we're 5 days away from January 1st when the Longhorns will take on UW in New Orleans. And we've been looking for bulletin board material. We've been kind of forcing it to this point, right? We showed y'all that AI-generated picture of big fat Tavondre Sweat last week. That was just done by some fan. So, fans always talk trash. I don't know if that really qualifies as bulletin board material, but we had that. And then Washington won the Joe Moore Award late last week. We talked about how that could be a little bit of extra motivation for Texas going into this game. There were the comments from Michael Penix Jr. I'll screen share someone's graphic with those comments where, Penix Jr. was asked about the Alamo Bowl game, of course, between Texas and Washington last year. And he said, I don't remember nothing. I just remember winning. So it's like, all right, like, I guess, that could be considered bulletin board material there. But this one made the rounds over the long holiday weekend. This is Washington Athletic Director Troy Dannon, who is in his first year on the job in Seattle. He got hired last offseason, of course, and one of the first things he did when he got the job was he did a radio on the flagship UW station, which is KJR up in Seattle. And he was on a show by the name of Softy and Dick, Trey.
Okay, hell of a show.
Real sports radio show. Softy is actually a buddy of mine. I'm trying to get him on the show, our show, at some point this week before the game, since he knows all about UW. But this is an interview before the season even started, and it's just kind of a passing comment from Washington's AD, just talking about how he's going to build the athletic department and how he's going to have success up there in Seattle. Here's a random stray he decided to take at Texas.
If budgets won championships, Ohio State and Texas would win everything, and they haven't won much lately. So it's more about not forgetting the most important resource we have are the people.
And he goes on and on. And that's really the only part he said about Texas. I'll play just that half of it one more time.
if budgets won championships, Ohio State and Texas would win everything. And they haven't won much lately.
That's the big from Troy Dannon. If budgets were everything, Ohio State and Texas would have won everything, and they haven't won much lately. My first thought, Trey, was, boy, sorry, Ohio State. You guys get lumped in with Texas. Like, Ohio State's actually won a decent amount in recent years. I guess it's been 10 years since they won it all, but they've won a number of Big Tens, and they've been in the playoff a lot. Like, Texas has not won a lot of anything lately. But yeah, there it is. So just random right there, but a stray, and maybe something Texas will use is more gas to this all gas, no brakes mantra that they've been rocking.
Let me preface this by saying, throw it on the pile of hate. I do need some context, though. What led into that comment? Just out of curiosity, as somebody who likes to look at the nuance of something.
Man, that was like midway through a long answer. I think he was asked about like the move to the Big Ten and like how that's going to impact Washington. And did you know the move was coming when you took this job? Because it had been announced kind of last offseason, obviously. So it wasn't a question directed about Texas or Ohio State or even like big money stuff. He just kind of threw that in there in the middle of a long answer, just rambling on about college athletics.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, Captain Obvious, DJ, it's true. Yeah, he's not saying anything that's not true, but it also was a bit of a shot. And the result of that is just one more thing on the pile of hate, BK, from the Joe Moore Award going to the Washington O-line over the Texas O-line to the Washington wide receiver who gets the Blitnikoff. And Xavier Worthy, I don't even think Worthy was a finalist for that. Worthy saying, no, I'm actually the best wide receiver in the country. I'm going to show you why. Just one more thing to keep this team fueled as they land in New Orleans. I feel like they landed either sometime in the last hour or two, or they're about to land there. I know they're traveling there today to really kick off the festivities, but this team doesn't need any more motivation than it being the college football semifinal with a chance to play for a national championship if you can win this game. But every little bit extra is welcome in these parts.
Yeah, and I hope we get more, right? And there's a chance we do get more. Washington has done a good job of not saying anything to this point, but also we haven't heard anything from these players in like a month, right? Because they went for final exams, and they went home for a little bit, and they've been practicing, and there just haven't been a lot of media availabilities for coaches or players since the conference championship weekend came and passed. So yeah, over the next 4 or 5 days, there will be a lot of talking to the media, on Twitter, in person. You might actually get somebody on either side. We hope it's on Washington's side, because we've talked about it a lot on this program. You know, Texas has clearly used that bulletin board material to get them going. And that's not just the last 3 weeks. I keep talking about Iowa State with Hufford and Texas Tech and Oklahoma State. No, like the embrace the hate. That's been this team's slogan this year. And they've been on this revenge tour, right? They're 4-0 against teams that they lost to last year. They've got a chance to make it 5-0 on Monday night. Like, it's clear that they are using that type of stuff, as cliche as it might be, to get them amped up. So I hope we get more than we've got, but maybe they've gotten enough already to really give them a little bit of an extra kick in the rear.
And Smart Fitness, you're right about that. If Texas needs bulletin board material to get fired up, they're in trouble. They don't need that bulletin board material. It's just like added value, if you will. Like, it's something additional to really help out, to have them as pissed off as possible to play that game, while also being level-headed enough to remain within the confines of a given situation. I mean, this team is going through the necessary steps to get themselves ready. Apparently, there are some physical practices from late last week, I guess, over the weekend. They're going to have another physical practice before the week is out, practicing in New Orleans to try and knock some of that rust off. And obviously going through your preparations of knowing what Washington's tendencies are on offense and defense as well. And they're probably going back and looking at some of their own game tape with regards to what they did against Washington in last year's bowl game that worked, and what they did that didn't work too.
Yeah. Washington, they're loaded. We know how good they are. We've talked about it a lot. I feel like people are sleeping on Texas's offense a little bit, though, Trey. Like, all of the national analysis, I'm not talking about Texas people. I think we've done a good job talking about what the Longhorns bring to the table offensively. But I was watching the halftime report during the Kansas game last night, And it's just Trevor Maddich talking about like Washington's receivers against Texas's DBs. And that's a huge matchup. Don't get me wrong. But it's all like Washington's offense versus Texas's defense. I feel like Quinn Ewers and the talent, like Washington has the best receiver room in college football. I think Texas has the second best receiving room in all of college football. And you talk about motivation. Like I wonder if X and AD and Jay Witt are like, talking about all of them. Like we've done some pretty good stuff ourselves. Texas actually has a better total offense than Washington this year. Mm-hmm. Texas 9th in the country, Washington 12th in the country. Texas has a much better rushing offense too. Texas 23rd in that category, Washington 98th in that category. And scoring per game, okay, Washington's a little better, 11th in the nation, but Texas is 16th. Like Texas's offense is just about as good as Washington's, and they don't have a lot of the stats or hoopla that Washington does through the air, but I mean, Texas is a more balanced offense, and they've been just as good, if not better, at certain things than UW this year. So I don't know why people aren't talking about Quinn and CJ and Blue and AD and X and Sanders more, because there's some dudes on our side of the ball too.
Add it to the pile, and it's part of the reason why I think this game ends up being a little bit of a shootout. By the same token, with all the focus being put on the Washington passing attack, as it should. Penix was a Heisman finalist. They had the Biletnikoff winner. They have what you just said, and I agree with, is the best receiving core in the country. Those rushing stats are a little bit misleading for Washington too. I mean, they were able to sustain an undefeated record in the second half of the season because they were much better at running the football. And they throw to set up the run, which if there's a way to get at this Texas defensive line, it's to have them on their heels is not necessarily the right cliche for the Texas defensive line. But if you have them looking past and you're actually creating running lanes off of that, that's one of the few ways you might be able to have some success running the football on this Texas defense. So ultimately, I think this is going to be a game that is a lot of fun. There's a lot of points scored, but I have as much, if not more, faith in the Texas offense than I do the Washington offense. And part of that, I think, is the Texas defense is better than the Washington defense right now.
Yeah. Shout out Smart Fitness, Washington fan. Didn't know. Love that. Tell your friends to tune in. We love some good back and forth banter going into a game like this. And you're right. I mean, looking at some of the defensive numbers, they don't play the games on paper, but we've got pretty big sample sizes of what we've seen on paper from these two teams who have played 13 games each. Texas total defense, number 24 in the country. Washington's total defense, number 90 in the country. And
everyone, Texas total defense is 24th. I expected it to be a little bit better than that.
Well, the passing defense ranks 94th, so
shit.
They are.
Remind me of that little factoid, didn't you?
Well, I'll bring this up. Texas's pass defense in terms of yards per game allowed is 94th. Washington's is 120th.
Wow.
So it's like, oh, what is Washington going to do to this Texas secondary? What is Texas and Quinn Ewers, who's playing the best football of his life, going to do against this Washington secondary that has not been great this year? They haven't been good this year. They've got some talented players, don't get me wrong, but that has been a massive, massive weakness for their team as well. So you're right. Like thinking it's going to turn into a shootout. Yeah, I don't think we're getting 27-20, which was the final score of the Alamo Bowl last year. I think both teams get into the 30s. This might be a first to 40 type of game. But yeah, like just for all the talk about Texas's defense not doing this, not doing that, you said it. Texas's defense is pretty significantly better. Like Washington's offense, I'd argue a little bit better statistically than Texas's, but there's no argument that you could make that Washington's defense is better than Texas's, like in every single major category that you have to look at defensive numbers. And Texas has Washington beat, and they've got them beat pretty handily too.
Yeah, I've started the season believing this team could win a national championship because of the defense, and that's maybe gone backwards a step or two just because the pass defense seems suspect, but they're still really good. And this is the best defensive line in the country, and the linebackers have really come on to go along with an offense that has really found its footing over the last few weeks of the regular season into that Big 12 championship game. You know, it's funny. We were worried that Quinn Ewers might be coming back a little bit too soon, but you were at a point where you couldn't afford a bad quarterback performance. And gradually he has just continued to get healthier and healthier to now where I'm guessing he's 100% completely healthy, and he is really clicking with his receivers, those running backs. They sort of by committee approach and taking up for Jonathan Brooks and everything that is left out on the field with him out for the year with that knee injury. CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue, Keelan Robinson. Love how he's really come on over the last couple of weeks as well, and proved to be that big game threat that we've all seen him as since he set foot on campus too.
Yeah, absolutely. Texas scoring D 13, Washington scoring D 50th in the country. Like it's not that close. So I feel good about Texas's offense, man. I think everybody does with what you talked about. This team has scored 106 points in its last 2 games. Now, some of those were defensive and special team scores. Those obviously help, but it does feel like this offense has found a rhythm. And even without Jonathan Brooks, this group is still very, very productive. So, yeah, it's funny when I'm going to pull up the total right now because I haven't looked at it in a while. But the total came out, and my cousin made a quick call, a regrettable call, to bet the over. And then the total's been going down. I think it opened at like 65.5. Now it's at 63.5. So it's like, I don't see it, man. I don't see an under happening, which probably means the under is definitely going to happen. But I feel like we're talking about a game where both teams get in the 30s. And if that happens, then odds are you're going over 63.5.
Well, Texas as a team only had one game this year where they were under 30 points.
Yeah, and I think it was Iowa State where they scored 26.
Right.
Yeah, and Washington's offense is, I mean, it's awesome.
If it falls below that total, I feel like Texas wins this game going away.
2 games.
I don't think Washington wins a game where that total is under you said 64.5, 63.5?
63.5, yep.
So yeah, I don't think Washington wins a game where it's under the 63.5, but if that falls under, then I'm feeling pretty good about Texas' chances.
Yeah, I like that thought. By the way, Texas scored 29 against TCU also. So
that's right.
2 games. Yeah, they had a long streak, like the first 8 games or 7 games, whatever it was, where they got 30 plus. And it was weird. They were in between like 30 and 40. Like the most that they had scored in a game was the 40 piece against Kansas. And then obviously the Tech game and the Oklahoma State happened where they blew by those.
And the TCU game was a weird one. Quinn was off target all over the place, but especially deep balls. Yeah, that game, it gets put on the pile of not going to be too concerned that they only got to 29 in that one.
Yeah,
it's been a lot worse.
So 5 days away. Once again, Damon Heward will join us in about 10 minutes to talk all things Sugar Bowl. We'll get more of a UW perspective going into this big-time matchup on Monday nights. We'll get to where we at in society, but hey, if you're watching us on YouTube, you notice that we've got some new logos on screen today, and that will be the case throughout this week and next, and of course, during our broadcast in New Orleans, because all of the logos that you are seeing are logos of our New Orleans travel partners. Want to thank every single one of these companies: AV Consultations, Pest Wranglers, Covert BK, Valtstadt Beer, Hayes City Store and Ice House, Lake Cliff Golf Club, Good Stock by Nolan Ryan, Hummel Realty, Hoops ATX, Cover 3, More Clean, Leaf Landscape Supply, and Texas Orthopedics. Shout out to all of them. Trey, do you happen to have the Hummel Realty script in front of you? If you don't, I do.
I do. The website to know is hummelrealtor.com, BK. Are you searching for your dream home in Austin? Or maybe you're curious about how much your current home is worth? Look no further than Brian Hummel, your trusted Austin realtor at Realty One Group Prosper. Brian is more than just a realtor. He's a full-service expert overseeing your entire transaction from start to finish. He'll lead you through each step of the buying or selling process with questions answered and details explained in plain English. With over 2 decades in Austin, Brian has witnessed the dynamic growth and evolution of the Central Texas market, making him your valuable resource for buying, selling, and investing. As a certified real estate negotiator, Brian brings a strategic and skillful approach to bargaining. He secures the best deals, whether it's getting the highest price for a seller or the most favorable terms for a buyer. Plus, Brian's vast network of quality referral partners, from mortgage brokers to home inspectors, appraisers, and more, will ensure a smooth real estate transaction experience. When you choose Brian Hummel as your realtor, you're not just hiring a real estate expert, you're gaining a trusted partner committed to your success. Contact Brian today, 512-619-1347. That's 512-619-1347, or log on to hummelrealtor.com. That's HUMMEL realtor.com. Brian Hummel with Realty One, the one you need.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Brian, and also shout out to More Clean. More Clean is Central Texas's premier street sweeping, construction sweeping, and erosion control company. They cover everything from Waco to San Antonio, headquartered, though, in Round Rock. Check out their website, more, with 2 O's, cleantexas.com. If you need any street sweeping, pressure washing, whatever for your home or business, if you've got a job site that just needs cleanup and you don't want to do that shit because who wants to do that shit? The good news is my guy Jose Moore actually went to high school with Rodney back in the day down in Lockhart. Jose, a good dude. He'll be going to New Orleans for the game, but moreclean.com. That is where you need to check out. They're big-time supporters of local high school teams in the community as well. So love the folks at More Clean, and we want to thank, once again, all of our great travel partners for joining us. And we'll go recorded spot today with one of our travel partners and also one of our regular sponsors with us. That is Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite
Pest
control.
Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
Right, it is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, we will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism, has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. Today is neither of those things, BK. Today is a walk down memory lane and a guy who, well, probably does give me a little bit less faith in humanity if we're really being honest about things, because today is the anniversary of a not-so-special date in UT football history. Do you have the video available, sir?
I tweeted it out from the TSU Twitter account this morning. So
all right, well, let me go there real quick as we set up an unfortunate date in Texas football history. That would be the date that Texas beat Missouri in the Texas Bowl, leading to Tom Herman dancing around on the sideline like an idiot and mocking one Drew Lock, he of the Seattle Seahawks.
I got it.
All right. And here is the infamous video of Tom Herman on the sideline. All his players are amused, but it's also a very embarrassing look for any head coach. Definitely our head coach, and just one of many moments of embarrassment for Tom Herman as the head of the Texas football program, which begs a question, BK. Yeah, there he is, looking like he's tweaking his nipples as he's securing the bag. Ellinger doesn't look so bad. Team starting quarterback. He's a player talking trash to another player, and there's Tom Herman looking like he's tweaking his nipples, walking up the sideline.
Did he lick his hands? Did we see? Did we get a little before?
I don't know. He was definitely smacking hard on that gum, though.
Did he hit Drew Lock with a, I have nipples, Greg, can you milk me?
It wouldn't surprise me if he did say that in the post-game handshake.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Just
Tom Herman, who's now like 50 pounds lighter as the head coach at FAU.
Yeah, that was 6 years ago today. And it's amazing how far this program has come since then, right? I mean, look, there were a few more downs, unfortunately, after that moment. But we thought maybe that was the start of a turnaround at Texas, wrapping up year one with the bowl win. And then year two included a trip to the Sugar Bowl and a nice win over Georgia. And we really thought things were going in the right direction. And then it all came crashing down pretty quickly after that.
So we're going to put a pin in my idea for right now, and that would be the Mount Rushmore of embarrassing Tom Herman moments here at Texas, because we do have our guest backstage now. Let's go ahead and say hello to Damon Heward. He is a Washington alum. He started for 3 years at Washington, set the passing yardage record while he was there. And you're probably sleeping on just how crazy his football life has been. That includes backing Dan Marino up and Tom Brady up, winning a couple of Super Bowls. Hell, the guy is in the winemaking business with Marino now and played about 8 years in the NFL. Currently, he does a number of things around the Washington football program and athletics department. That includes a regular podcast that he does with his brother Brock on YouTube. And he's nice enough to join us for a few minutes to talk about some of these things and that big time matchup in the Sugar Bowl here in less than a week. Damon, thank you so much for the time. How you doing today?
Great, Trey. Thanks for having me on, man. Thanks for all the love, bringing back the glory days, building me up. Just get better with age, I guess.
Well, selfishly speaking, I want to ask about the winemaking process. We may do that at the end, though. But for you guys in Seattle and Washington State right now, Texas fans have been jacked up about this matchup since it was announced. How excited are people on the Washington end for what's going to happen here on Monday night?
Yeah, so excited. I mean, obviously, there's so many awesome storylines to this game, reuniting to play Texas again for round 2. Obviously, Sark, our coach here for a number of years, doing a great job. And just this matchup, kind of two teams that are so similar, right? You talk about, the wide open offenses and stingy defenses. And, it is on paper, just a great matchup. Should be a lot of fireworks. And obviously coming down there to the Sugar Bowl for Seattle Husky fans, like we've never been in the Sugar Bowl. I think we played in every other one. So this will be a lot of fun to come down there to Louisiana and take on the Longhorns again. And actually have quite a bit of confidence. I know we're underdogs, but, kind of the way the game went last year, I know you were missing a lot of players there. I think there's a lot of Husky fans feeling really good about their chances next Monday.
Yeah, Damon, I want to ask you, because this is Texas's first trip in the college football playoff, but Washington has been here before. Back in 2016, they were a 4 seed and lost to Alabama in the semifinal, but the confidence has to be a lot different, right? Like this feels like a Washington team that has a legitimate shot to win a national championship, where to me, it kind of felt like, it was just a big deal for UW to get there. Is it that much of a difference for you, just kind of watching that team and watching this team?
For sure. That team, in 2016 was a good football team. Don't get me wrong. So many of those guys still playing on Sunday. But, we did get beat at home that year to USC. So we were a one-loss team. And then going down there to play Alabama, who, every year seems like they were in the CFP. We're playing in the Peach Bowl in Atlanta, Southeastern Conference territory. So it was kind of like, it was kind of cool to get here, dogs. And, we were the 4 seed. And, obviously this go around, we're the 2 seed. We're undefeated, just such a better, more complete football team. I think top to bottom, I'd say that 2016 team maybe had a little bit better defense, with guys like Vita Vea, Buda Baker, but this defense has really come on, especially the second half of the season. And obviously this offense is just so much more talented with the fireworks, with all the receivers and Michael Penix and company. So, I think there definitely is a lot more confidence here coming into the CFP, 6 years, 7 years later.
As somebody who played the position, you set records at Washington. You had a 15-12 career record as a starter at the NFL level as well. And you're 8 years in the league. What do you love about watching Penix play that position?
Yeah. I think when we got him, we kind of thought, we're getting this amazing athlete. You saw the highlights where, I think they beat, was it Ohio State, on that run for the touchdown, sticking the ball out. And you saw him just running all over the field, making plays. And so we thought we're kind of getting that kind of a quarterback. And really, it's kind of been the opposite. I mean, he's been this guy that just sits in the pocket like a pro, has incredible anticipation skills and downfield accuracy. And he stayed healthy, for 2 years, which was hard for him to do while he was in Indiana. So been a real pleasure to watch him, play the position better than anybody that we've ever had here at the University of Washington. If I'm being honest, we've had a lot of great quarterbacks over the years, from, Warren Moon to Jake Locker. But, this kid is coming here in 2 short years and rewritten the record books and taken to the Huskies to heights, we've never seen before, should he win these last 2.
Do you think Michael Penix has an NFL future, Damon? I mean, it feels like the experts, the mock drafters out there are kind of throwing him around rounds 1, 2, and 3. Do you feel like he's got the skill set to be successful on Sundays?
Absolutely. I mean, you'll see it, up close, just the way he can spin a football, his arm strength. And then really if you're down there field level, just that anticipation. And really at the end of the day, in the NFL, it's about accuracy and decision-making. And he's been doing an incredible job with that. Add in his athleticism when he needs it. I think, after 6 years of playing college football, he's learned, when to run it, when to get down, and just become a really smart, complete quarterback that really bodes well for his NFL future.
As much as is made about the Washington passing attack, and look, they had a Heisman finalist at QB, the Biletnikoff winner as well. I feel like people are sleeping a little bit on what Washington's run game has meant to this offense in the second half of the season. Just what have Dylan Johnson and the Washington rushing attack meant to this team remaining undefeated to this point in the year?
Trey, great point. I think it's probably the reason where you can sit here and say, I think these Huskies have a legitimate chance to win this whole thing. Having that balance now on offense, we were fireworks and throwing for 500 yards a game, but and in 22, the weather was like perfect. We had this summer that went all the way to like almost Thanksgiving in the Great Northwest. It was strange. This year, a little bit different. Mother Nature kind of did her thing, and we were forced to play in some really, difficult games from a, from a weather perspective with the wind and the rain and all that stuff. And you better have a good running game in November. In Seattle. The great Husky teams always did, and this one does now too. So that's been just a pleasant surprise. And then where also comes into play is, you get down there in the red zone, and it's tough. Those windows close really fast in the passing game, and the best red zone teams are able to run that football, especially when they get inside the 5-yard line. And this Husky offense has been able to do that. So yeah, I think Dylan Johnson, this Husky offensive line, has added an element to this team that really gives them a legitimate chance to win a national championship.
Former Washington and NFL quarterback Damon Heward is joining us now on YouTube and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. How good is this offensive line, Damon? You talked about them a moment ago. I mean, look, they just won the Joe Moore Award last week, so clearly they're good. But, I mean, Texas's defensive line has been one of, if not the best in all of college football this year. Is that a matchup that Washington fans expect to win when we get to Monday night?
Well, I think we're pretty confident in like pass protection, but there's no doubt, that front seven, that, run defense for Texas is going to be a great challenge. It'll be the best front seven, that we have faced all season. So, yeah, we got our hands full with some of those Longhorns up front, and we know that. I think our tackles are both Sunday guys for sure. Like I said, I feel pretty good about pass protection, knowing Pete Kwiatkowski the way I do, not a big pressure guy as far as blitzing. I don't think he's going to want to do that against a veteran quarterback that, will pick up on that and spit the ball out. But, what I do know about Pete is he makes you earn it. And you go back, you watch that game a year ago, other than the kind of gimmick play we had early in the game, we were not able to kind of hit those home run shots, that you'll see, watching Husky highlights all season. And that's because PK is so sound with his guys. They're where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. And they really make you as an offense earn it. And we know that. And but those trenches, it is going to be probably the one thing that for me, I really am curious in watching.
PK obviously meant so much to that Washington program, not only an exceptional play caller and designer, but also just a great human being as well, and somebody that gets along really well with others too. Do you have a favorite PK memory from his time with the Huskies?
Oh man, he was just so steady. Kind of like the mad professor, and you think of Chris Peterson and offenses and the Statue of Liberty and all those things they did with Kellen Moore and Boise, but really during that that run and that era, I mean, we were kind of built around our defense, and PK was the professor, the mad scientist who put it all together. We had some great players, but like I said earlier, he just does a great job. Fundamentally, I marveled at the way like we practiced, the way that the tackling, the attention to detail. It was just at a different level than I had seen before, and I can only imagine. I know why the Texas success that they've had is the mastermind of Steve Sarkisian, his play calling, his offensive wizardry. Is that the way you say it? Been hitting the mouth a few times. Anyway, that and then PK, right? I mean, these are two of the best coordinators in America, and you put them together, and you're going to have a 12-1 season, and find yourselves right here in the CFP along with the Huskies.
You mentioned that the Washington defense has really studied the ship this year. The overall season numbers aren't great necessarily, but how have they improved in the second half to give that side of the ball much more of a chance, play in and play out?
They've just been amazingly clutch. Okay, when we've needed them to step up, whether it was on fourth down like 3 times in the first matchup with Oregon, whether it was a game where it was blowing 35 miles an hour and Michael Penix was sick and the offense couldn't score a touchdown and it looked like we were about to go down to the Sun Devils, we get a 90-yard pick six return. Whether it's another 3 and out that we had to force to get the ball back, in that championship game to go down for the winning drive and make that thing happen. Like this defense, you're right. They kind of bend at times, but man, they do not break when the game is on the line. And just been so fun watching them. I think they're healthier than they've been all season. Thule, our big D tackle in the middle, was kind of dealing with a knee all year. You really saw down the stretch what he meant to that defensive line when he was in there. And then in the championship game against Oregon, we had 2 of our safeties back that had really been out for, a couple months. So, the numbers maybe not perfect, but you break it down and you watch how clutch they've been on 3rd down, on 4th down, and in the red zone. You kind of, you raise your eyebrows and go, okay, yeah, let's not just look at the stats here. These guys are pretty good.
And Damon, I like how you just said Thule instead of trying to pronounce that guy's last name. Be honest with me. How many of the Washington defenders can you actually get down name-wise? Because there are some tough ones in there.
It's rough. When I did the radio for years, first Bob Rondo and now Tony Castricone on the call here for the Dogs, I that was their specialty. I'd just be like, yep, number 76, number 92. And then, it's hard, but Thule is an awesome kid and, great football player, and he will make an impact next Monday.
Yeah, a name that's a little easier to pronounce is Kalen DeBoer. I'd love to ask you about him, Damon. I mean, what a job he's done. Like,
oh, man.
The total 360 that the UW football program has undergone over the last 5 years. When Chris Peterson had things going really well, and I know his last couple of years weren't as great as the playoff type of years, but still, he was regarded as one of the best coaches in college football. And then to go to Jimmy Lake, who just it felt like, all right, things were just going to pick up exactly where Peterson left off. And then for that just 2-year run, COVID was obviously one of them, but 2021 was a disaster for y'all. Yes. And it felt like the program just was in such a horrible spot. And then Kalen DeBoer, year one, I mean, we're Texas fans, right? Like, it's taken us 4 coaches to figure out how to turn things back around. Year one, DeBoer wins 11 games. And then year 2, here's Washington 13-0 in the college football playoff. Like, what can you say about the job that he's done up there?
I mean, this guy is unbelievable. In a profession where there's just so many wild cards and people, there's so much going on in college football. This guy is like one of the most genuine human beings I've ever been around. Just has this calm, cool, collected demeanor, trusts his staff so much. And the way he delegates, it's just different than I've been around. And you see that in the way it's like carried over to his team, kind of the way they play. No moment is too big. They're always just calm, cool, collected. They play their heart out. We have 9 guys in this program that have been at the University of Washington for 6 years, through Coach Pete, through the mess of Jimmy Lake, and now here with Kalen DeBoer. And I think a lot of those guys after the 21 season wanted to jump ship. But no, this guy's come in here, just kind of like, brought everybody together and just led in a way during a time so differently. And everyone's bought in. And character always wins. I don't care what level. This is a man of high character. And then when recruiting or bringing kids in from the transfer portal, you would just want your son to play for this man. And we just got all these character kids that have bought in to a guy that, like I said, is beyond genuine. And then obviously just a winner. Just flat out wins. You go back to, I don't care what level. All this guy does is win. And winning is contagious. And when you think you're going to do it, no matter what the circumstance, at whatever's going on in this game, because you can look to that sideline, to that man in charge who steers the ship. That's why we're 13-0 and on our way to maybe 15.
Is it a safe observation to say that he has a very stoic leadership style? And that's not to say he doesn't experience emotion, because that's natural as humans, but he doesn't let his emotions dictate his next decision that he has to make.
For sure. I mean, I think when you just look at him on the sideline, I mean, all that's missing is the Tom Landry fedora, right? Like, I mean, this dude is as stoic as it gets. Sure, he gets excited about maybe a bad call or something. You've seen that. You've seen him in the locker room celebrating with the guys, but this is just his personality. This is, this Midwest guy you paid his dues beyond paying dues and grown up in a system and that just gets it. And nothing's too big, too small, says all the right things. Kids have bought in, delegates, and has this team, on the verge of a national championship.
BK, I wanted to ask a couple of general questions. Do you have any other questions specific to this game before I do that?
Yeah, one more Sugar Bowl related question, Damon. What changed for Washington? Wins or wins? You guys are here because you went 13-0, but before the first Oregon game, it was beat down after beat down after beat down. And then I think the largest margin of victory for Washington in the second half of the season was 10 against USC. So look, you take the wins, and hey, I think you'll probably argue that it's good to be able to win in blowouts and win in close games, right? Because it feels like the playoff games are going to be close. But what kind of went wrong for Washington in the second half to why they just weren't dominating teams the way that they did in the first half?
Well, there's no doubt, right? Like, the schedule got pretty tough. And I know this Pac-12 does not get a lot of respect on the national level. And certainly there's not going to be a Pac-12 anymore. Yeah. So, you can kind of get that. But when I tell you that Oregon State, Oregon, at USC, Caleb Williams, I know one of the worst defenses of all time in this conference. But, we played some really good football teams. We did have some injuries like everybody has down the stretch. And you can pick that all you want. But, I could come on here and say, well, what happened with you guys against Houston and TCU? And, why was the Kansas State? You have these games when you're not your best. And the great teams find a way to win. And I think, as the season progressed and there's the rivalry games, the Apple Cup, the Cougs came in here. And I mean, there was so much believe me, they think we've ruined their world. And in some ways, with the demise of the Pac-12, it has. So they came in here and just played their hearts out. And, but they gave Oregon a little bit of a run in Eugene too. So, I think it's a combination of a lot of things, not making excuses. But we played some really good teams. We had some injuries. And, I think you saw us in that Pac-12 championship game as 9-point underdogs against Oregon with everybody back and healthy. Jalen McMillan especially, what a dimension he adds to this offense. You saw the potential of this team there again at full force.
Wanted to ask you about the Pac-12 effectively disbanding. Of course, you guys are going to end up in a really good place in the Big Ten. Do you think that this was inevitable, though, or is this partially the result of Kliavkoff and those other two conferences overplaying their hand when Texas and Oklahoma went to the SEC and forming the now defunct alliance that was anything but when it was all said and done?
Yeah, it's a crying shame, if I'm being honest, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm very biased and growing up here on the West Coast and playing in the Pac-10 at the time now, what was the Pac-12. I mean, so much history, tradition, great teams, great games. And, it's now all gone by the wayside. And there's certainly a lot of people you can point fingers at, but I think it started, way back when. There was a time when I remember 2010 when Texas was maybe going to join the Pac-12 or 2011, when, way back when. So, things just went sideways. When other people were getting deals done, we kind of held out and hoping for something better. It never really came along. And now we find ourselves in this position, and there's no doubt we're in a great place as far as, the Big Ten and we've kept the SC, UCLA, Oregon rivalries, at play. But sometimes, be careful what you wish for. We're going to have some long trips across the country playing in Michigan and Penn State and Ohio State, and it's going to be awesome for TV. And when those teams come out here to Montlake, it's going to be fun for our fans. And I know with it going to 12s, college football playoff teams are still good odds to get in there. But our conference it's going to be tough year in and year out. But this is the nature of college football. The only constant in it, I think, is change. I don't think change is done yet. What we're going to see now over the next 3 to 5 years is probably going to be really different than what it is in 10 years. So it is what it is. You better, be on board with it. And we are. And I think, we've landed in a good place, unlike some places, some schools. But boy, it's going to be different.
Do you think we eventually see maybe 2 major conferences, the SEC and Big Ten, as those top dogs who have the most resources to commit to sports in general, but specifically college football? And there's a distinct line between that level and whatever that next level is in college football?
Yeah, I think probably at the end of the day, it's 2 super 25-team conferences, 50 teams like the NFL. I got to believe it breaks away from the Olympic sports. It just geographically, it's going to be so difficult. My daughter plays volleyball at UW, and she's certainly excited to go play Nebraska and Minnesota and all these neat places in the Big Ten. But, when they got to go to Rutgers and Maryland and spend a week off campus and do school. And it's going to be a challenge, and it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. And if, down the road, maybe those Olympic sports make more sense geographically, and kind of forming a different league.
I like that idea. And I also like the idea of separating college football. I think that even works better for something like Title IX as well. And I did want to ask you about your daughter, Brooke, playing college volleyball. I've got a 9-year-old at home right now, Damon, that I coach at the 2nd and 3rd grade level. And it's a lot of fun. And she has aspirations because Texas.
Oh, the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, everybody thinks about us for football. We are a volleyball school now.
Oh, man, I watched that championship game, 3-0, shut out the Cornhuskers. Yeah, I tell you, women's volleyball, girls volleyball. I was a volleyball dad, all the club volleyball. You're just getting into it, Trey. Get your earplugs. These trips on the club circuit. There's nothing like it. You get the morning shift. You're up at 6. You're in that gym till 2 or 3. You get the night shift. You're there from 3 to 9. There's no dinner. It's tough, but I miss it. It's so worth it. And I just love volleyball. And so keep your daughter going. Great sport. And so much fun growing up. You have a lot of good things to look forward to.
All right, before we get your prediction that Washington's going to win the Sugar Bowl, I do want to ask you one question about the winemaking process, because you and your former teammate Dan Marino have some other partners, including your significant others, and y'all are responsible for Passing Time, the winery Passing Time. And in talking about the Meet the Team and what you're all about on the website, you guys say, look, we had to come together, and this has been a long process to figure out of how to make great Washington State wine. So what's the key to making a great Washington State wine?
Well, it always starts with the fruit, and the Washington wine industry is only about 40, 50 years old, compared to most places around the world. And really, as our vineyards have matured, we're just getting into the groove. We've had so much fun with this. It's been over a decade we've been doing this. When Danny and I started it in 2012, it's just let's make 300 or 400 cases of a Washington cab, see where this thing can go, and just kind of have some fun with it. And now it's turned into a full-time. We're making about 3,000 cases a year. We have an awesome club. We ship wine to all over America, including Texas. And Dick Vermeil is in the business, my old coach in Kansas City. Yeah. He tells me, he goes, Damon, my favorite place to sell our Sonoma Napa cabs is Texas country clubs. These people love football, they love their steak, and they love a big cab. So, as Passing Time grows and evolves, we're coming to a country club near you there in Texas. But in the meantime, go check out our website, passingtime.com. We just released our latest cabs. Not to toot my own horn, but if I don't, nobody will. We just got our first 100-point score from the International Wine Report with our 2021 Horse Heaven Hills Cabernet. We make about 500 cases of that a year. It's our flagship. We can send some your way. It'd be fun. We can get it to you right away in time for the Sugar Bowl. Drink a little Washington Cabernet and watch your Longhorns take on the Dogs. So hit us up, Damon at passingtime.com, or just visit the website, order today. We'll send it your way.
I am definitely ordering some. We are fans in my family, so we're going to be in New Orleans for the game, so we may not have it by then, but we will be drinking some passing time wine in the new year. All right, last question, Damon. Washington, Texas should be a high-scoring game, should be an exciting game. What's your prediction for what ultimately happens on Monday night?
Right? Like it should be a high-scoring game. I don't know what the over-under is. What's the over-under? You guys know?
Yeah, it's 63.5 right now.
63.5. Sounds about right. Like all of us that think all these fireworks, it always is like the exact opposite, right? These teams come play great defenses. The offenses are a little careful and you don't want to screw it up early on. So, okay, my prediction, I'm going to say Dogs 35, Longhorns 24.
Double-digit win for you, Dubs.
Yeah, I just feel like I think you guys struggle a little too much on third down in the red zone, and I think like that's going to be the difference in the game.
Okay.
Maybe an underrated element to all of this with all the conversations we've had about that. Texas offense has struggled in the red zone, and Washington's defense really tightens up when it matters the most. He is Damon Huard, record-setting quarterback for UW back in the day, 8-year NFL vet as well. These days, he does a bunch of different things around Washington football, Washington sports. That includes as a volleyball dad. And yes, he makes wine as well. Go to passingtime.com to check out the wine. Damon, this has been a real pleasure, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks, Trey, BK. Good chatting with you guys. I'll probably see you on Bourbon Street.
Yes,
Only one hurricane. Only one. Don't go two.
Well, I'm buying you one, so you're gonna have to get you're gonna have to get at least two, probably.
No. I wouldn't be able to stand probably the next day to watch the game. I've been down that road.
You're the man, Damon. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Damon.
There he goes, Damon Huard. Good stuff. Good get. Fun conversation there. Great analysis of this Washington football team, and obviously, Damon's just as excited as we are for this matchup coming up on Monday night.
Boy, he brings up a lot of great points, a lot of fascinating food for thought as we are going to continue breaking this game down over the next several days.
Yes, indeed. We went overtime. And Trey, you're not getting paid extra for this, so don't even ask. Now it's time.
Well, shit.
Now it's time to bring on Chip and Zay. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Oh, what up? What up? Hope everyone had a great Christmas.
Yeah. What's up, baby?
So we had what'd you call me or Trey?
I'm working on my New Orleans accent right now. You know what I'm saying, my Wody? You know what I'm saying, baby? We're gonna be there, so I gotta get used to it,
I thought you were stroking out on screen for a second there. Glad that's the New Orleans accent and not the other option.
Hey, don't go Brian Kelly on us, all right, family. We don't need that fake Cajun accent, all right, Zay? We can't have you going down that path.
Hey, I'm more believable than Brian Kelly, dadgummit. So
I'm definitely going to be taking a video of Zay doing the Brian Kelly dance. I'm going to be doing a 360 around him at some bar on Bourbon Street or on Frenchman Street.
You sound better than Brian Kelly, according to you.
Oh. I don't have much to beat there.
But so you're telling me you're coming to Nolens?
Yeah, man. The guys said they got space for me, so your boy making a trip.
Let's go.
Yeah, man. Gotta give me a po' boy right when I touch down.
This Sugar Bowl tailgate continues.
You guys,
we are now post Christmas. We are ready to roll. Y'all hanging out? We can hang out. We can do a 4-way show for as long as you want.
Wow. Not the
BK's been off for a while today, man. Let's give him a break.
Not the 4-way.
That was my nice way of saying, y'all take some time off.
We'll be locked in.
Appreciate you guys. Good show.
Cheers.
Have a great show, guys.
Cheers. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you spend some time with us, Chip and Zay. We have started our Sugar Bowl countdown. We got a lot of people to thank for that, including Hoops ATX, my man Mike Gonzalez. This new year, don't give your kids video games. Give them a basketball hoop, an adjustable basketball goal that he will install for you He'll give you a sport court, whatever you need. HoopsATX.com. He's the best in the business. Cover 3. Doug Young, Matt Dodson, 2 local boys with a dream to have the elite sports restaurant in Austin. They've done it. Cover 3 on Anderson, in Round Rock. Cover 2 on 183 in Lake Creek. Good stock. Are you kidding me? Lake Cliff Golf Club. Man, we are thankful for all of our Sugar Bowl sponsors, and we will be, in fact, tomorrow's show, I'll be coming to you live from New Orleans. I will have just talked to defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski and the defensive players for the Texas Longhorns, who mercifully are doing their press conferences in the mornings. Washington is doing their press conferences in the afternoon. That is good for the show. So we will have all kinds of good stuff. First and foremost, though, hope everyone had a great Christmas. Zay, how was your Christmas?
It was great, man. Spend time with both sides of the family, my wife's side, my side. It was nice. Everybody got their presents that they wanted. My nieces got their gifts. So, yeah, man, very wholesome. How about you?
Wholesome, great, yes. Family, friends. Good Christmas movie time. I watched 4 Christmases on your recommendation.
Classic. That's my kind of meathead humor. You probably didn't watch Air. No.
Okay.
That's on me. That's on me. It's not a Christmas movie. Give me the benefit of the doubt. Like, I was watching Christmas movies with my wife, So
yeah, I watched Die Hard with my son. Christmas movie.
That's a Christmas movie.
Wasn't Hoops ATX a sponsor on you and Sean's show way back when? Yes, CB. Hoops ATX. My man Mike Gonzalez. The best sport court you're going to find anywhere. Attention to detail. Adjustable basketball goal for your little ones so that before they grow to be as tall as Zay, they can hoop and dunk on that adjustable goal. The most fun you've ever had. How about this? Engaging life's moments, Chip and Zay. What is happening? Listening from Singapore. What up, ELM? Hope it's all going great for you in Singapore. Yeah, so tomorrow I will be in Nolans. Zay will make his way down. When are you coming down?
We'll be down there Saturday.
Yeah. Beautiful. And then we will have the game. We are 5 days out from the Texas Longhorns' first ever college football playoff game. The semifinal, the second semifinal of the day, which I still don't understand. You've got a game at the Rose Bowl and you're playing it before you play a game in the Central Time Zone. What are we doing, people?
Doesn't make any sense.
Help me.
Yeah.
Help me help you.
Yeah.
But yeah, the second semifinal after Michigan and Alabama, we will have number 2 Washington, number 3 Texas going head to head in a rematch. The Longhorns' chance to avenge all 5 of their losses from the previous season. They have so far avenged the first 4 with the rout of Oklahoma State. 49-21 in the Big 12 title game. Now they can avenge their only other loss in the 2022 season against these Washington Huskies, 27-20 in the Alamo Bowl. And Zay, I wrote about it a little bit today because I asked Christian Jones. I said, Christian, yo, 6th year senior. You've seen it all. You've had 3 different head coaches. How many coordinators? Too many to count. I said, y'all only ran it 18 times for 51 yards in this Alamo Bowl game a year ago. is Washington going to see the real Texas running game this year? And it started off as a question about how Texas didn't really try to establish the run in that game a year ago, and how Texas is averaging 38 carries for nearly 200 yards on the ground this year. And it turned into him telling me how he said he didn't feel like the team was all fully mentally there in this game last year. And someone said, well, what do you mean by that? And he said, because they were like, why? Because of the opt-outs? Because Bijan and Roschon and DeMarvion Overshown weren't playing in the game? He said, yeah, it was our first glimpse of the team that we would be in 2023 without those guys, without their huge leadership presence, without their huge productive presence on the field. The team had to kind of recalibrate without Bijan, without Roschon. They didn't run the ball very well. And we know now Jonathan Brooks was due to have hernia surgery just days after the bowl game. So Keelan Robinson was the starter at running back. They didn't really commit to the run much at all. They ran it twice in the first quarter, if that tells you. And it's going to be different this year, Zay. If it's not, then something's horribly wrong. I mean, even in the Oklahoma State game, Texas ran it 40 times for 198 yards. They've been averaging, since Jonathan Brooks went down, they've been averaging 39 rushing attempts per game. That's even more than when he was healthy. So I'm ready to see a different running game in this year's Alamo Bowl.
Yeah, and we'll see the three backs that the Longhorns have. They're going to be huge to their success the game Monday night. I mean, you talk about C.J. Baxter, who's getting better game by game. There's certain things that he does where you're like, he's still a freshman, where, you wish at his size maybe he could break more tackles, or just what Jonathan Brooks used to do. Like, Jonathan Brooks made so many guys miss this season before he got injured. And even though C.J. Baxter has had a solid season, he hasn't been Jonathan Brooks. Thankfully, you've had the explosive plays come from guys like Jaden Blue and Keelan Robinson to, balance things out if C.J. Baxter doesn't have those big plays. So Jaden Blue and Keelan Robinson, how are they going to be used in the offense Monday night? Because you've had a long time to prepare. Are you going to do more 22 personnel, more 12 personnel, where you have two backs on the field? Hopefully we see a little bit of that, because Keelan Robinson's only had 12 touches this year, and he has 3 touchdowns. I like that ratio right there. So if you could give 7 the ball in certain situations when this Washington defense, who can be very suspect, if you could get them at the right times, then that's going to be huge, especially the explosive plays that Blue and Robinson could put out there. So, yeah, man, you're talking in a Washington defense that's ranked 100 when it comes to rushing yards allowed. Like, they're not very good. And when it comes to passing, allowed their over 121st. So this offense, they should be able to move the ball very easily. It's just when they get in the red zone, will those woes come about like we've seen at different times this year? Hopefully they could utilize guys like JT Sanders and Adonai Mitchell. We know how big he is in the red zone. But, yeah, man, this running game, if you could keep the ball out of Washington's offense hands, don't allow Michael Penix the least amount of attempts as possible, is better for the Longhorns, and obviously running the football can keep the ball out of UW's hands, then I think Texas is in a good spot. But if you go 3 and out at times, and if Quinn Ewers happens to turn the ball over like we've seen at random times, like, again, the pick against Texas Tech, bogus. The pick against Oklahoma State, brutal. If those things happen and they put Washington in good field position, then I don't like Texas' chances. But Quinn Ewers has to take care of the ball, and if the run game's popping, the Horns should be all right.
Yeah. This is to me, a chance for Steve Sarkisian to show Kalen DeBoer what's up, because The Texas offensive line has been good all year, and it needs to play its best football on January 1st, and you would hope January 8th. And I thought this game last year was hard to watch because Texas was not trying to establish the run. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised Texas kept it within 7. Because it felt like Washington was always on the verge of pulling away. And then Texas got that nice little catch and run screen touchdown from Jonathan Brooks to start the third quarter. And you're like, oh, okay. It was a 13-10 game at that point, but Texas was always playing catch up. And Texas needs to be the more physical team in this game. They need to absolutely come out on both sides of the line and assert their will, because you've got the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line of Washington going up against Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, which this could be a legacy game for those two guys with their ability to get pressure up the middle. And I've got some numbers on how the difference between blitzing Michael Penix and getting pressure with 4 or less, and how much of a difference there is in terms of his completion rate, his comfortability. And let's just put it this way. He's a lot better against the blitz than when it's just 3 or 4 working their way to him. And you've got a full set of guys in coverage. So I think, with time and with the experienced leadership of this team, I'm expecting unbelievable energy coming off the field, just like we saw against Texas Tech and Oklahoma State.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Michael Penix, he's old as hell. Let's keep it real. Like, the dude has been playing college football for a very long time. So him picking up these blitzes and stuff, like, that's easy money for him, especially if he has the numbers with arguably the best wide receiver core in the nation in Rome Odunze, Jalen Polk, and Jalen McMillan. So, yeah, I think Ethan Burke, Barron Sorrell, those guys got to be huge. We know what Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat bring to the table, but can Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke, can they make a difference against a very good tackle tandem with Washington? I mean, you got Rosengarten, I don't know how to say his name right, and then what's the other dude's name? Fatanu, so those dudes, they're some serious guys. A big reason why they won the Joe Moore Award for best offensive lineman as a whole in college football. But yeah, man, Ethan Burke, I need to see that Max Crosby. We talked about that before the season. That's what he told you, Chip. That's who he analyzes. Max Crosby might win Defensive Player of the Year. Did you see that dude causing havoc against Patrick Mahomes? Patrick Mahomes was rattled, boy. Rattled. Max Crosby is for real. Ethan Burke, if you could give us any bit of that. I know you ain't got the tattoos and stuff. You got a couple, you working on it, but give us any of that. Barron Sorrell, same with you, bruh. If you could have a big-time game, you talk about it being like hero games for T. Sweat and Byron Murphy, this defensive line as a whole, they got to be big. So Anthony Hill, David Benda, and Jalen Ford, they can help this secondary out because this wide receiver core, they're a problem. So, yeah, I'm with you. The stats show that if you don't blitz and you can still get pressure on Michael Penix, that's big. And he has not been as good as he was in like the first 6 games of the season as he was in the next 6 games of the season. He's had his, issues. Teams have gotten to him. So, I don't know. Jalen McMillan, he's been injured throughout the season. He's finally healthy. But, yeah, man, I got to have those edge rushers cause havoc. Like Barrett Sorrell, Ethan Burke, they've been solid. They've been solid all year, but just get a little bit more out of those guys. That's going to be huge for the Longhorns' success.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You just want everything peaking at the right time. The team is arriving into New Orleans in just a few hours. They had their little send-off this morning on the team buses, making the the drive off to the airport and then down to New Orleans for a week, essentially. And we will be down there starting tomorrow. We'll be all over the coverage for you. And one of the things that I, look forward to is seeing what Jaden Blue does in this game, because he seems to be doing this, Zay. And he's a guy who seems to like the moment. And we like guys who like the moment. If they can elevate their game when the lights are the brightest, come on down. I think Quinn Ewers showed us that against Alabama. Did not like the start to the Oklahoma game at all, but he finished it like a madman. And then in the Big 12 title game, against Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game, he was lights out like he was against Alabama. Can't wait to see what Quinn Ewers has for this stage. But I feel like Jaden Blue is the one pushing right now. And you look at the carries for those two since Jonathan Brooks went down, and that Iowa State game, CJ Baxter got 20 carries. Jaden Blue only got 7 against Texas Tech. CJ Baxter got 9 carries, and Jaden Blue got 10, and he ran 10 times for 121 yards. And then in the Big 12 title game, CJ Baxter got 13 carries, and Jaden Blue got 10. So the numbers have evened out over the last 2 games. And as I've said, it's been CJ Baxter for the first 2 series, then Jaden Blue on the 3rd series. Let's see if that continues or if it changes up. Typically, Sarkisian gives CJ Baxter 2 series, then Jaden Blue gets a 3rd series, and then it does appear to be more hot hand. And so we'll see if that's the pattern that continues in the Sugar Bowl. When you talk about the Texas defense and the linebacker situation, last year you had Jalen Ford, you had Diamante Tucker Dorsey, and you had Mo Blackwell kind of in a hybrid role. But for the most part, it was Jalen Ford and Diamante Tucker Dorsey the whole game. And now swap out Tucker Dorsey for Anthony Hill. And I think you feel a lot better about the Texas defense, knowing that number 0 is running around, picking people up and slamming them on the ground.
Yeah.
And that's his signature tackles, eh? Right. He likes to get you around the waist, get your ass up in the air, and body slam you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's amazing what his strength is as a freshman, because he's only going to get stronger. He's only going to get better. He's only going to get smarter with the more reps that he has. And yeah, I expect him to have a huge game. Like, he's the type of player that the bigger the game, the bigger that he plays. We saw Alabama's best game
2
of the
sacks,
year.
2 third down sacks.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he took over that game low key, and he let the Alabama fans at Bryant-Denny Stadium know too. So his just confidence and just his tenacity and kind of unhinged manner of the way he plays, you need guys like that, because again, this offense, like this Washington team, they're confident. They're a little bit arrogant and cocky too. I mean, Michael Penix had a question that he answered when they asked him about the Alamo Bowl. They asked him, what does he remember about that? He said, I don't remember much. I just remember beating those guys. And it's like, bruh, okay. You don't remember us. Well, we're going to make you remember this game. Like, that's the mindset you have to have. And if you're Anthony Hill, he plays with that mindset game after game. So yeah, man, Dylan Johnson, running back for UW, he can't do anything. He can't do what Trick Daddy say, not nada. Nah, you don't know not nada. He can't do nothing. Nothing. Like less than 50 yards type of nothing. Because that passing game, not nada. I don't know what trick. Yeah, I don't know what trick that he said. He got that Miami slang, but I can't see not nada from the running back position for Washington. Dylan Johnson, people sleep on that dude, man. Like UW wouldn't be 13-0 if that guy wasn't big in huge moments like that Oregon game, Pac-12 championship. I want to say he was probably the player of the game, especially in the second half, where they kept giving him the ball and he kept giving just deflating yards and breaking tackles and getting first downs just to keep the ball in Michael Penix's hands, and they end up winning it at the very end. But yeah, he's a 1,000-yard running back. Obviously, you look at the 3 wide receivers, which you have to, and they got more after that. But Dylan Johnson having 100-yard games and, just big-time explosive plays throughout the season is also a huge part of Washington's success. And I think we just going into this game, knowing how good Texas' run defense is, that we just kind of write him off. Can't do that. Bo Davis, everybody's got to be ready. Yes, you got to get pressure on Michael Penix. That's obvious, but you cannot allow Dylan Johnson just to get, tough yards at random times, because Michael Penix, he's not going to do anything with his legs. So Dylan Johnson can't go off at all. If you make this team one-dimensional and make Michael Penix pass it a lot where everybody's expecting it, that's what you want. But Dylan Johnson, no sir, cannot be a factor.
Yeah, Dylan Johnson, you mentioned that game against Oregon, 28 carries, 152 yards, 5.4 a carry, 2 touchdowns. And yeah, he was the guy draining the clock on that last drive that kept Oregon from getting back into it.
Yeah, he won them the game.
Yeah.
He won. Michael Penix is up there in New York, second in the Heisman. He won them the game. By the way, who'd you vote for? We never talked about that. You can say it now.
Yeah, so Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix, and T'Vondre Sweat.
Wow. I like it. You're right on the money. Throwing T Sweat in there, man. A lot of people might say you a homer. I don't give a damn. It ain't going to be me, because T'Vondre Sweat's impact. Don't let the stats fool you, national media. That's what everybody's seeing, because they're not watching Texas down in and down out. T'Vondre Sweat's impact was New York worthy. I'm right there with you, partner. Call me homer all you want. I don't give a damn. T'Vondre Sweat's impact on this defense, Texas would not be in the college football playoff if T Sweat wasn't doing what he does.
To me, his tackle on 3rd and 1 at Houston, when they're on the 10, trying to tie or win the game.
Yeah.
That was such an underrated play. And he's had 4 plays like that where he single-handedly stopped the other team on either 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 this season. Yeah. So you talk about not giving an inch, giving max effort, delivering when it's on the line. And then K-State, now, Barron Sorrell got through and really forced the issue, but T Sweat was coming right behind him. Probably would have had an interception if my man David Benda didn't knock it out of his hands. But yeah, T Sweat, kudos, man. Yeah. You maintained max effort all year, and you're going to get paid for it. And if you can be that disruptive in this game, oh, hell, you're going to make more money. Like, his draft stock just keeps doing this. And if he can be a one-man wrecking crew, and Byron Murphy's really the best pass rusher of those two.
Yeah.
Andre's the one that just gobbles up running games. But, man, big chance for them.
Byron Murphy, T'Vondre Sweat, Outland Award winner for best defensive lineman in the nation. Well-deserved. We know that. And I guess Byron Murphy could get slept on a little bit. Chip, I saw like a little highlight reel on X/Twitter of Byron Murphy just causing havoc. Oh, my goodness. Like, he is so athletic and he is so strong and his IQ is ridiculous. Like, he's sniffing stuff out before it's even snapped. Like, you could tell just by the way he's lining up and the way he's communicating guys and talking to guys on the line and stuff. Like, I don't know if whoever gets a chance to ask him about his film study, you could tell he watches film like a ton. Like they're just certain guys are like, oh, this dude, he's kind of like a coach on the field with the way he operates. The dude Byron Murphy, just his ability to get to the ball and cause havoc. And again, it might not come up in the sack. That's kind of what, you don't like about this team in a way. They don't get the sacks, even though they get crazy amount of pressures. You want that sack, rate to go up. But, B. Murphy, man, I salute to you, bro. We ain't forgot about you. I know T Sweat gets that love, but we ain't forgot about you. You are a pit bull. And yeah, those two together, not even close. Best interior lineman duo in the nation, maybe in the last 5 years or so.
Yeah. Yeah. Byron Murphy, he is, and you knew he was going to be great from the moment he got on campus because no one could block him. And Keandre Coburn said, this dude is going to be an All-American. And he's the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year. And he's already accepted his invitation to the Senior Bowl. So he gone.
Yeah.
And Jahdae Barron has accepted his invitation to the Senior Bowl. So he gone.
Yeah.
That's what you can extrapolate from those two accepting their Senior Bowl invitations. And that's, I don't blame him. Byron Murphy,
yeah.
I've been told he's graduating. He's good to go. Got my paper, time to go make some money. So good for him. And
yeah, well deserved.
Jahdae Barron has said he wants to help his mom, not have to work if she doesn't want to work. She's got a great salon there in Austin that she likes to. She's happy, but Jahdae wants to help her, and no shame in that.
No,
he said earlier this year, I got goals. I got a mom who's still working, and I don't want her to have to do that. So
make her live with you, though, Jahdae. We know. Don't buy that crib, though. Move her in with you wherever you go. Whoever drafts you, picks you up, whatever. Move mama in with you. She ain't got to work. She'll probably take care of a whole bunch of stuff that you ain't got to worry about. You just got to worry about ball. Do not do what a lot of these rookies do because everybody wants to be big man and buy their mama a house, and then all of a sudden they in all types of debt. Just let mama live with you. It's all right. If you want to be with old girl, you could go to her house. You got money to afford a hotel room, this and that. You can find different ways to get that, personal time without mama. But just for everyone's sake, for your future, the NFL could be very short-lived. Just let mama move in with you, my brother.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that plan
whatsoever. Nothing wrong with it.
Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong with it. It's a beautiful thing.
If you're going to buy property, keep it in your name and make sure that is appreciating under your portfolio. Let mom live in it as long as she wants. But
as long as she wants.
You keep that in your portfolio so that
mama going to decorate. She going to keep the house nice. She going to clean all the time. The laundry going to be on point. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all mama wants. That's all mama wants.
Yeah. Yeah. We got some comments coming in over here. It's not looking good. This Longhorn Bear said that ESPN has just reported USC's playing tonight, that they will not have Caleb Williams or QB2 or tight end 1, and that 2 offensive linemen are transferring. Miller Moss will be the QB for USC versus Louisville. Yeah, I don't know what's going on at USC. It sure looks like Lincoln Riley's going to make a jump to the NFL, but Ay, ay, ay. What a bleep show.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Chip. If you're a recruit and you're hearing all these rumors about the head coach that, supposed to be the quarterback whisperer. I mean, at Oklahoma, we saw those guys that he put out, from Kyler to Baker Mayfield, who's playing hell of good football right now for the Buccaneers, Jalen Hurts, et cetera. So if you're a transfer or one of a big time high school recruit with USC going to the Big Ten, which is going to be a traveling SOB, why would you go with all that toxicness? It doesn't seem like everything's stable in Southern Cal. And we talk to John Brown all the time, and he says it. Like, he tells us straight up, like, yo, the front office people, there's something's wrong with them folks. They don't let those head coaches and people who are actually working, on campus do what they do. They're too involved in a negative way. And yeah, if you have that toxic culture, then it could result in guys transferring and leaving and stuff, which is crazy because we know what, USC brings. We saw what Caleb Williams did. The guy just won the Heisman. So it would seem like that place to be, but Lincoln Riley's probably looking at the Big Ten like, I don't know, man. Like, traveling up to, Ann Arbor and Columbus and, Penn State and stuff like that, Rutgers, like, the traveling is going to be nuts, and hey, I don't know if he was ready for that when he took the job. Like, okay, was this going to, really happen? And am I going to be able to recruit? But some people think when the NFL comes knocking, you can't deny it. And he might be at that point of his career.
Either that, or he made the same mistakes that Cliff Kingsbury made when he went to Texas Tech, and he didn't go find the best defensive coordinator possible instead of hiring the guy he was comfortable with, the guy he'd had at Oklahoma. And so now he's let go of Alex Grinch, but is it salvageable? Is it looking like it's salvageable? Because I'm looking right now at the recruiting team rankings. USC typically always right up, at the very top, and USC is 18th. And Malachi Nelson, their stud quarterback, is in the portal. I just don't get it. So, and then when you look at their recruiting class, you're looking for defense, and they got a cornerback, an edge. They did get a defensive lineman out of Bay City. I liked Carlin Jones. But I just don't know if, they're going to have to go heavy in the portal to get that defense turned around. I just don't know what's going on. It doesn't look good at USC. People are writing articles, Bruce Feldman at The Athletic, how expectations were to compete for a national championship this season, and it all went to hell. Those kind of articles are not good, Zay. I know that. When people are talking about how everything went to hell.
No. And yeah, if you're Lincoln Riley and you are trying to stay, then you better hire somebody better than Alex Grinch. That's very simple, which it shouldn't be too hard. Come on, this is USC. Like, they are a blue blood, go live in Los Angeles. Like, it's always been defenses with Lincoln Riley. We know they can score points, but they put up 50 and the team puts up 55. Like, that's just kind of his nature. And even though all those Big 12 championships that he won and stuff, he can never win the big game in the college football playoffs. So, yeah, if you're a recruit, I wouldn't look there, with everything else going on in the nation, going to the Big Ten and stuff. Like, Longhorn Bear, he hit it right here. Like, Big Ten players, they'll be in the air more than they'll be on the field. Like, that's true. It's going to be tough. Like, you still got to play school. Yeah, you still got to go to class. Still got to take those exams and turn in those 10-page papers and stuff. I mean, which you should have a ton of time on the plane. So I don't know, give or take here. But yeah, you're right, Chip. Something seriously going on in Los Angeles. And this is the wrong time to be going to a new conference when you have all this just what if dark clouds hanging around your campus. Very toxic.
Well, we got Virginia Tech and Tulane playing right now. North Carolina, Mac Brown taking on Neil Brown. North Carolina versus West Virginia. 4:30 today in the Duke's Mayo Bowl in Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, a virtual home game for the Tar Heels. Has Mac calmed down after going after Dave Doran?
That's what he's
at the
supposed
end of
to
the
do.
season.
That's what he's supposed to do, man.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Dave Doran. He's like, hey, man, we only beat you by 19. We could have beaten you by 30.
Yeah. So,
but he got caught. Dave Doran got caught saying something in the locker room that wasn't supposed to be out there. Mac couldn't let it go.
Don't be soft, Mac.
Come on, Mac.
He was trying to fire his team up. It might have been disrespectful, but that's what rivalries are. It gets a little disrespectful. Can't be.
I gotta say, I was going back over my quotes from Neil Brown at Big 12 Media Day, and he was kind of hilarious because he was like, he was pissed because West Virginia was picked to finish dead last in the Big 12. And he was saying, he said, well, first he said, well, I'll take some solace in the fact that the media picked TCU to finish 7th last year, and they went to the national championship. He's like, I guarantee you we will not finish last in the Big 12. He's like, that's idiotic, is what he said. And sure enough, West Virginia, 8-4. Neil Brown was getting votes for Coach of the Year, Zay.
What up, Neil?
And he's got a good offensive line. He's got a good little quarterback in Garrett Green. He's got a good running back in that former tight end. You like, who do you like in this one? You like North Carolina or you like Neil Brown in West Virginia?
I'm gonna go with Neil. I don't like Mac Brown and his feelings, man. Mac getting soft with his old age. It was like when he stopped recruiting those thugs, man, back in the day, and then Texas started losing. No, Mac, it's football. You got to have a couple thugs on the team. Shoots, man. Don't get soft on me. You want them goody two-shoe dudes. All right, you need a little bit of both. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Neil, which 8-4. I remember we were talking about Neil Brown in West Virginia at one point of the season, maybe going to the Big 12 championship, which sounds bonkers at this point. But, yeah, Neil Brown coming into the season, who was on the hot seat. I think he saved his job, especially with what the new Big 12 is going to be. So, yeah, kudos to him, and I think they're going to get this Mayo dub.
All right, we're getting some questions on the Coda text line 222-9328, wondering what exactly did Mac Brown say. So Dave Doran in his locker room after beating North Carolina called the Tar Heels pieces of shit in a locker room celebration. And Mac Brown called it classless and kind of turned his signing day press conference into like this ramble. He said, this is a quote from Mac, in our last ball game with a rival school, after the game, the head coach of that school called our players a piece of shit. I apologize for that language, but I've never heard something like that before. I'm disappointed. I thought it was classless. It's not true. It's not true. Our players are not pieces of shit. He said, Mac, continuing, number one, We didn't play well in the game. We didn't coach well in the game. And it's been very well documented. And I got that. But you don't call kids a piece of shit. I've addressed it with our team. I apologized to them. And then he goes on and on about how great his kids are in academics. We won a bunch of bowl games. They've been to an Orange Bowl, 5 straight bowl games. And then he said they really didn't appreciate being called a piece of shit. So Max said piece of shit 3 times.
Then do something about it when you play them next year.
And do something about it. So then Dave Doran responded, but I can't play the video because I don't have it bootlegged up. But yeah. So there you go.
It's weak,
Mac. Come on, Mac.
That's weak. That's weak.
It's weak.
For one, he's not talking about the specific players. He's talking about the university as a whole. Like the team and the university as a whole. Like this is a rival game. North Carolina, y'all are the state school. So North Carolina State, like A&M, little brother, especially in basketball. I know football is a little different, but in basketball, oh my gosh. Yeah, little brother, like Jim Valvano would even tell you that. So, yeah, Mac, you can't get caught up in your feelings. Like, that's what you have to do when you're the little brother to fire your team up. Yeah, calling them a piece of shit, that might have been overboard in a way, but this is football, man. Like, come on, we ain't in no corporate office. This is football. This is what it is. If A&M, Mike Elko said that about Texas, I'd say bulletin board material for the rest of Mike Elko's tenure. That's what you got to do. Flip it, Mac. Don't get all butthurt and, sensitive and thinking about your players and how good they are at academics and how they mama's boys and well-mannered. Nobody want to hear that shit. Nobody want to hear that, Mac. Come on, man. Where's that Mac that was a warrior?
Come on, Mac.
Where's that Mac at? The Jordans, the Air Jordans, they've softened Mac up, man. They softened Mac up. I don't like it. See, that's when people say, Mac, it might be time for him to hang up the whistle. And sometimes I'm like, nah, Mac still got a little bit in him. One of the only coaches ever to have a ton of wins at 2 different places. I want to say one stat came out. I want to say it was 200 wins at both places? I don't know. Either way, Mac's done a hell of a job of coaching throughout his career. But when you hear stuff like this, it's just like, come on, Mac. Maybe the game's passed you by because this is college football to me. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'll tell you what. And what accent was that? It was a bad one.
I liked it.
I was trying to sound like Mac a little bit, but not quite so good. Let me tell you who is on point, on the money all the time, and that is Cover 3. I mean, this is far and away been my go-to restaurant since they opened in 2008, 15 years strong. They opened the first location, Cover 3, on Anderson Lane and turned it into a massive success. I mean, from I love the shrimp and fries. Their cocktail sauce hits just right. The ruby trout, all the burgers are amazing. Their sliders, their buffalo chicken sliders, ridiculous. But Cover 3, you need a place to take a date, to go watch the game. It's Cover 3. And they got the brunch with the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar on the weekends. So make your plans now to get to Cover 3. And my man, Mike Gonzalez and Hoops ATX, hoopsatx.com. I'm not kidding. Like, don't get your kids devices for this new year. Get them a basketball hoop. Get them outdoors. Get them enjoying sports. You could have the next Zay Collier on your hands. You need your little ones to be able to dunk on the goal and just as they grow, lift that goal up to 10 feet and just see them get lost in that world. But Hoops ATX, They'll put in full-blown sport courts, pickleball, whatever you need. hoopsatx.com has you covered. Just set up an appointment at hoopsatx.com. And Good Stock, the sweet taste of a Sugar Bowl victory, can taste even sweeter with Good Stock by Nolan Ryan. If you're cheering on the Horns from home this weekend, make sure the true MVP is what's on your grill. Our favorite butcher shop, Good Stock by Nolan Ryan, offering new bacon-wrapped jalapeno poppers, chicken drumsticks, stuffed chicken breast, along with the rest of their steaks, burgers, briskets, now through December 31st. Stop in, get the best that Texas has to offer. And if you need an upgrade in your grilling game, all specialty grilling tools will be 30% off. Just swing on by the butcher shop at Highway 79 in Round Rock. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and say Longhorn 15 at the register to get your discount store-wide. There you go. And Good Stock has you covered. You know, you go to goodstocktx.com. Use the same promo code Longhorn15 at checkout for 15% off. And man, they got you covered. Good Stock. Zay, I on Christmas Eve wrote a story about Steve Sarkisian, kind of looking back at what Texas leaders saw, like what was their rationale when they hired Steve Sarkisian. Because if you remember, that all happened, like Tom Herman got fired and Steve Sarkisian got hired the same day. January 2nd, 2021, Texas announced Tom Herman would not be retained. And hours later, they announced Steve Sarkisian. And this came right after Alabama beat, I want to say it was Notre Dame 31-14 at AT&T Stadium before they went off to play Ohio State for the national championship. Because remember, Sarkisian did his acceptance press conference right after the win over Notre Dame, because Texas officials went and talked to him, interviewed him in Dallas that week before that game to solidify their decision. And then Sarkisian took the Texas head coaching job, but still coached Alabama in the national championship against Ohio State. Alabama put it on the Buckeyes. That was the game where Devontae Smith caught 12 passes for 215 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half. In the first half of a 52-24 rout by the Crimson Tide to win the 2020 national championship. And in talking to Chris Del Conte, Texas President Jay Hartzell, and Regents Chair Kevin Eltife, remember they were letting go of Herman. Herman had gone 32-18 in 4 years at Texas, but he was also not showing respect for the student athletes, the eyes of Texas, how to help help his team, rally around each other. While if they didn't want to sing the eyes, no problem. Herman was like, y'all can do whatever you want. And Chris Del Conte was like, okay, if you just let him walk off the field, then the team looks disjointed and the team doesn't look cohesive. And so Del Conte went to all the coaches and said, here, we need to stand together. And like Herman couldn't get that part. And it pissed everyone off. It pissed off all the old rich white dudes who have all the power. And that was it. Like after the OU game, when he didn't have the team on the field for the eyes and it was COVID and it was messed up. But that was the scenes. I'm just trying to take you back to the scene. We're coming off COVID. We're coming off the social justice issues in the country. We're coming off the Eyes of Texas controversy. And so here's Del Conte, Hartzell, Eltife, they're looking for a guy to come in and lead, like more than win, lead, but have the ingredients for winning. And so, they're kicking around Urban Meyer, James Franklin, Matt Campbell, and Steve Sarkisian. Sarkisian's name was there from the beginning. And Del Conte told me that, having spent time at both Washington State and Arizona as a athletics administrator, he watched Steve Sarkisian's career from the time he was an OC at USC to when he took over at Washington as a 33-year-old head coach to when he went to USC with scholarship limitations from the Lane Kiffin era and still won 9 games. And then he gets fired, the alcoholism issue, he gets fired in, midseason 2015. And so the career goes on pause, but Del Conte starts watching again when Nick Saban hires Sarkisian as an analyst. And when Lane Kiffin took the Florida Atlantic job right before Alabama was to play Clemson in the 2016 season national championship, Saban said, you know what, just go. I'm going to have Sarkisian call the plays. That was a big deal to Del Conte. Then Sarkisian gets the offensive coordinator job under Dan Quinn with the Falcons. Their points per game actually went up, but Quinn had to, I don't know what Arthur Blank is doing over there, but he made Quinn clean house. Sarkisian gets fired, and Saban hires Sarkisian again. And that was sort of the basis for what Del Conte took to Hartzell and Eltife. He said, look, this guy's special as an offensive mind, and everyone talks about what a good guy he is. Like, even when he was burning down at USC, they were all like, oh man, we hope he gets it together. His heart's in the right place. He was going through a divorce. It was not pretty. He has 3 kids from that marriage, and it was tough. But Sarkisian doesn't make any excuses. He lost it, and then he found it. And he's been able to, find it for 8 years. And the thing that Hartzell and Eltife told me was, yeah, they wanted to talk to him, see what he'd learned from that experience and how it had helped him become a better person. And of course, he said it made me appreciate every day. It made me appreciate like the small things in life. And so I tell my players, hey man, make sure you take in Bryant-Denny Stadium when you come out of that tunnel, because this is a great atmosphere, and it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun winning in this atmosphere. And then you hear that like throughout the season when Sarkisian's like talking about the Culture Fridays and guys laughing coming out of a movie. He's like, that's what makes me happy, watching these guys grow and become brothers, and yeah, they're bonding and doing well on Saturdays, but I want them to take in every moment. And that is a complete opposite of where Sarkisian was as a 33-year-old head coach at Washington, when he'll admit he was focused in on the results. He wasn't getting to know players and really, hey, how are you? And having them tell each other their story. That was something that he learned along the way. And in his first year at Texas, and this is where I started to really think, wow, this guy's, he takes it on himself. He's self-aware. If you'll remember, when he took over the job, the football complex was completely under renovation. Like all the office meetings, team area, locker room, weight room, it was all over the place. They were in the north end. They were based out of the visitors' locker room. The weight room was like, makeshift. And Sarkisian said, I did a poor job of getting the players to connect when we were scattered all over the place in the north end. And but he was also observing and seeing who was in it and who wasn't, so that when he was able to say goodbye to some guys who were not bought in and then bring in his own guys, that's when they started the Culture Wednesdays. But those guys were more impressed with Sarkisian, the person, L-Type and Hartzell, and they got reassurance from Sarkisian that, hey, we need you to support our traditions, our history. And if you'll remember Sarkisian's first Zoom call, he's like, so he was asked about the odds of Texas. He said, I know we're going to stand together. I think he said, we're going to sing it. And it was like, okay. Because that's all about how you package it. That's all about how you allow your team to say, hey, make a stand for it or against it, but make a stand, like stand together. And that's what Sarkisian did. And now no one talks about that stuff. But I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a guy that understands that he has a second chance, and I don't think he's going to mess that up because he knows where he once was, prior to getting this job. He was in a very dark place, and to be able to come from that for the better and to have people trust you like a Nick Saban did and like a Dan Quinn did, to where, okay, now you have all the experience and just knowledge in the world to go do it on your own the right way with all the resources. He understands that, I think, more than anyone. And it's been beautiful to see his culture finally paying off here in year 3 with Texas having the chance to hopefully play for a national championship. I mean, again, like, it could have went way south. There's a lot of guys that they just keep going lower and lower in the college ranks due to the mistakes that they made off the field. And I see it all the time in basketball, So, yeah, for him to come out of this for the positive, I think it just says a lot about him, his personality, his faith. And yeah, I think this Texas team, they have bought into everything that he believes in. And Chris Del Conte, shout out to them, because I know it was a gamble after the Tom Herman situation to take a chance with Steve Sarkisian. I mean, all the people saying, oh, he's going to revert back to drinking and he's never had a good record as the head coach at UW or Southern Cal. Okay, well, this guy's a different man now. So for Sark to go and prove that, to have his first 10-win season, and for Texas to be in the situation that they are now, you got to salute him. And yeah, he deserves all the flowers that he's getting right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how he prepares this team for this moment, for this opportunity. I mean, he knows he's 2 games away from immortality. And that's a powerful drug. I mean, for the coach, you got to keep that in perspective. You've got to make that message just right for your players. Your game plan has to be totally on point. Your attitude, the confidence you breathe into your players. I mean, I remember him saying when they went to Alabama, he said, we're going to be aggressive. Trust us and give us everything you've got, and it'll be enough. And it needs to be a similar message here, because I think we heard from Jaron Thompson. I'm going to take him at his word that they're going to do everything they can to pressure the quarterback with their front 4 and play tight coverage and see where that takes them. I think that is absolutely the way to go. And then offensively, I can't wait to see how Sarkisian's going to mix run and pass in this game. And he's the king of the screen game. So is Kalen DeBoer, by the way. And that's going to be a great chess match. I mean, on both sides of the football. So you got 2 quarterbacks who are ready to let it rip. You got Washington still has their 1,000-yard running back. Texas's 1,000-yard back is going to be watching, but the running game has not suffered. It has not by average, well, it has suffered a little bit. No, it hasn't. They're averaging 39 carries, 207 yards rushing per game since Jonathan Brooks went down. And in the 10 games with Jonathan Brooks, it was 38 carries for 189 yards per game. So it's actually up a little bit with the tandem of Baxter and Blue. Too bad it's not like CJ Black. So you'd have Black and Blue.
Your dad joke's coming into play, man. Wow, that is corny.
That's not.
I don't know what.
That's terrible.
I mean, there's a lot of colors on the team, color last names. I mean, Kobe Black's coming on the team. Obviously, Jaden Blue. I know I'm missing a few others, but yeah, I think the run game could be huge, man. I think it really can. I mean, as good as Quinn Ewers has been as of late, I think if Keelan Robinson, Jaden Blue, and CJ Baxter, if all three of those guys can have a big game and you keep the ball out of Michael Penix's hands, that's going to be huge. And if Michael Penix has the time to throw and stuff, I think Ryan Watts coming back, how healthy is he going to be? I'm going to be watching both offense and defense on the sides of the guys who were hurt, coming into this game, from Xavier Worthy on the offensive side to Ryan Watts, because both of those guys, you need them. You need them. Like Xavier Worthy, he's the best punt returner in the nation. Go look at the stats. Like, he's number one. So you need him more than just offense. And Ryan Watts, yes, he has his, troubles at times. But when it comes to the red zone, Ryan Watts, he's as tough as it gets from the cornerback position. And Malik Muhammad, I expect him to play well. He's been solid all year long. Thank you, CB. Savion Red's the other. I can't believe I forgot about him. Savion Red, he's the other guy with a colored last name. But
yeah, actually, red and blue.
Red and blue. There we go. But, yeah, man, like Terrence Brooks, Mookie Taft, we know Derek Williams coming in the second half, Keaton Crawford, Jaron Thompson. Where are they going to put Jahdae Barron? We've heard that they've been using him as more of a safety in practice. You just never know. And again, Derek Williams not being available in the first half. Are they going to have to go to Jahdae Barron in those situations to take him away from that star position? And if they do they have confidence in Jalen Gilbo maybe to come in, or that Morris Blackwell package that they put out there where he comes in and, he's kind of just a little bit of both, linebacker and a safety. Used to be a safety guy. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Pete Kwiatkowski throws at, Kalen DeBoer in this offense for UW, because we know how excited they could be. But I'm confident in Texas's defense, man. They hear it. They hear all the crap that people are talking about them, especially that secondary. And, yeah, use that as motivation and bring it at the Superdome.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be big time. I mean, I think about and look, Washington, when they put Roma Dunze back to return punts, he's only returned 2, but one of them was for a touchdown. And I fully expect to see number 1 back there returning punts for Washington in this game, but we'll see. Roma Dunze is a special dude.
Yo, I've been seeing like different NFL comparisons to him. One of the latest ones I've seen was Jamar Chase, and I was like, good freaking grief. Like, nah, I see it. I see it. Like, he has a ton of Jamar Chase in him where it's just like, man, this dude is strong as hell. What doesn't he do? Intermediate game, route running, 50-50 balls. Like, he's a problem. And he had a chance to go to the league last year. Like, he would have been a solid pick last year. But he saw the writing on the wall we're a plus 10 win team, and we're having everybody coming back next season. We have a chance to win the national championship. And it's dadgummit, he was right. So, yeah, man, like, that's why I say Dylan Johnson, he can't be a factor at all, because Roma Dunze, you can't focus on him, because then Jalen McMillan will go crazy. You focus on him, then Jalen Polk will go crazy. And it's just like, all right. Like, I've seen games where Bernard has been the man. You know what I'm saying? Like when Jalen McMillan was out for a little bit, Bernard came in, number 4, their 4th wide receiver, and he's done numbers at times. So it's just, they're a problem. They're a problem. But again, if you look at the tape, their last 6 games compared to their first 6 games, very different. And a lot of that's probably based on Jalen McMillan being hurt and in and out of the lineup. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but Michael Penix's stats, they're interesting first 6 games to the last 6.
Well, in Jalen McMillan, he was a monster in their last game against Oregon in the Pac-12 title game. Jalen McMillan had 9 catches for over 100 yards. And it's funny, if you talk to, he had 9 catches for 131 yards against Oregon in the Pac-12 title game. And if you talk to Washington, observers, they'll tell you McMillan is hit or miss. He's either really, really good or he's dropping the ball. And I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. And yeah, he did have a knee injury. He caught 8 passes in each of the first 2 games. He averaged over 100 yards receiving, 3 touchdowns. Then he hurts the knee against Michigan State. He's out for 2 games. He doesn't even catch a pass for 8 games in a row. And then he comes back against Washington State, catches 5 balls for 26 yards. And then the big 9 catch, 131 yard game against Oregon in the Pac-12 title game. So he played through a slight MCL tear, knee sprain, they call it. So he should be rested up and ready to go. And yeah, this they've got 4 tight ends, and this, no one talks about their tight ends, but they are Washington's red zone go-to guys. And all 4 of their tight ends have a touchdown catch this year. Jack Westover, Cuevas, Culp, Jack Westover, Devin Culp is their second leading tight end. Josh Cuevas is the third leading tight end, and Quentin Moore. And Quentin Moore is the one who caught a touchdown in the Pac-12 title game. So they had not shown Quentin Moore as a red zone target all year. And then sure enough, they throw him a 2-yard touchdown pass in the Pac-12 title game. Westover has 4 touchdown catches this year. Culp has 2. Josh Cuevas has 1, and Quentin Moore has 1. And those are, again, they're 4 tight ends that they use, all about 6'4", 250. And so if I'm telling you this, I know Pete Kwiatkowski has zeroed in on the fact that their tight ends are right as the team's approaching the red zone or in the red zone, those guys become targets.
Yeah, offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb, he does a good job of spicing things up. You mentioned this is a team that does a really good job in the screen game. And when they have, Joe Moore award-winning linemen to get out there and run, they're athletic enough to make those blocks up the field. And the screen game could come anywhere. That's what's so scary about Washington, because Michael Penix, he's not very mobile, but the limited times he does roll out, I've seen him roll out all the way to the left side and throw it all the way across the field to the right on just a weird crossing route to a Doomsday or Jalen Polk. So his arm is just ridiculous. And again, Ryan Grubb does a good job of utilizing just all the talent that they have on the field. So yeah, if they try to get too cute, you got to make them play and pay, and you got to just head on the swivel all times, because hell, that Washington State game, Chip, they had that 4th down where they did like a fake quarterback sneak that led into like a jet sweep. It was wild. It was nuts for the Apple Cup. You know, Washington State played them hard because they know they in the WCC and they're like, we got to get these fools before we ever play them again. And yeah, they had to really go in their bag. So, I mean, Steve Sarkisian obviously gets a lot of love for the Texas side on his play calling, but yeah, Ryan Grubb, he ain't no slouch either, and he knows what his quarterback does well, and he knows his weapons on the field. And Texas, they can't get caught in that type of crossfire, man, because you got to limit those explosive plays that Washington's very, good at doing.
I mean, Michael Penix is in his 6th year. He is a 6th-year quarterback. I mean, he played 4 years at Indiana. He grad transferred to Washington, was money last year at Washington, and used his COVID year to come back and lead his team to an undefeated season. And when you look at like Michael Penix's career, he was in 2018, he was with Kalen DeBoer at Indiana, and he was just, a young guy coming up through the ranks. And then he takes over as the main man at Indiana in 2019. And at this point, DeBoer is, the head coach at Fresno. And then Penix gets hurt in 2021, and it was not good. He threw 4 touchdowns and 7 interceptions that season. And man, he goes to Washington, and it is 31 touchdowns and 8 interceptions last year. Now he's at 33 touchdown passes, 9 interceptions. His completion rate has been 65% on the money both years, and he's seen everything. That's where you're just like, he's seen it all. And that's why when you blitz him, he knows where to go. But if you're just getting pressure and you're winning one-on-one battles and you're starting to break through that offensive line, that's when he gets messed up. His completion rate drops to 43% when he's under pressure as opposed to being blitzed. So if you can get pressure, oh man, now you're talking. That's why I'm saying legacy game for Byron Murphy, legacy game for Tavondre Sweat, Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke. Go do it, man, because I'm sure you've seen the numbers I've seen. You don't want to bring an extra guy to get heat on Penix unless you've got something just locked in, like some corner blitz when they show, ZY banana, whatever that play call that you just know. Like last night in that Kansas bowl game, they did a corner.
You were watching that?
I saw a couple of plays.
Oof, man. Wow, that's dedication.
I saw Kobe Bryant on a corner blitz knock that quarterback into next week. I wanted to see what Brendan Marion's UNLV offense looked like.
Okay.
It didn't look like much.
Look, Kobe Bryant, I get it. You have a cool name, bro. You have a cool name. But you're not Mamba. He posed. He did Kobe pose after the game, like what Kobe did back in 2000 or 2001. I don't remember. With the Larry O'Brien NBA trophy, he did that with his Player of the Game trophy for what bowl was that?
Yeah, what was it? The Tax Slayer Bowl?
Great Bowl? Come on,
no.
fam. Come on, fam. That's somebody, whoever took that picture, you got to deny it. You say, bro, I know you have the same name. I can't take this picture. We just won the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. Like, we didn't win no type of championship. It's not even New Year's 6. If it's New Year's 6, I'll give them that. That'd still be a little suspect because you're not playing for really any big-time championship. I get it. You're at Kansas, so it means a lot when you win a bowl game. But come on, Kobe Bryant. Like, let's be better. Let's be better. But
let's be better than that.
Let's be better than that. Let's not disrespect Mamba. Let's not do that.
Let's not.
I can't believe you watched that. I can't believe you watched a couple of those plays, man. That says a lot.
Yeah, I wanted to see what the go-go offense of UNLV was looking like.
I saw Brandon Marion cussing, telling people to shut the F up on the sideline multiple times. Just shut the F up.
To me, the Texas win over Kansas was the masterpiece this year because they held the ball for 40 minutes. They ran the ball down Kansas's throat again. In that game, Texas ran the ball for 342 yards. They just said, "Excuse me while I whip this out." And they had no answer. None. Texas ran it 51 times. 336 yards, 4 touchdowns, 6.6 a carry, and they held the ball for 40 minutes. Like, the Kansas offense was never on the field.
Didn't Quinn have 2 rushing touchdowns that game?
Quinn had a 29-yard rushing touchdown. He was
okay. Let me ask you this: it's been a month. That AC joint should be fully healed. Could we see a Quintavious showing at the Sugar Bowl? Quintavious Ewers. Can we see that?
Quintavious could be making a comeback.
That's what I'm saying. I don't sleep on it because we know ever since the injury, ever since he idiotically tried to lower his freaking head against U of H and got hurt and missed a few games where we saw Malik Murphy, who shout out to Malik going to Duke. Congratulations to him. But can we see a Quintavious Ewers appearance? Or is Sark and AJ Milwee going to tell him, yo, man, we can't risk it. We just can't do it at all. Like, I know everybody wants to see Arch, but I don't. Arch, I love you. Appreciate what you've brought to the program already. Big time recruit. You brought a lot with you. I ain't trying to see you out here. You at home, that's all types of nerves that Arch Manning might have. Like, he's probably praying he don't see no plan. I hope he probably not. I'm not going to put that on him. He's a competitor. He probably thinking if it happens to happen, I'm ready. And I hope he has that mindset. He is a Manning after all. But just watching, I ain't trying to see you, Arch. I ain't trying to do it. But on the other hand, if I could see a smart Quintavious, like you see what Lamar Jackson's doing right now, everybody was scared to give Lamar Jackson that money. Everybody. Baltimore was like, I guess we have to. Now look at him. Lamar being smart, Lamar falling when he needs to be, Lamar just doing whatever he wants to do, about to be MVP. I ain't saying Quinn Ewers is Lamar, but if Quinn could do anything with his legs and do it smartly, that's going to be huge for the Longhorns' success, man.
Yes, it was this game against Kansas when he took off, went right up the middle of the field, just weaving his way, 30 yards, touchdown. He saw all the defenders with their backs turned, and he just cut it right up the middle of the field. The week before against Baylor, he had a 29-yard touchdown run where he went around the edge, around the left edge. This one against Kansas, he went right up the middle of the field for 30 and a touchdown. And then he tried to run the next week against Oklahoma, and he fumbled. And then we haven't seen him really run it since. And obviously the AC joint sprain. So, but I think there's a chance you could see a 10 or 12 yard run in this game from Quintavious.
Yeah. I mean, when it's 3rd and 7, ain't nothing there. Everybody's covered.
Yeah.
Scramble for them yards.
Go give me 8.
Give me 8. That's what I'm saying. Give me 8. put that ball across the pylon. Just like that, get out of bounds, slide. If they hit you dirty, do what Dak always does. Every time Dak slides, he barely gets tapped. Dak goes, he look at the ref. Here we go. What? Do that. Flop if you need to. Ain't nothing wrong with a little flopping. Manu Ginobili went to the Hall of Fame off it. LeBron James be flopping. One of the greatest ever. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You got to sell it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But make sure you slide. Make sure you slide.
There was a great flop in the UNLV Kansas Guaranteed Rate Bowl last night. The UNLV player took the Kansas player's hand and put it on his face mask and pulled it down. And then the ref bought it and it extended a touchdown drive. I've never seen anything like it. Like the dude literally took the defender's hand and put it on his face mask and then tugged it, sold it.
Do what you got to do to win. Do what you got to do to win. I love it. If the refs are going to be that stupid, then, hey, they deserve to get got. You trying to win the ball game. So, yeah, I like that. I need that. You know what I'm saying? Bring out Quintavious in the Sugar Bowl because Washington ain't expecting it. You know what I'm saying? They probably, going back to Dak Prescott, they probably think he got that PTSD of getting hurt. Now he don't want to run no more. Prove him wrong. Have a long talk with AJ Milwee. This is when you come in. This is why you get paid 6 figures or more. Let them know, hey, you better be smart. You have to be smart. We can't have you going out this game. We can't. It just can't happen.
You know what's funny? Penix used to run around a little bit. His first 2 years at Indiana, he ran around a little bit. Like he averaged 6 yards a carry. And I don't know.
Yeah, the ACL tears change your career a little bit. Yeah. Them knee injuries, they could do that to you.
I'm going to look at his numbers. What's his biggest rushing game this season for Michael Penix? His biggest rushing game this season was 3 carries for 22 yards and a touchdown against Oregon State in a 22-20 win. So he can get loose for a play or two. I know we're getting all kinds of comments saying he's no comparison to Dylan Gabriel. I agree.
A little bit. They're lefties, so I'll say that.
Yeah, I would put the over-under rushing yards for Michael Penix in this game at 25 yards and a touchdown. And it needs to be under. And you know what I mean? Like, it needs to be nothing. It needs to be negative.
Yeah.
Because that's typically what passing quarterbacks have. They have negative rushing numbers because this stupidly put the sack totals on his rushing numbers instead of his passing numbers.
Yeah, I hate that rule. NFL, they get it, but college football, they seem to be behind on that. But yeah, I mean, if he's not able to find anybody and you're not blitzing him, you know, but you're still able to get pressure, then Anthony Hill, David Benda, and Jalen Ford, they should have a field day. You know, whether that's check down stuff, whether it's Michael Penix attempting to run when nothing's there, like that's what you want. You want him running. Like that's a win. That's a win. Even if he gets a first down every once in a while, do not hang your head. Don't do that because he doesn't want to continue to do that. If Michael Penix has 90 yards on the ground, you deserve to lose. Point blank. You deserve to lose. They're winning it all if that's the case because you got to pick your poison somewhere. You'll take that. You'll take your chances with him using his legs to move the chains consistently. So he's not going to want to do that. He's going to keep his eyes up the field and he's going to try to find something. And again, if you're not blitzing, then because he's going to try to make those quick throws. He's going to try to recognize the blitz before the snap, change the play, get those guys in the quick hitter, short yardage situations, whether that's quick outs or using his slot receivers to get them on the quick slants or, quick drags where he could get the ball out of his hands as quick as possible. If you do blitz, he's not going to be one of those guys like Dylan Gabriel where when you blitzed him, he just gutted you with his legs. And it was hot that day, and John A. Barrett and Jalen Ford are playing every snap. I think Pete Kwiatkowski has learned from those moments. Okay, we got to do a little bit more rotating with certain guys. So, you all right there, buddy? You good?
I just dropped my my Coke Zero. Hold on a second.
Did it spill? Are you good? Oh man, see. He might have spilled on some equipment, and we might be having all types of problems. We can't have
all right,
that.
We're live.
All right, good.
We're live. The other thing, Zay, is, Penix has only been sacked 10 times all year. 10 times all year. And, that's why Washington won the Joe Moore Award. Because it's not like their rushing offense is gangbusters,
Yeah.
But you only give up 10 sacks, and I'm trying to find the games where, because I've got it written down, where he did get sacked. I know Utah did the best job of getting pressure on him. So did Arizona. So did Oregon. Yeah, here it is. He got sacked 3 times at Arizona. He got sacked 3 times against Utah, and he got sacked twice against Washington State and twice against Oregon. So you get a sack in this game. You get a sack of Michael Penix in this game, you've done something.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
How about 3 sacks? Okay, let's say the over-under is 2 sacks. You think Texas hits that?
I say they get them right at 2. I say batted balls got to be a huge point of emphasis if you're Bo Davis and Pete Kwiatkowski going into this game. Just knowing that he gets the ball out of his hands so fast, you got to get your hands up. Ethan Burke, you're 6'7", bro. You got to have at least a couple of batted balls a game. You know what I'm saying? If you're not able to get to the quarterback, you got to have that IQ and try to read his eyes as much as possible because, teams in the secondary, they're so afraid of their heavy hitters and the explosive plays with Odunze, Polk, and McMillan that on those short yardage situations where it's 3rd and 3 or 4th and 4 situation, it'll hit those guys on quick outs just because, again, their ability to read the defense, Michael Penix being the 6-year senior that he is, his experience to read the defense before the ball's even snapped, that's huge for their success. Like, the guy has a lot of responsibility and, the coaching staff, they're very confident of him making those big-time decisions. So playing tight coverage, if you're Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon, that is a must, man. You cannot be afraid of getting hit over the top. Obviously, if it happens at a consistent rate, yes, that's a problem, but it might happen every once in a while, but that shouldn't take away from you being aggressive, as you said, Chip. So, yeah, I think it's still going to be hard to get to him, even though the Horns have to. But I think just getting, hands on balls when he's trying to hit those quick slants or those dragging routes, I think that might be a little bit more important than the sacks in itself.
Well, when Washington had that lull, I guess, if you want to call it that, They played really well against Oregon. And then they had that 15-7 game against Arizona State. Penix threw 2 interceptions in that game when they got a big lead against Stanford and then hung on for the 42-33 win. Penix had an interception. In the 52-42 game against USC, Penix had an interception. And Penix has had an interception in each of his last 2 games. Over under 1 interception in this game.
Over.
You think Texas gets 2?
Yeah. I think they can finesse 2. I think a linebacker gets 1, whether that's David Binda or Jalen Ford. And then I think a secondary player gets 1 just by being in the right spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Over under 150 yards rushing for Texas.
That's tough, man. I'm gonna go
just
for
over. Context. Texas had 34 carries for 123 yards against Iowa State. 43 carries for 302 yards against Texas Tech. 40 carries for 198 yards against Oklahoma State.
Yeah, I'm going to go over.
Okay.
I'm going to go over. I mean, Washington is 100 in yards allowed defensively, so yeah.
Yeah, Washington is giving up
rushing yards. Yeah, rushing yards per game.
Yeah, they're giving up 133.8 yards rushing per game, 4.3 yards per rush.
Yeah.
That's generous. Texas is only giving up 3 yards per rush.
Yeah.
2.9. 2.9 yards per carry is what Texas is giving up. So, yeah, I guess we should be talking about the over-under yardage for Washington. Over-under 90 yards rushing as a team.
Under. That just, again, Dylan Johnson can't be a factor. You know, what he did against Oregon, that won him the game, man. That won the game. Like Oregon, they did a great job stopping, the pass game besides Jalen McMillan and, forcing a turnover interception on Michael Penix. But 28 carries for $150 something for Dylan Johnson and 2 touchdowns, and his ability to keep the ball in the Huskies' hands to squeeze the clock out of the game. Like, again, that was it. That's why they're in the college football playoff. That's why they went 13-0 and everybody was picking Oregon, who had the 9-point spread. Like, that dude, he is their X factor to me. I really do think so. I just think when they're able to have balance, that's when they're at their best. And even though Michael Penix in the last 7 games hasn't been as good as he was when he had that really hot start in the first 6, their ability to give it to Dylan Johnson and him giving those guys timely yards and timely possessions, I think that's been the key to their success. But in the Pac-12, they haven't played any front line like the defense that Texas is going to throw at them.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about that. No one has seen a defensive line like Texas's. Texas brings the Georgia defensive line to this year's college football playoff. And if you remember, when Georgia was winning the national championship the last 2 years, it was with Jordan Davis and with Wyatt and with
Jalen Carter.
Those 3 dudes dominated those championship playoff games. And that's what Texas needs to have happen in this. And if that happens, Texas will win this game. I will put a mortgage payment on it because that's how dominant T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy have been. People ask me, are you worried about blah? Well, yeah. I mean, there's no guarantees, but if T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy play the way they're capable of, the way they did against Iowa State, the way they did against Texas Tech. I mean, Oklahoma State didn't even try to run up the middle on Texas. And Mike Gundy said after the game, we wanted to try and get them tired a little bit before we started running. So the first quarter, we were throwing it side to side, trying to make them tired before we started trying to hit Ollie Gordon up. That's the nation's leading rusher.
Yeah.
And they're trying to soften him up. So, yeah, I mean, this cannot be overstated how important T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy have been and will be to this defense in this college football playoff. I mean, they are the secret sauce, really. I mean, Quinn Ewers, he can hold up in a shootout, but I got T Sweat and Byron Murphy. Maybe I don't have to be in a shootout.
Right.
Maybe we can grind them at our pace.
Yeah.
Maybe we can slow, keep the point total in the 20s, like Washington State did.
For sure. And I'll tell Mike Gundy, it's kind of hard to tire those guys out when everybody on the defense is rotating. Everybody's able to stay fresh come the fourth quarter due to guys in and out of the lineup. That's why, as good as Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat have been, I give Vernon Broughton, Trill Carter, and Alfred Collins a lot of credit too to those guys' success because, they obviously haven't been good as T Sweat and B Murphy, but they've been solid enough to where if you're Bo Davis or Pete Kwiatkowski, you trust those guys getting a lot of reps too because there's really no knockoff. There's not that big of a dip when those heavy hitters go out the game and you put Vernon Broughton and T'Vondre Sweat, and Alfred Collins in. So those dudes.
And Trill.
Yeah. Trill's been quietly good too. So, yeah.
Trill's got 215 snaps this year.
That's what I'm saying, man. Everybody is really experienced. Again, if you're someone like Terrence Brooks, he cannot get caught up in those penalties that we've seen at different times of the year. That's his only fault.
Right. Love his physical play. Love his tenacity.
Yeah.
Malik Muhammad, same way. Even Gavin Holmes. I mean, they're all aggressive corners. And look, we talked about this. Washington went after Ryan Watts last year. They went after him 6 times, and they beat him twice for big gains. I mean, I've had people say, I'm just fine if Malik Muhammad and Terrence Brooks are in this game. Okay. I need Ryan Watts in there too. I need him in there too, because when he gets his hands on you, especially in the red zone, as you mentioned, he's a lot better in the red zone than he is, let's be honest, between the 20s because guys can get behind him. And if it's a burner, he's going to need safety help.
And he's been hurt all year, back injuries, hamstring injuries. He hasn't been healthy. He's playing through stuff, it seems like, game after game. If you're getting hurt on the first snap, you're hurting already. This is the first snap of the game against Texas Tech. And he was already going to the tunnel and, going to the training room. So, yeah, I think he hasn't been 100% to where we can really see his true potential game in and game out. And with a month to get back healthy and go through rehab, yes, the Longhorns defense is better when Ryan Watts is able to play. I'm not saying he needs all the reps. I do like Terrence Brooks, Malik Muhammad, and Gavin Holmes. All 4 of those guys, change it up. I think it depends on the hot hand of that game. But, yeah, they need Ryan Watts out there for the foreseeable future if they want to win a national championship.
All right, let's get to the chip shot and then to the right call with my man Zay Collier. Chip shot today. I was talking to some Clemson people about Andrew Makuba, and they felt like Andrew Makuba was the best defensive back Clemson had. That even, he played through some injuries the last couple of years, but they felt like he brought the most intensity. He brought the biggest plays. He had 9 pass breakups as a freshman, 7 pass breakups this past season. You'll take that. This guy is a sideline to sideline cover safety who will hit you. And that's what Jaron Thompson is on a good day. But Jaron Thompson has also been the most targeted safety this season, and he's given up 5 touchdown passes, the most of anyone on the team. So he's the best coverage safety Texas has, and he rates highly on Pro Football Focus grades, but he's also been the most targeted, and he's given up 5 touchdown passes, most of anyone on the team. So Andrew Makuba comes in, guy who knows what he's looking at. This is a grad transfer, guy who's, got 3 years of starting experience. And my chip shot today is I'm excited about Andrew Makuba. After the Jalen Catalon experience, I was a little weary, felt a little, like I got no return on investment in that deal, or just a little return on investment, just those hits against Baylor and Kansas that I love so much. But with Makuba, I think you're going to see the pass breakup. You're going to see he only has 1 interception, which is weird. Like in 31 starts, he's got 1 interception, but he's got 20 pass breakups. Like, I just don't know. Maybe he's got Rod Baber's hands or something. Like Rod B was always like, no one's catching a pass on my side of the field, not even me. Got them clapboard hands, but Makuba's got 20 pass breakups. I will take that, my friend, because that's more than any Texas safety the last couple of years. And remember, in this, as I wind up the chip shot here, remember, Jaron Thompson and Anthony Cook played all 83 snaps. First of all, the fact that Washington had 83 snaps in the Alamo Bowl tells you Texas was not on its game. Not like against Kansas in that masterpiece back in our early October. Kansas had a total of 46 plays. 46. Texas had 86 plays in that game. In the Alamo Bowl last year, Washington had 83 plays. That's ridiculous. That cannot happen again. No way, no how, nowhere. The time of possession last year in the Alamo Bowl, Washington had the ball for 35 minutes. Texas only 24. That can't happen again. Zay?
My man.
Let's get the right call, my man.
Yes, sir. But before the right call, got to shout out all our sponsors that are helping us get to New Orleans this week for the Sugar Bowl. More Clean, Leaf Landscape and Supply, Lake Cliff Golf Club, Hummel Realty, Hayes City Store and Ice House. Gotta love that bacon jam burger. Pest Wranglers, Texas Orthopedics, Hoops ATX, Cover 3, Good Stock, AV Consultations, All Stat Beer, and the crew that's going to help get us to New Orleans in a beautiful vehicle at Covert BK Cave. Shout out to the Covert Automotive Group. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Appreciate all our partners this week and moving forward. Chip, the right call today. We are going to the hardwood because this guy can't help himself. Ja Morant, who has been back and looking as good as he's ever looked. The Memphis Grizzlies have been the laughingstock of the league, if you're not named the Detroit Pistons before Ja Morant, and they are 4-0 since he has gotten back on the team. But that's not the right call today. The right call is Ja Morant after or at the game yesterday against the Pelicans, ironically. He had a nasty dunk. After the dunk, he does a dance where he's pretending to toke the pistol. Now, again, I'm showing you on bootleg right now. Check it out. So he's thrown a lob, dunks it. After the dunk, you see the hands right there. Pretending to fire off guns. Look, if I was him, I probably would choose a different dance, but it's just a dance. Supposedly it's a New Orleans dance, so he's in NOLA doing it. I don't know. I don't want to be old guy, get off my lawn right now, but Ja Morant, this is why you were suspended 25 games in the first place, because of your just ignorance of flashing pistols via social media. Not once, but twice. So if you do any type of celebration, maybe you should find a different one that doesn't involve gun gestures. As cool as it looked, I'm not going to lie, it was pretty cool, especially after the alley-oop, but still, you could have chose something different. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, like, we talk about Quinn Ewers cutting his mullet and dropping some LBs, kind of changing his whole approach, his whole look. And it was more than just style. It was substance. Like, he was a different player this year. Ja Morant, man, everyone wants to embrace you. Everyone wants to ooh and ah over your crazy athletic ability, your length for playing the point guard position, just your playmaking. We all want to just celebrate your playmaking, and maybe he doesn't give a flip because like, he's costing himself money left and right. Just don't cost yourself money. That's the only goal I've ever had. It's like, people are like, oh, you're a white guy, Chip. You don't tell other people how to celebrate or this or that. And I'm like, no. I'm just like, don't cost yourself money. Don't take money out of your own pocket.
Right.
By not being an endorsement deal candidate, by, like, you may have so much money right now, and he probably does have so much money right now, he thinks it's never going to end. And then 68% of NBA players are broke 2 to 5 years after they retire. 68%.
It's a bad stat.
It's a bad stat.
It's a bad stat. Well, what's that saying? The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Look at T. Morant, Ja Morant's ghetto-ass daddy, dancing courtside, doing I don't know who knows what. Look like he's on the Henny, the third cup. Just what? Like, that's one of the biggest problems for me. His dad is so ignorant. What's my man Ryan Watts say? Ignorant? Not ignorant.
Make that quarterback make that ignorant throw.
Make that quarterback make that ignorant throw. Yo, T. Morant's an ignorant brother. That's for sure. And of course, Ja Morant doesn't have no guidance. Look at his pops. It's hard to have guidance when somebody who's raising you doesn't have much of his own. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like you said, Chip, I hope Ja Morant understands. Hopefully he's saving his money and keeping his money, but not losing it. Like, he can't afford to do that stuff no more. So, okay, it's just a dance. I hope the NBA doesn't look at it as some type of punishment or something. It's just a dance. It's just a dance. You know, Chandler Parsons, former Houston Rocket and Florida Gator, he said something about it, you know, just being unacceptable and all this and that. Like, I get where he's coming from, but at the end of the day, it's just a dance. He ain't toking no real gun on social media and stuff. I hope he's learned, but there's a lot of basketball to be played. Who knows? He might slip up. I hope not, but I'm right with you. Like, he's a joy to watch. I think he's the closest thing to Allen Iverson that we've seen since. You know, he's a little bigger than Allen Iverson, and I don't know if he's as quite the scorer, but the athletic ability and just the craftiness and just, you know, the ball handling and the flashiness, like that's AI all day. So I want Ja Morant to play as many years as possible, but yeah, man, we all know he's got to cut out the BS. Got to cut that out, you know.
Well, I agree. I mean, I just, like I said, I just don't want the guy to become the heel, to become. And Allen Iverson is probably a good comparison because remember AI, people didn't like the way he dressed and it became a thing like, hey man, you know, AI dresses like a thug and all this stuff. And then, you know, David Stern was trying to like get these guys to be more corporate. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying don't cost yourself money. Just, I mean, maybe he wants to be the heel. I don't know. I don't know him. So
yeah, I love AI. AI was, you know, dressing crazy. I don't think he should have been penalized for that. But AI was also doing thug stuff off the court, like kicking his girlfriend out butt ass naked and roaming around the Philadelphia streets with a pistol, knocking on doors on, oh, who's been with my lady and stuff like that. Like AI was doing Ja Morant stuff. There just wasn't social media back then. So a lot of things got swept under the rug. You know what I'm saying? Like if social media was around, I bet you Allen Iverson wouldn't have had the career he did at all. You know, Allen Iverson is a hero. You know, a trendsetter in a lot of people's eyes. But if social media were around to see all the crap that AI went through, like, oh, look at the stories. Go do your research on Allen Iverson. The dude has some experiences, man, with the law and just things that you wouldn't want your superstar player being a part of. So, yeah, those Ja Morant and Allen Iverson, very synonymous with one another. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, good stuff. And Texas basketball will be back in action on the 29th on Friday. They've had a week off since December 22nd when they muscled a win over Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Yeah, they got to figure this out, man. They got to figure it out. Too many times teams come back on them and it just gets too close and they'll just go through weird droughts where other teams will make a run and they won't. They haven't had one quad one win all year. That's a little troubling. It really is. Like, and your schedule is what it is. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt against UConn and Marquette. They didn't have Dylan DeSue, so – but they'll get their fair share of quad one opportunities coming up in the Big 12. That's for sure.
Right.
But, yeah, if you look around the nation, I want to say Kansas already has 5 quad one wins. U of H, they're up there with like 5 or 4 too. Texas has 0. When the committee looks at that, you know, they got to start winning these big games very soon because if they don't want to be on that bubble spot come March.
Yeah, I think Texas built its schedule knowing they were going to have to rebuild after losing those 5 fifth-year seniors. And so they scheduled to, you know, kind of get things figured out. But now we're at that point where it's time to get things figured out because Big 12 play is first of the year. So here we go. All right. We're running over our time today. Let's get the Fire the Cannon.
Hey,
Megan,
guys.
what's going on?
Not a whole lot. Can you hear Rocky? She is calling me live from South Africa. So we are going to do a fun deal where I'm holding the phone on speaker and we're going to make this work. So
Well, we'll get out of your way because that sounds like an expensive phone call. Y'all
it'll
have a great
be a lot of fun.
show.
Figure it out.
Merry Christmas,
All right,
Happy
guys.
New Year.
Hopefully it's not. Yep, great show. Happy New Year. All right, y'all. So Rocky, again, for those watching, we appreciate you. I know it's going to look a little weird with just me on camera today, but Rocky is here live and in person on the phone. So let's kick this thing off, y'all.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
All right, y'all. Welcome to yet another episode of Fire the Cannon. I'm Megan, and we got Rocky on the phone. She's here, and we're Fire the Cannon. So we are excited to be with y'all today. Of course, we are talking Big 12 champions, Texas, moving on to the Sugar Bowl, which is coming up shortly. We're going to review some of the goings on in Texas sports right now. We know we've got volleyball making some moves. We've got women's and men's basketball doing great and having some games coming up. And we, of course, are going to talk bowl games and maybe throw in some predictions for our Sugar Bowl here. So again, thank you all for joining us. Yes, Carlos, you can see I may or may not have acquired a Big 12 championship sign. Listen, they were just going to throw them away after. So why not just walk out with it, right? It's funny if you act like you own something, you act like you're supposed to be there. It's amazing what you can get away with walking out of a building with. So yeah, good time. So we're going to do a little test here, y'all. I've got, again, Rocky on the phone. Rocky, can you chime in?
Hello, everybody. It is 11 p.m. here, and I'm in the middle of the Kruger Park. And we came earlier today to the big restaurant cafeteria area in the front of our park campsite and confirmed that there would be Wi-Fi tonight. And I even logged in and tested it and everything. And so we drove back up tonight to the front campsite area, and there is no Wi-Fi. I can't send a text. I can't check Twitter. I can't check email. There's nothing. I can't log into the show, but I can call, and I don't know how I can call. But that's great.
That's right. She's cut off from the world, but she is still making a very fancy phone call to be able to be here with us. So again, if y'all have some trouble hearing her, please let me know. Right now, Rocky, it looks like folks can hear you. So I'm just going to be holding the cell phone up for the call. So we've got her here. She is live for sure. So yeah, we're going to start off with a little bit of volleyball talk right now. Again, after that, Texas bringing home the back-to-back national championships, which was wonderful to see. And maybe a little bit of crying, a little bit of whining from a certain Nebraska head coach about Texas, quote unquote, buying players. Texas lands 3 players from the portal. Again, we picked up a couple from actually recruits. So that was great. But Texas just announced that Reagan Rutherford, an outside hitter from Kentucky, so she'll be reuniting with Maddie Skinner from Kentucky as well. And then Avery Carlson, a setter, just announced too. We are snagging her from Baylor. So Texas is looking in really good condition with volleyball. Again, they do a great job with reloading and getting folks ready. And of course, develop players too. We are picking up a few from high school. But Texas looks to be good as we cycle some of those players out. Rocky, did you get a chance to see the volleyball signees?
I did. I saw the player that's coming to join. You said Skinner from the Kentucky player. That's exciting because Kentucky has such a solid program too. So she's going to be good. And then the Baylor setter, right? Mm-hmm. And they were talking about now they should be able to run some different sets, having 2 strong setters. So that's going to be really fun to see. We know if anybody can take the most out of what they have, that's going to be Jared Elliott. So with these new athletes coming in. That's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
Again, so y'all, we've mentioned this several times, but if you haven't made your way to Gregory Gym to watch Texas volleyball, please make it a point to do that. It's fun for the whole family. It is
next year.
Yeah, right. Next year. It's fun for the whole family. It is an awesome atmosphere. It's just a really cool, very cool place to be. So yeah, so we're going to do something a little out of order from what we normally do. We are actually going to bring on and talk about our 3-2-1. So this is, if y'all listen to the show frequently, we do 3 things that are good, 2 things that are maybe not so good, and 1 thing to grow on. So we thought this might be a fun time.
The good, the bad, and the potential.
Right. Good, the bad, and the potential. But we thought we'd do, of course, a Sugar Bowl edition of this. So we're going to do a 3-2-1 on having a month off before the Sugar Bowl. So it's pretty specific on this one, and we're going to dive right into it. Of course, y'all, please, if you're listening along, watching along, give us your thoughts too. We love to hear what y'all think the good and the bad are, good and bad things are for Texas going into this bowl game. So, Rocky, do you want to kick us off with your 3 good things?
Yeah. So I'll say first, it's cold and dark here, and I just saw a wildcat. The wildcat just went through these tables where we are, and I have my our friend Jan just gave Nadia a slingshot. I don't know if you saw. I posted yesterday. She's practicing her slingshot. I brought it with me in case any baboons or more cats come through. But you can have any kind of animals come through these parks. Last time we had a leopard through the park. And so right now we just saw a little wildcat. It looks like the size of a house cat, but it's wild. So,
but they're mean.
But they can be. Now, this one looks pretty calm. But anyway, so they're rare to see though. So we have the slingshot and a broom.
Okay.
And that's going to be what we have here.
I have to say, I love.
No one else is around.
I love and respect that you're risking life and limb out in South Africa to make a phone call for the shows. So
we're in a restaurant, but it's open air. Like it's an open air patio cafe, and the restaurant part is all locked up. There's like a little gift shop over to the side. This is the front reception area of a big campsite. And during the day, it was a madhouse with tons of people because the campsites are spread out throughout, 2 million hectares.
Mm-hmm.
2 million hectares. So there's a few campsites spread out around. So once you find one, you gas up, you get food, or you have lodging. So we're here, as you know, Megan, because you've been here with us.
Right.
Not to this Satara camp, but a different one. But if you look on a map, Satara, Satara, that's where we are right now. And it's in the middle of the park. So all the animals can come if they want to into the gate. But usually it's baboons or these cats and things you have to worry about. So I have my slingshot in my hand.
Yeah.
And my friend Espen's here, and she has a broom.
Well, we have
Amarula.
Listen,
and we took
get them drunk, throw a broom at them.
Amarula in our coffee.
I like it. Get them.
What was that?
Get them drunk, throw a broom at them, call it a day, right? Anything for the show.
Throw the bottle at them if I have to. So if you're not familiar with Amarula from South Africa, they make it from this beautiful nuts that come from these big trees, and it's a gorgeous, creamy liqueur.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get the regular Amarula in the liquor store, whatever. But they have one here that I hadn't seen before called raspberry chocolate baobab flavor.
That's amazing.
Amarula, and it's in a beautiful pink bottle. And I had to grab that. So since we're up with coffee, because it's 11 p.m. here, I put some of this raspberry chocolate Amarula in it, and oh my goodness, it's good.
I love it. You've got it.
Anyway,
you've got the good setup there.
3, 2, 1.
I love it. Yeah. So
anyway, 3, 2, 1.
No, you're good. We'll jump in. So the 3-2-1, again, just to recap, we're going to talk about 3 good things going into, having a month off before the Sugar Bowl, 2 bad things, and then 1 thing to grow on. So Rocky, throw us your 3 good things. Let's hear that from you.
And of course, because we haven't chatted, Megan, about this yet, we may have the same ones. We may overlap, and that's good. That means we agree on that.
Right.
So I'll go 3 good things. 1 good thing is injury recovery. Everyone knows a month off to rehab any of these lingering injuries. Looking at you, Dave, Worthy. X, we're looking at you. There's a few. I mean, everyone's beat up at this point. time to rehab, time to recover, that's huge. 4 whole weeks can make a big difference in a lot of injuries. I think another thing is, of course, the 15 bowl practices they get. That's really great for the youngins. Sark mentioned specifically that some of the young guys were really going to get that early practice time and rep. And also, too, I think the third thing is, because Texas is struggling in some positions, specifically safety and some DB play, getting to cross-train other guys, getting like Jade Barron, other guys in different reps and different positions is going to be huge, and now they have time for that. So I'll say my 3 goods are rehabbing, cross-training, and getting the young guys lots of practice reps.
I like it. Yeah, we're definitely thinking along the same lines. Like, I've got mine, the good, again, the rest. I think, it's a long grinding season, and we know, both physically, emotionally, mentally, it's a lot of work on the team and the coaches. And it's nice to have that time just to reset, to have a month off, to just, get that rest in, actually sleep in. They don't have the early practices quite as much. So yeah, I think I think that goes a long way for body, mind, and soul, right? For not just the players, but the coaches as well. And again, hitting that reset button, that's something that I think is really important, where we know where we're at. Texas knows what the goals were for this season. We've talked about it all season long. Making that Big 12 championship, winning the Big 12, that was the goal for this year. So we could argue we're in a great place because we're ahead of where we plan to be. So now I think having a little bit of time to reset and refocus those goals and say, all right, we did what we set out to do this season. Now we're going to reset these goals. We're going to aim even higher, and we're going to game plan on how to do that. I think having that little bit of extra time is a good thing for that mental preparedness for the players and for the coaches. And
I love that.
Yeah. I think that's a good thing. And a lot of times we don't talk about that, right? You're in one mode for so long, and you're going with a certain goal in mind. It's like, it's like the dog that chases the cars all the time, and all of a sudden he catches a car. Well, now what does he do, right?
What's he going to do?
Exactly. You've got to kind of... Go ahead.
When you mentioned that, too, we saw that some of the players got to go home for the holidays with their families. What a mental reset for the whole family, too. Like, the player can go home and spend time and relax and sleep in their own bed and eat their favorite food, see their friends, and also the families who are, grinding, too, all season.
Well, hello, everyone. It appears we've lost Megan and audio version of Rocky. But I think the stream is still live. So y'all should be able to hear and see me right now. I'm going to text them and see if we can get them back up and running. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. I heard the story that Rocky told of her testing the Wi-Fi earlier today and it being perfectly fine. And then, of course, right before the show starts, she was unable to get Wi-Fi wherever she is. So the world we live in at times. But yeah, they were powering through. We'll see if we can get the ladies back on the show so y'all can get your weekly fix of Fire the Cannon. And y'all have seen enough of me today. I did the morning show. I did the It's Only an Hour show. I did Trey and BK. You guys are tired of me. I've got nothing more to say. I've told you everything that I have to say today. But if I do need to stall for a while, I will talk. I'll come up with some new stuff. And I'd love to get y'all's thoughts too, whatever y'all want to talk about. Texas football related. We could talk some Sugar Bowl. We could talk some NFL. We could talk whatever is on y'all's mind right now as I try to text and talk at the same time to see if we can get Megan and Rocky back on the show. I guess some sort of internet troubles over at their place. And I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. I'm sending a new link as I go behind the scenes and talk about what we're trying to do here. Riveting content. I know, guys. Okay. Megan says, I'm in but can't get on. I don't quite know what that means. Huh. Okay. All right. 1 second, y'all. Bear with me here. All right. So interesting Texas-Washington Nuggets I found. I was saving these for tomorrow, but you guys will get to hear them first because of these technical difficulties. So y'all know how every Texas fan kind of freaked out with the amount of close games the Longhorns played this year. That was a huge topic of conversation all season long, but especially in the middle of the year where, Texas had the near collapse against Houston and the near collapse against TCU and the near collapse against Kansas State. And it was just like, oh my God, why is Texas playing all of these close games? Are we even a good team? Like what's the deal here? How about this stat? I found this interesting. So if you think Texas has played some close games this year, let me introduce you to Washington. So the Longhorns have played 4 one-score games this season. They're 3-1. Washington has played 6 of them. And obviously they're undefeated, so they won all 6. Washington played 4 games that were decided by 3 points or less. So they weren't the most dominant team, as I see Megan. So I think we're okay. Can you hear me?
I can. BK, can you hear me okay?
We got you loud and clear. Not
Sorry
sure
about
what.
that.
No, not sure what I like. I
had
have a package that I ordered, and I got a notification saying it got delivered, and it's not in front of my apartment. So I just walked my entire building, and then I walked back in, and I'm like, oh shoot, what's going on here?
Should have been here. Yeah, I got a notice. It kicked me off the stream, and then it said the DNS server couldn't be found. So it's all right. We'll figure out our weird technical issues one of these days. We've got to be your team that always has a glitch, right?
Oh, y'all, believe me, y'all are far from the biggest problem. So yeah, y'all are great. All right, I'll be around. Hopefully no more technical difficulties. But I know the people want to hear what y'all have to say. So
thanks, BK. Well, hey, let's can you before you jump off? It looks like Carlos has a question for you. How many ranked teams? How many versus ranked teams compared to the unranked teams?
Yeah, so I got to look that up. So I mentioned, Texas 3-1 in one-score games, Washington 6-0 in one-score games.
Mm-hmm.
I found this interesting. So the Pac-12 was better than it's been in a long time. The Pac-12 was better than the Big 12 this year. I think Oregon and Oklahoma are comparable as the second best teams in the league, but top to bottom, I think the Pac-12 was a little tougher than the Big 12. Now, at one point, there were 8 ranked teams in that conference, and it's clear it wasn't that good.
Right.
But Washington only won 1 conference game by more than 10 points this year. And that was the first conference game they played in against Cal. So Arizona State, Stanford, USC, who obviously fell apart, even some of the not so good Pac-12 teams, Washington couldn't run away from. And y'all, I was saying Texas fans were freaking out midway through the season because the Houston game was too close and the TCU game was too close. For as many close games as it felt like the Longhorns played, Texas had 5 conference wins by more than 10. Washington had 1. So Washington's good. This is not an argument against Washington, but it's like this is not a super dominant, unbeatable team. I don't think any Texas fan feels like it is. Just kind of a random stat that I saw that felt worth bringing up.
No, I love that. It's definitely an interesting thing to look at. I know that we watched a few of the nice thing is with the Pac-12 is they're always the late game, right? So watching them live, it definitely never got the feeling that Washington was the dominant team, right? They did a lot like Texas in the sense that they played well enough to continue on. They survive and advance. So yeah, I agree. I don't know that this is a thing where we've got to freak out at every little sky is falling kind of idea, but yeah, it's going to be a really strong matchup. I love that. So I love it, guys.
I think we've talked about it too. Like, good teams find a way to win. You're going to get everyone's best shot, and to go undefeated is really, 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 really hard. So if you won every game by 1 point, that doesn't matter. To go undefeated is really hard. So I think they're going to be a tough out.
For sure. All right, y'all. I'm around if you need me.
Yep. Thanks, BK. We appreciate you.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. And we'll jump back into the 3-2-1 in a minute. But yeah, I agree with BK. Let's keep that conversation going. I mean, it's something where you look at it at Washington's record, and yeah, they finished undefeated in conference. Texas can't say the same because of that one dang little asterisk that we have from Dallas. They're on a 13-game winning streak. Of course, they're 13-0 overall. And Rocky, exactly to your point, going undefeated, no matter what, winning big, winning ugly, it's still winning. You know, that's still 13 games that they won together in a row. So that's not anything to sniff at. That is to be sure.
And Washington and Oregon have been the big dogs of the Pac-12 for a little while now. So they have targets on their backs. Everyone wants to beat them. So it's just like Texas and Oklahoma. They get everyone's best game. They scheme for them. I'm sure there's some teams that wish Washington or Oregon were their little rivals or whatever. But I think at the end of the day, if you finish 13-0, that is really tough to do. So 1 point, 50 points, putting teams away, that would be nice too, cherry on top. But winning is what matters, and they find a way to win.
Agreed. So we have Carlos. Thanks for the comment, man. I agree with that. The 15-7 versus Arizona State. That was a game that that was the same weekend, if I recall correctly, that Texas played Houston. So it was one of those things where we were on maybe.
Yes, Utah USC was that night.
That's right. But yeah, the Arizona.
We were watching all those games. Yeah.
We did, yeah. And it was one of those things where, you know, yes, Texas didn't have their best showing for a number of reasons with Houston, but again, they found a way to win. And then you looked at some of the competitors that we're going to be going up against, and you're right, Carlos, that 15-7 win versus Arizona State was not exactly what I would call a dominant performance, nor something to hang their hat on. So yeah, I think there's a lot of parity here between Texas and Washington. It's going to be a great matchup. Yeah. It really is. It really is. So, love that. Thank you guys. Again, thanks for being patient with us. We had some technical difficulties here. Rocky, just so you know, we've got some well wishes. Hopefully Rocky didn't have to use the slingshot on some wild animal out there. She is alive and well, y'all. Still on the phone. We're all good.
Hopefully not. Oh, speaking of wild animal, you want to know what we saw today, Megan?
Yeah. What was it?
On our ride?
What?
We pulled over. There was a family of baboons, and we see them all the time. But we're like, something's up with these baboons. So we stopped and looked, and all of a sudden they take off chasing a leopard.
You're kidding me.
We saw a whole herd of baboons. And Richard has it on video. We saw this pack of baboons chase a leopard up a hill, and it sent the leopard up into the tree, and they were going up the tree to try to get it. And then we couldn't see anything after that. And Jan said that if they had gotten to the leopard, we would have been hearing the fight. So
right.
The leopard must have gotten away over the hill. But we saw baboon chasing a leopard today.
That's crazy. You always see the craziest stuff when you're over there. That's insane.
We see crazy stuff.
And leopards are of the big 5 animals in Africa. The leopard is the hardest. Well, leopard and rhino are the 2 hardest to spot.
Rhino right now is probably the hardest because you have to go pretty south to see them.
Yeah.
We're going south tomorrow. But rhino in the wild are probably the hardest to see. Then probably lion. than leopard, and then the other ones you see every day.
Right. So very cool. Well,
anyway,
again, if you need to drop the phone and run at any given time, just let us know. We're good. Don't worry about
I will.
I love it.
Right now, I think we're okay.
Yeah. Hey, Joel, that's a great comment too. A great point. It's very common after a closer rivalry game that it's definitely going to be a tight game after that. Just mentally taxed. The teams have been worn out. So you're absolutely right. So, Texas after that Red River rivalry was definitely a letdown of a game a little bit, but to the guys' credit, they regrouped. And we had some pretty key injuries in that Houston game as well. And a lot of, again, I don't want to sound like a bitter Betty over here, but there were definitely some no calls that were made or weren't made in that game. A lot of holding going on that really did kind of change the trajectory of the game. But again, Texas came out and came out victorious.
Found a way to win.
Mm-hmm. You gotta love it. So,
I have to credit that Kay, and for that game, even though it looked bad on the DBs, giving up some big plays with Golden, who's now a Longhorn.
Mm-hmm.
There were some big plays given up, but PK just kept finding ways to move the guys around, bringing Darren over to cover, like those kind of things. They're just, as guys were dropping, other guys were stepping up. The defensive staff was just making adjustments. They survived. And that's what matters. When the offense struggled, the defense hung on just enough.
You're right. And I think that is, again, a testament to the culture that they've built here. It's when one area or one position is struggling a little bit or offense isn't quite doing their thing, defense says, no, don't worry about it, man. We got you. Puts them on their backs, right? And when the defense, although we didn't see this as much this year, when the defense is getting a little tired, the offense says, no, man, we got you. We're gonna hook it up and take care of things. So, yeah, I mean, I think this team has really gelled as a complete team, and they understand each other and they're playing for each other. And to that point, one of the things, we talked about this a little bit before, but I'd be remiss not to point it out again. I think it's been really cool to see, we talk about player-led teams. We talk about, you want to coach them up, but you want the guys to take responsibility. I've seen more this year on this team, Texas players coming through. They're almost there. If a play doesn't go as planned, when the player comes to the sideline, I would say that I've seen a lot of the players get to that player first to talk to him and coach him up. Say, hey, man, don't worry about it, but this is what you can do. Tapping him on the shoulder, talking about it. They almost get there faster than some of the position coaches do. And you want to see that. You want to see that camaraderie, and you want to see all of the players really taking ownership and those leaders coming in and filling those leadership roles. I think it's been a really, again, a subtle change that maybe not everybody sees. Maybe it's a little harder to see on TV, but it has been a change that I think has affected this team greatly and made a big difference. So
that accountability and how much they love each other and they all want to be great together. Mm-hmm. That probably comes from all, these relationships they've talked about, they've been developing. So that's really great to see.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. So before our technical difficulties, we were in the middle of our 3-2-1, which again is the 3 good things, 2 bad things, and 1 thing to grow on. Do
you need to recap my 3?
Yeah, we can talk about that. Go ahead, Rocky. Your 3 good things.
Okay, just to recap my 3. Yeah, I had 1 was the time off to recover rehab injuries. I had 2 was time for the young ones to get some reps with the extra 15 practices. And 3 was because of depth now lacking at some positions, particularly safety, there's time to cross-train some players at different positions and give them some of those reps.
Yeah, absolutely. And
those are my 3.
Yeah, and mine fit in pretty nicely with yours too. We talked about the rest, again, injury recovery, just rest for mental health reasons, getting back to it, getting your body physically ready again. We also talked about resetting, just resetting that mindset. So we achieved the Big 12 championship, and now we got to reset those goals and know what we're aiming towards. And then my third one that I think we got cut off with, which was kind of funny, Rocky, you were leading into this while we were chatting, is the family time. That was actually my number 3 to talk about.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we no, it's okay. It's the stream that cut off. So we've been fortunate enough to have some conversations with players, and y'all, I cannot tell you how much of a difference it makes just when we talk and these players said, I get to go home for Christmas. I get to see my family on Christmas. I haven't seen my family in so long. Like, I don't want to underestimate or undervalue how important that is to spend that family time and get that support and be recharged from the ones that you love. I mean, these guys are working basically. They've got full-time jobs and school, right? And being able to be around family, I think, is a big deal. So yeah, I think we're pretty copacetic on that. You and I are usually in lockstep with our thoughts there. Now we do need to talk. We'd be remiss if we didn't bring this up. So 2 bad things with the break. I'll kick that off right now because again, Rocky, I have a feeling that we're probably in good step here, but rust. I just want to say that as much as we all might love the color of rust being perfect burnt orange, players can get a little rusty and having a full month off in between. You kind of lose some of that momentum, right? And I think that is something that easing back into the practices like they did before Christmas will help. But you've always got to be cognizant of that. Again, the guys left for New Orleans this morning. So they got on the buses and they headed out at about 11:45 this morning. So they'll get into New Orleans, they'll get settled, and then they'll start the full practices come Thursday. So while they've had some pretty good practices prior, again, we've heard some really good things out of practice, a lot of consistency. The team is looking good and looking sharp. You always have to worry a little bit when it's been a full month between games. How are the guys going to react? How is the chemistry going to be in that moment in a game situation? And then the other thing, that I want to say, the number 2 that leads into this, have they lost an edge, right? You get that momentum going where you're on a roll, you're riding that high of winning the Big 12 championship in the fashion that you did, celebrating. Part of us, when we interviewed Hayden Connor, he said, the break is really nice, but yeah, having that momentum is a good thing too. So it's going to be on the coaches and the team mentally to figure out how do they hold and sustain that momentum? How do they hold that excitement and sustain where they're at? Now, if I know this team, I don't think that'll be quite as big an issue as it may have been in years past. Rocky, do you have 2 things that you think are negative, for having that month off between last game and the Sugar Bowl?
Yes, I actually have 2 different things than you have.
Love it.
Yeah. So for one, I have the distractions. Because there's so much time, and especially being in a high-profile game, they can get distracted with, going home and seeing old buddies. And, we've seen, not that this team has done that recently, but we've seen other schools, players go home for weekends with old friends and they get in trouble, or things happen, or they're arrested, or they're drunk driving, or all these things. Fortunately, our guys are now safe back at school and they've made it on the bus. But in these last few weeks, there's time to get distracted by, social media, hype, hate, all the things that can be a deterrent to focusing on enjoying your time and getting back to the team. So that's still going to happen the next few days when they get to New Orleans, and then the hype is turned up, big time with the media. So I think that can be a big, just the distractions is one. Having a month off is not a good thing.
Right.
And the other thing for me is with the coaching staff. We've seen times we love when they get creative and crafty and clever, but sometimes we've seen staff and staff get too cute. So I think when you have a whole month to scheme up creative, clever things, are they going to try to come and be too cute instead of dancing with what brought them?
Yeah.
And, throwing to open the run and the way they're creative and solid and they're running plays as the season went on. They were running clever things, but they were things that the team could execute at a high level.
Right.
So I want them to don't get too cute. Have fun, be creative. It's a bowl game, but don't dance at the run that brought you. Run the ball. Throw over the middle. Don't try to take 500 deep shots just because Penix does. Things like that. Stay with it. Stay with what Quinn does well. And the defense. Stop the run. We know they're going to throw 1,000 times. We know they're going to throw 50 deep balls. Stop the run. That's what's given Texas advantage all season long. Just if they can just dance with what brought them here, Texas is going to do well. If they try to get too cute, that could be bad. And when you have a month to sit at a drafting board coming up with fun plays, that might be the challenge.
Could be too bad. Look, can I give you a shout out and appreciation for the Darryl K. Royal quote throwback there. That was nice. The dance with who brung you.
Dance with the one that brought you.
You love it.
Yeah,
you love
yeah.
it. That's one of my favorite DKR quotes. And actually it inspired a Sleep at the Wheel song too. So a little Texas trivia there for next time you're out at the bar and want to impress people with your vast UT knowledge. There you go. I love it. No, I agree with that.
Keep it simple.
I agree with that. And I love that you bring up, in the past we've seen sometimes that this staff is, Sark specifically likes to get cute with things. And maybe he's, when left to his own vices for a little too long, he tries to overdo it. One thing that I will say, I think Sark has really been in his bag this year. And one of the things I appreciate about Sark is he does bring that humility to the position. And he has said point blank, sometimes this is on me. He said it's on me. The play calling's on me. There are plays that I wouldn't call now that I did before. And I think he recognizes that, and he's acknowledged it throughout the years. And he said, look, it's my opportunity to grow too, my opportunity to get better as a coach. And this year, I think we're seeing that a lot more. So I love, of course, there's always that worry. Are we letting the creative genius get too creative? Or has he learned a little bit from the past? And I think that is definitely something I feel a little more confident about this year, that he won't try to get overly cute with things. But you never know. It is a big deal. We are in the playoffs here.
I think there's a big difference between cute and creative. In the Big 12 championship game, wow, that was creative. There were so many plays that were just different and unexpected that the team could really execute them well. So that is amazing. And when it works, it works. When it works, he looks like a genius. If it doesn't work, he looks like people are saying he can't call plays, right? But it's going to come down to the execution. And I think they've had a month to really put themselves in a position to execute what they're going to call well. And I've listening to the players and their different availabilities, it feels like the one thing they all talk about, and now they're starting to say just on their own, is that they trust Sark and the staff to put them in the best position to win. And they trust the game plan, and they trust what's coming. So they've built that trust. And like Sark says, trust is time plus consistency. So if week after week, Sark is giving them a game plan that's, executable but exciting, and one that they want to go out there and play and run, they see that works.
Yeah.
So I've seen them saying already for the Sugar Bowl that they're really feeling confident that the game plan is going to work. So let's see what Sark dials up and what the guys go out and execute, because it's going to be fun to watch. We know that.
Yes, absolutely. I love that. So on that note, let's talk about our one thing to grow on. Is there, Rocky, do you have yours ready and fired up?
Okay. One thing to grow on is kind of taking from this season and building to this big game. When, like Megan, you had mentioned earlier about the team's goals, the big goal for the season was winning a Big 12 championship game. Well, when you're one of the Power Five, to get to that conference championship game, you have to win a lot of games, right, to get to it.
Right.
But also, if you're in a Power Five conference and you're a conference champion, you are more likely, if you have a still overall good record, of being selected for the college football playoff. So with that kind of, you would say one can come with the other. If you have a great season, you win the Big 12 championship, you have a really good shot of being in the playoff, and they were selected this year. They stop the run. Always stop the run. And then force teams to throw. Teams are down 2 or 3 touchdowns and just start throwing. So the stats can look a little skewed. And I think this is an opportunity for them to grow on stopping the run, but give an opportunity for these DBs and safeties, especially being down Derek Williams in the first half, for them to show that they can scheme out of maybe some speed deficiency or some coverage deficiencies. But as a team, they can plan and scheme against that, to cover that. And that's what I think they can grow on this year. And everyone's going to be looking for the pass. Washington's got to be licking their chops right now, seeing the numbers that the DBs have given up and where they're rated nationally. But I think this is an opportunity for them to show that DBU is on its way back. These young ones want to bring it back. So that's what I keep coming back to these 4 DBs. This is going to be their time to shine. This is it.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. No, and I think that's
for
great.
a chance at a national championship.
Yeah, right? You got your chance, folks. Like, again, at the beginning of the year, did any of us look? I know a lot of people, never had a doubt. I didn't think this was a championship year for Texas prior to the season starting, right?
No.
I thought we'd see definitely improvement. I thought we'd see a lot of good things from this team. We knew that this team was growing. We knew that they were doing well. I thought this was going to be a 10-win season, maybe 11, right? I thought 10 was kind of the bar that we should be setting. But man, to be in a position to play for a national championship really shows this just the dedication of this team and what they've done and how far they've come. So I agree with that, girl. Like, I think it's great to see our players to be in this position. And I don't know that we have a single player on this team that would squander this kind of opportunity, right? Or take it for granted. So
Agree.
I love what you're saying. So yeah, I want to touch for my thing to grow on. I want to touch on one thing that you mentioned a little bit earlier. I think a thing to grow on in this break that we have, thank you. In this break that we have is that Texas has an opportunity. We know that we had some injured players. They're recovering. They're going to look good. But you brought up this great point of players now get a chance to kind of hit some different rotations, right? And I think that's a really good thing for us to grow on. We know that we've got a lot of young players that are going to step up. I don't know if you saw Malik Muhammad talking about kind of dogging on himself on Twitter saying, come on, 5, play better, right? Like they had.
I love that.
Me too. Me too. So I think this is an opportunity for the guys to work with each other again, maybe get some rotations that they wouldn't have normally in normal practices, because we do have that month, right? To be able to tweak things a little bit, test guys in different places, and make sure that everybody's comfortable with where they're at, that the schemes are right. Again, we're at the end of the year. It's not like we're going to be throwing a whole bunch of new things at them. This team knows how they play and how they play together. But with those additional play calls, those special play calls that might be called up, that Sark might be brewing up, and the opportunity to who's healthiest and where do they fit the best, I think this is a great time to tweak that and to make sure that everybody's exactly where they should be. So yeah, I think that's the one to grow on here, to be sure. So I love it. Again, y'all, if you have any thoughts on your 3, 2, 1, 3 good things, 2 bad things, 1 thing to grow on, please throw them in the comments. We'd love to see it there. We always love hearing from y'all and appreciate y'all joining us. So I know a lot of folks.
What an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know a lot of folks are making the trip to New Orleans. Unfortunately, I've got to say this, Rocky won't be there. She won't be able to make it in because she will still be in South Africa. I will find a way to New Orleans. I've been able to get a ticket, so I'll be there loud and proud. We'd love to see y'all. Sandman, see you on Bourbon for New Year's Eve. I don't know if my old butt can handle that, but we'll definitely be down there in the burnt orange supporting everything. So, and y'all, if you need a way to get to New Orleans, make sure that you stop in and check out one of the amazing vehicles from Covert BK. Again, Covert Auto Group is a family-owned group of automotive dealerships that has served the greater Austin area for over 100 years. And since their inception, the team at Covert Auto Group has been committed to providing customers with high-quality selection, new and pre-owned vehicles, as well as outstanding service and customer satisfaction. So check them out in BK's. They've got this beautiful new facility. It's giant. It's on 42 acres. It's bigger than the original 40 acres that Texas was on. So that's pretty friggin' cool. It's a gorgeous location. Again, even if you're going in for service, getting that oil change, getting ready for the big trip, check them out. They've got great amenities. It's a comfortable place to be. So yeah, they've got 3 new state-of-the-art auto dealerships carrying 7 brands: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. In addition to 7 brands, Covert also has Ford, Chevy, and Hutto, and Ford, Lincoln, and Austin. So y'all, if you need a new ride to get you out to the Sugar Bowl, make sure you get there safe. Please check out Covert Auto Group, specifically out in Covert BK. So that is a wonderful place to be. You can look at their inventory online, covertbcave.com, for the latest specials and inventory, or stop by and say hi. So make sure you got that ride ready for New Orleans. It's going to be a blast. You don't want to break down. I've got actually a crazy story about that. Some of y'all may know my vehicle, Clyde, my 79 Thunderbird that's orange and white. Y'all may have recognized it. McConaughey drove it on game day in 2019 against LSU. Well, I used to take Clyde to all the games. You know, if it was in a state touching Texas, I would drive Clyde to that. So he's been up to Stillwater. I've taken him out to, you know, plenty of different places. He actually trailered him out to California, which was a fun drive. Driving my hoopty down Rodeo was pretty awesome. But took him out to the Sugar Bowl for the 2019 Sugar Bowl, and he did great getting there. Had an awesome time. Had, you know, beads on the horns and everything. And I got to give Clyde credit. If he's going to give me crap, he does it in a convenient place. It actually, I had some electronics go out on the vehicle on the way back from the Sugar Bowl. Just past Bevo, waved him. Things were great. Pulled in to get some fuel. Car wouldn't start back up. So I actually had to Uber a ride back into Baton Rouge, stay there and have some friends pick me up. Yeah, left my car at this gas station, got it hitched a ride back to Austin, and then had to drive back with a trailer and shotgun a drive the next day to go get Clyde on my own. So that was fun. Oh, always an adventure with things. So having a reliable car is definitely a good thing for sure. Yeah, Carlos, look, I'll bring Clyde to Fayetteville if I can. Currently, Clyde is not running right now. He needs a new motor. He popped after the 2020 OU game, which was fitting because that was a disappointing game. Yeah, he popped. The motor let go in, God, I think it was Leona on the way home, something like that. It was not fun. So he is holed up right now. If I get him up and running, I might bring him to Fayetteville. I might decide not to because the pigs aren't exactly the kindest of, fans, and I wouldn't be confident that Clyde would not get wouldn't get vandalized out there, to put it kindly and the most mildly. So we'll definitely see what's going on there.
They're gonna jack up your stuff if you take it.
That's probably true. So maybe I hire a bodyguard for it. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
No.
But I love it. All right, so we are going to talk a little bit of Sugar Bowl, obviously predictions. We're going to talk about strengths and weaknesses. But before we jump into that, let's talk about Rocky. We've got some folks that you think will be exciting to watch. We've got some players that we want to keep an eye out on. Do you have a breakout player of the game that you have in mind for the Sugar Bowl?
Do we want to do one offense, one defense, and one special team?
Sure. Let's rock that. Go for it. Give me what you got.
Okay, I think. All right, let's do our offense first, and we can each say an offensive player and then tell you why. My offensive player for
the mic keep. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry, we keep getting muted. All right, Rocky, go ahead. So you said Adonai Mitchell is your key player.
Yeah, I would say we've seen Adonai and Xavier Worthy and Whittington come through in really key moments, and we've also seen Jatavian Sanders have big moments. I think this is going to be a Sanders kind of day. Quinn really, really excelled over the middle in that 10 to 20 yard range. And I think that, and then we've also seen Sanders really excel there. I just think this is a big moment. He hasn't announced officially if he's, going to the NFL or not, declaring for the draft. But I think if that, we know that door is wide open for him, and what an opportunity to just for all the big players. But I think Sanders is going to be just a key player in this game. And I'm excited to see him use that big body up the middle, downfield. I'm just excited, and he's gotten so improved in his blocking too. So we can look for him to just really have some key blocks to explode and help the running back through or whatever. I'm just looking for Sanders to have a big game.
Yeah. No, I hear you there. I love that. So defense, if we're going to say that, I'm going to say this, the young guy, Malik Muhammad.
Wait, we're still on offense.
Okay. I was going for defense, but go ahead.
Oh, no, I just said JT Sanders.
No, okay. All right.
Who's your offense?
I'm going to give the obvious answer here, and I hate to be this guy, but I think I mean, Texas's success is going to ride or die on the success of Quinn Ewers. So if we see Quinn having a solid game like he's had, and he makes the smart decisions and makes those key throws, throw where he knows he's got a high, completion rate, and then take those long shots when it's appropriate instead of trying to force things or feeling like he's in a position that he has to force the long ball. I think Texas is in a really, really good position. So I'm going to say a breakout player because I'm a positive person. I'm going to say it's going to be Quinn. I think he's going to put this team on his shoulders. I think he's really grown a lot, both in the game, his maturity in the game, but also his mental maturity. He's figured the game out a lot more from where we were at the beginning of the season. So I think he's going to have a really, really amazing game. We'll give some predictions on numbers here a little bit later in the broadcast, but yeah, I'm going to take Quinn as the offensive player, breakout player for this game. So defense,
I like it. He'll be throwing to JT Sanders.
He will. They'll hook up, of course. All right. So I brought up defense a little bit earlier. I'm gonna skip the obvious ones. I think we know that T Sweat and Murphy are gonna have monster games. These guys are motivated. They're out to make their money. They're out to prove a point. All we've heard is about Washington and Penix and how great they are, but they haven't played a defense like Texas. Now, I'm going to put that aside and actually choose Malik Muhammad as the breakout defensive player for Texas. Nice. I really think he steps up. Again, I've seen his motivation, his drive, and where he's at. And I think he knows the DBs, Texas used to be DBU. We're getting back there, but our DBs have struggled a little bit this year, and we know good and damn well Washington is going to try to take advantage of that. So, yeah, I think the young guy is going to step up, have a monster game, and throw up some crazy numbers. Again, we'll save that for a little bit later in our conversation. But, yeah, I'm looking at number 5 to have a monster game. How about you, Rocky?
Michael Taft.
Your boy, your Westlake boy.
My boy. Michael Taft, my boy. No, I love him. He's amazing, and I can hear him talk all day. But actually, I was going to go with a player that has been statistically solid all year, but has not been getting the hype that, that Murphy and Sweat have gotten, rightfully so, but who has been statistically fantastic and I think is going to have a really, really great game, and it's actually going to flash statistically this time, is going to be Jalen Ford. He's just so good every week, but doesn't get the hype that the other players have gotten lately. I think Jalen Ford, especially when the DBs are going to need help, he can drop in coverage. He can come up with the run. They're going to need him sideline to sideline because they're going to try to find ways to run the ball, which for most teams they end up trying to go, running to the sidelines to get it out in space. So I think Jalen Ford's going to have his work cut out for him, and he's going to be up for the challenge. And I think Jalen Ford is going to be the star on defense this weekend.
I love that.
Next week. On Monday night.
Monday. We'll call it Monday Night Football, right?
Monday.
All right. Hey, you have somebody, you've got Carlos agreeing with you. He said, give me Taft for D all day, every day. I like it. You got some Taft love out there.
I mean, I want to say it, but yeah. Especially when we know they're going to throw the ball. And we're down to just a couple of safeties. Taft can have his work cut out, helping over the top. And I think schematically he will be more than ready. Let's see if they can physically go out there and do it.
I love it. We've also got a prediction that Jay Witt's going to have a sneaky 110-yard game. And I would love that for Jay Witt. I think, again,
love it.
He has been such a leader on this team. And I know when folks go back and look, his stats might not be eye-popping. They might not be crazy. But I think where Jay Witt really comes in is just bringing that leadership and he brings the team together. They love him. He is a guy that has kept this team together and maybe some of their lows and really celebrated in the highs. So if Jay Witt has that breakout game, man, I would love nothing more than that. That's our guy for sure. I love it.
Yes, and we saw he got the Senior Bowl invite. What an honor.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be great to see him there.
He deserves it.
Absolutely, he does.
That means he's NFL potential.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this. You will Sark him. Yeah, your little orgasm with Sark all over the keyboard. If Jay Witt has if he scores a touchdown, he does deserve it, man. It'll be incredible to see him out there and really soaking it up with that big old 1,000,000-watt smile that he's got. So hope he has an amazing game.
He's the best.
He absolutely
is. He's the best. We all want him to win.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Rocky, do you have a special teams player that you think will be a breakout for Texas?
I'm going to go again, who has been consistently good all year and is really finding his way as helping in the offense ever since Brooks went down, but also just really coming through all year long on kickoffs and on kick returns is Keelan Robinson. The guy's on fire. He's just, I think he's just going to keep riding this momentum. He's playing really well. He has a role. Sark loves him. He's a leader on the team. I think Keelan Robinson is going to get a kick return in this game. I think it's there. It's coming. He had one a few weeks ago, but it's coming. Keelan Robinson.
I love it. I love it. Listen, I've got to go with the man with the fire hair. I've got to say Auburn's going to have a huge game. I saw him rocking his, he loves his Christmas suit. So maybe I should put an asterisk on that. It'll depend on what he wears into the Sugar Bowl to determine how much of a game, a crazy game he's going to have. But again, we've talked about this a little bit. He's had Auburn. We had some concerns at the beginning of the year with kicking, right? There were some questions on consistency, on, gosh, do we have a guy that we can count on? What's going on there? And through the year, Auburn again and again has proved himself to have some crazy breakout games. I think this is another one where he's gotten comfortable. He knows his role. He understands, gotten comfort in that heat of the moment, those high pressure times throughout the game. And I think he's going to have an incredible game. I think that could very well, Auburn's leg could very well be the difference between winning and losing this Sugar Bowl. I think this is going to be a shootout with Washington, and having a kicker that we know we can rely on and who is consistent and makes those shots when we need it, makes those kicks when we need it. I think that's going to be make or break. So I'm putting my money on Auburn. I'm going to say he's going to have a great game. Man, please don't let me down here. Please don't let me out here.
Sark talked about one of his favorite rituals before games is to go out on the field and walk the field and, take it all in. But also he talks to the kickers before the game, and he said he talks to Auburn and like, well, how's it feeling? What's the distance? What's the win? How are you feeling about these kicks? And so he gets that one-on-one time to kind of gauge the kicking situation. And, Auburn talks about that Sark really has that, trust in him, and they developed this relationship. And I wonder, taking that in, because what they both said recently, they both said the same thing about that. But I wonder earlier in the season when Sark wouldn't take the points, and we were kind of frustrated, like, take the points in these tight games, and they were trying to go for it and they wouldn't get it. And you're a genius if you get it, and you look silly if you didn't just take the points, right? But I wonder if that kind of, if Auburn had that in his head, like, let me kick it, and he didn't take the points. I always wonder, like, especially as kicking can be such a mental thing, and then when Auburn did go out, he struggled a bit, and I wonder if that was in the back of his mind. Well, he didn't give me a shot at the kicks earlier. I don't know. That's just something I was thinking about recently.
Yeah.
But now, Auburn's been amazing since Sark doubled down and said, no, we're not going to another kicker, and stuck with Auburn because he knew Auburn was so talented. And here he comes and just kicks, kick after kick after kick, clutch kicks, long kicks. He's been amazing. So I wonder if early not taking the points was something in the back of his head, like, he's not letting me kick.
Yeah. I definitely think
I don't know. I'm just thinking.
No, I like it. All right. We've got some breakout player predictions here. Solo June.
Oh yeah.
Solo June thinks that CJ Baxter is going to have 100+ rushing yards. I love that. I do think,
that would be amazing.
The running game is going to be really important here. We know that Washington is going to come out and they're going to throw it a bazillion times. They've got Penix. They've got a Heisman, runner up on their team. Their strength is in his arm. We know that for sure. Texas, I think, and again, we'll get into this in a little bit, but Texas's strength definitely lies, I think, in the balance, right? You've got to have that strong running game. And now we've got that combination. We've got Baxter doing well. We've got Blue looking pretty dang good. There's, and then Keelan Robinson, of course. We are in a good position, despite the fact that we lost our starting quarterback, our starting running back in Brooks with that unfortunate ACL tear. Texas ended up okay. We've got the depth there, and I think we're going to see a really great day. I love the prediction of CJ Baxter with over 100 yards because, again, when you hand the ball off one way, you've got to make the defenses pick their poison, right? And Texas is in a great position to do that. And I think CJ's hungry. So love that prediction from you, Solo. I think that's a good one. I like it. Carlos has a crazy prediction here. Auburn's hitting a 50-plus field goal right before the half. Hey, I'll take that momentum anytime. I love that idea.
Indoor stadium? Why not?
Yeah,
F it. Stadium?
F it. Let's go for it.
Nice.
Let's go for it. We've got some comments
the
here.
Only reason,
oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the CJ Baxter prediction. I would love for him to go off for 100 yards. But considering they have a little bit more of a committee right now, and we still don't know how healthy, if he's fully healthy from that rough first season, his freshman season, we're hoping he's healthy enough to go for that. But maybe if between the 3 or 4 running backs, if we can get a 200-yard day, that would be amazing. Yeah, look, I agree with that. Running back by committee is a great way to be. We're balanced. It's, again, we talked about picking their poison. That being said, though, I do agree with the idea that we've got a running back that is poised and ready to have a breakout crazy numbers game, right? So we were hoping we'd see that in the Alamo Bowl last year with Brooks. That wasn't quite the breakout game that we thought it might be for him. And now that he's out, again, I think these young guys are hungry and ready. I say young guys, we've also got Robinson here, but he's waited his turn. So I like the idea that we're going to have at least 100-yard rusher in this game. Can Washington stand up to Texas's ability to make holes? The O-line has come together. They've really made some nice paths, and the O-line and our running backs are communicating a lot better at this point in the season. Is Washington going to be able to step up and actually stop a run game, which creates that balance for Quinn to have a great day? It's going to be an interesting battle, to be sure. All right, we've got an early prediction in. We've got an early prediction from Sandman. He thinks it's going to be Texas 41 over Washington at 38. So Auburn's going to get the game-winning kick. I like it, man. I love it. That'll be a win with no cover.
It'll be a win. Yeah, who cares? Win in advance, right? Survive in advance. That would be great to see. So
I don't care if we win 2-0 or 99-98.
Right?
Just win, baby.
Right? I love it. All right. Well, I do need to bring this up. We're a little bit late. I'm a little bit late. Rocky, I know you've got your coffee there. It is late. I think it's midnight in South Africa with where you're at now.
Yes, it is.
It is happy hour here. Happy hour here. So 4:00. I had to bust open. This was actually saved from baseball. I don't know if you guys can see this. It's the Longhorn Lager. So come on, had to have that for burnt orange with a little Texas and the Longhorns on it. So have to have that for happy hour. So cheers, y'all. If you're imbibing with me, we appreciate it. And thanks for listening. Got to get my little sip in. All right. It's officially happy hour.
If they missed it. Yeah. If they missed it earlier, there's Amarula. There's a tree here called the Amarula tree. And in the town where our friends live, Palabora, there's the Amarula factory processing thing where they make these beautiful liqueurs, and you can drink as kind of a dessert liqueur, whatever, and you can just put it right on ice or sip it if you don't like it cold. Just sip it straight, and it's a creamy sweet liqueur. It's perfect after dinner or in your coffee, kind of like a Bailey's.
It is. And it's very similar to Bailey's. Yeah.
Yeah, similar to Bailey's, and it's called Amarula, and they have the Amarula nuts, the big, nuts that come from the trees, and the local people pick them up, and they bag them, and they sell them to the Amarula plant, like when they're fresh each season, and they make these beautiful liqueurs, and the last time I came to have you seen this flavor, and there's this, I brought it to show you, but I can't log in the computer, but it's a beautiful pink bottle with a gorgeous pink elephant, and it's called Amarula. The flavor is raspberry chocolate baobab flavor, and it tastes like a smooth, sweet, creamy raspberry ice cream kind of. And I put it in my coffee, and it's all gone. So
you'll have to tweet it out later because that is definitely inspiring. I
took a beautiful picture of it when at the store. Yeah. Anyway, that was my happy hour, but I started it an hour ago.
I like it. Hey, you have the excuse to for sure. All right, y'all. We've got, again, we're going to talk more predictions for the Sugar Bowl coming up. For those of you making the trip, of course, we know you're going to get your vehicle taken care of at Covert Auto. But if you're not making the trip out there, totally understand. It is a crazy expensive time of year to go to New Orleans. That is for sure. And as we all know, football tickets have not gotten any cheaper. So if you're going to stay home, don't worry about jumping from bar to bar, trying to find the best place to watch the game and spending all this money on crazy expensive drinks. Don't do that. Just make your home the place to be for friends, family, and yourself with a custom TV hookup from AV Consultations. They've been in business since 1988 and can hook you up the way that they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans over the years. So whether it's a home theater, you want to get your man cave set up with that huge 85-inch screen and all the other TVs around it so you can keep an eye on all the bowl action this season. Or even if you want an outdoor setup or security, AV Consultations has you covered. Give them a call, 512-255-8678, or check them out online at avconsultations.com. So, all right, it is time, y'all. We are reaching into our second hour. Thank you for being here with us. Again, we always appreciate y'all.
Megan, you're doing such a great job.
Oh, thanks. I look kind of funny because I'm like,
I want to tell you.
I appreciate that. No, I look kind of silly because I'm holding my phone up to the microphone. Again, for those that just joined us, Rocky is having an incredible Christmas adventure out in South Africa with some dear friends. So she is calling in because her Wi-Fi didn't allow her to get in on the video. So you got to look at my ugly mug this whole time.
Service.
Hey, no service, but she's got cell service. So we're holding that up and hopefully doing a good enough job patching this along. So we appreciate y'all being here. If you're enjoying the content, please, again, be sure to like and subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Again, we are on YouTube. We are also live streaming on Facebook. We love to see y'all. We love the participation. We love it when y'all give us your thoughts. So please jump in at any time. Tell us what you think. Give us your predictions, your crazy, wild ideas, and your fun scores. I love it. We're here, and we always appreciate y'all joining us. So, with that, let's talk a little bit. Again, we've got a lot of folks that have analyzed over and over, key moments throughout the season. What I'd really like to talk about right now is Washington. What are their strengths and how do they line up specifically against Texas's weaknesses? Much has been talked about with Penix. Again, we've brought this up before. We know his arm is incredible. I personally feel he got a little bit snubbed for the Heisman. I think he's probably feeling that way.
A lot snubbed.
Yeah. And listen, Texas fans, we remember what happened the last time a quarterback that we cared about was snubbed for the Heisman. Vince Young went on an absolute tear and basically put the game on his shoulders, carried that team, an incredible team to be sure, but there wasn't no way that Vince Young was going to lose after not getting the Heisman. So let me ask y'all this. Rocky, do you think that snub works in Washington's favor? Is Penix going to be a little extra motivated here?
Yes. Well, yes. I don't think he needs extra motivation other than championships on the line here. And, the way things went well for him last year against Texas, a very different Texas team, but Texas, he should feel confident. And he's coming back with, the offensive line of the year. So I would think that would be some good motivation. The getting snubbed for, especially being snubbed by a really great player who didn't lead his team to anything. And here, Penix has very much been the key. You take him out of this game, the way you take Jordan Travis out of Florida State, it's just not the same team.
Right.
He's been with this team 5-6 years. Not this team, but he's been playing college ball now, and he's just so experienced and so wise and knowledgeable, and can throw anywhere, anytime. Yes, he was snubbed, and he should be mad.
Yeah, so I definitely think that's something Texas has to be aware of. Now, I would also argue, listen, we all saw the tweet of the offensive line of the year, right, with their little fellas up there. I have to say, listen, I understand they are incredible athletes and they've done well, and they have protected Penix really well this year. I think I got a little cocky, perhaps. I probably shouldn't. But just seeing the congratulatory image of Washington's O-line, they look like little fellas. Is that just me? Like, am I the only one that thinks they look like our D-line is just going to snap them in half?
Compared to our D-line?
Yeah.
Compared to our D-line, they're small.
Right.
But they are so technically and schematically good. They've allowed 10 sacks the entire year.
Right.
And we're not talking about a running quarterback that can shift around. Penix never runs.
Yeah.
He's not a running quarterback. So if they've allowed only 10 sacks the entire year for a quarterback that stands there and throws from the pocket, they're good. They are schematically good. They're disciplined. Yes, they whether the best O-line in the I don't know. I didn't watch all 130 something O-lines all year. But do they have statistics that would put them up at the top? Absolutely.
Yeah.
So even though their size is small, their numbers are not. Their numbers are really good.
Well, and again, we definitely want to talk about, I know the game is trending towards, it used to be, you look back 10, 20 years, 20 was more like it with the big uglies that would be up front, right? And they're just these massive bodies that just create a wall that you can't get through. Strong guys, but big dudes, right? The game has certainly shifted much more towards athletic bodies. They are trimming up quite a bit. They're strong as hell. They can move quickly. They're shifty. Again, you're watching O-lines do things that guys 20 years ago simply couldn't. And I agree with that, with the scheming and things like that for sure. Where I will argue, at least with when you put them up against a D-line like Texas, Washington hasn't seen the strength and hasn't seen the size, in my opinion, or the ability, the talent that they will when they go up against Texas. I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup where you've got, again, the O-line of the year versus what I would argue is one of the best, if not the best, D-lines in the country. We know that Texas is great at stopping the run. Making Washington one-dimensional shouldn't be too much of an issue as Washington leans on that throw so much. But I do think that if Texas can get to Penix, that is going to be another big key to the game here. Rocky, you mentioned this Washington O-line has only allowed 10 sacks. That's an insane number. That's excellent. That's, obviously fewer than 1 sack per game for the whole season. If Texas can get through, Penix is not that running quarterback. He's not going to be relying on his legs. If Texas can break through and get to Penix, get in his head, pressure him, get him out of his groove, that's something he hasn't had to deal with all season. I think that greatly increases Texas's chance of success. Throwing Penix off his game, getting him upset, getting in his head, that's going to make a massive difference in this game and for Texas. Do you have any thoughts on that, Rocky?
Yeah, I love it. Someone had mentioned earlier that Arizona game, that 15-7 Arizona game. That was a game where he was pressured. He was at home, and he was still feeling the pressure. So it's Texas, much better D-line than Arizona, and then what's going to be hopefully pretty much home field in New Orleans. The crowd's going to be there for Texas, I think, and we've heard from the players, they really do feed off the energy of the crowd, especially on the road, away from the stadium. That helps a lot. Away from DKR, that helps a lot. I agree with you completely. They haven't seen a D-line like this. Most teams haven't seen a D-line like this. There are some highly rated defenses in the Pac-12 that they have played, but overall total defense, the D-line like this, they haven't seen yet. So let's see what the O-line does. And they have some pride on the line. They just won their Big Joe Moore Award. And I saw somebody compare the stats of their O-line to our D-line, and it wasn't even close. But still, if they have a smart offensive coordinator that can try to scheme out of that, move the ball quickly, shift the pocket, do things to keep Penix up on his feet and have the route, develop quickly. But to give up 10 sacks all year and be the team that throws it downfield 100 times in a season, that's impressive. It's going to be a challenge. Sizes and everything. Our defense is big, but they are fast, they are athletic, they are strong.
Right. And
the schemes are there. So it's going to be fun to watch our D-line against that O-line.
Yeah, I agree. You brought up a good point that if Washington can make the adjustment and can scheme well against us, they have a good shot. That's one thing I'll give Washington credit. They're a well-coached team. They are good at making adjustments. They're good at seeing it. Again, there have been a few games where they were closer than they probably should have been talent-wise for whatever reason, a lot like Texas. But overall, their coaching staff has been Washington's coaching staff has been really, really good about seeing weaknesses in the other team, exploiting that, and making adjustments where they need to. So I really do think this is going to be, obviously, we know Penix, we're going to hammer this and hammer this and hammer this. We know that Penix is going to be a massive factor in this game. But I think coaching, it's really going to be a coaching battle on who makes the adjustments well, who schemes up better against the other side. I think, again, Sark has been in his bag and he's been on a hot streak. I think I put my money on Sark, but that is not to leave out Washington by any means. Again, they do a good job with adjustments. So is there anything?
I have a question for you.
Sure.
I have a question for you. You mentioned earlier, does Penix have a little chip on his shoulder for being snubbed for the Heisman? Do you think Sark has a little chip on his shoulder for being snubbed for Big 12 Coach of the Year by the Big 12? Nationally, they gave it to him, but by the Big 12. But also, he's going against the AP Coach of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he has a little chip on his shoulder?
I don't know.
The players
I think
prove that their coach is the best.
I think it's more the players. I don't think that's anything that Sark would outright come out and say, yeah, I was snubbed, or, oh yeah, he's
oh no, not
beyond. No, I know he's beyond that.
Up like he is.
Yeah, no, I think watching Sark knows who did the best job in the Big 12 as a coach this year. He knows it was him. And look, there have been lots of comments afterwards when the voting, quote unquote, was left anonymous. The overwhelming support was that Coach Sark should have won Coach of the Year in the Big 12, but because they were leaving and they knew who the votes were coming from, it went to Gundy. So yes, I do think we all know that was a snub. We all, I think, can agree that it was.
People shouldn't vote if they're going to be a coward.
Right. Yeah. Look, I get it. There's the politics at play, and Texas is leaving, and it's so long. See ya. Like, happy we're not here anymore. But yeah, I mean, I do think Sark is fully aware. And again, we saw that in the Big 12 championship game. The winning coach, the coach that won Coach of the Year, got way the F out coached by Sark. Right. So. Is it something that Sark holds as a chip on his shoulder? I don't think so necessarily, but I do think the players, I think that is going to be more of a factor, that they love Sark and they know that he's the coach that deserved that accolade. I think they want to go out there and prove that Sark was snubbed more than Sark does. You know what I mean? I think that's going to be something that we see more from the players. Something else too. Listen, this team, again, we've talked about embrace the hate all season long. That's something that's going to fuel this team. And that's where I think the player motivation comes in. Yeah, Sark got snubbed. They're just going to take any perceived snub as motivation. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but the Washington AD had mentioned at the beginning of the year that Texas has a lot of talent and they spend a lot of money with NIL, but they haven't really won much lately. Okay. Hang it on the bulletin board. Right. Hang it on the bulletin board. Right. So yeah, that's something I think we both saw that and go, oh, this is foolish, right? That's a crazy, crazy thing. So yeah.
Look, but did he say that before the season started, before he knew he was playing?
He did.
Texas?
It was absolutely at the beginning of the season. Absolutely before any of that. Like, we knew how things were going to play out. But it's still a comment that was made. And I think if we look for anything, again, I think Washington is coached better than this, and they're a classier unit than to go out and just give Texas outright bulletin board material. So damn it, I'm looking for it anywhere I can get it. Any perceived snub, let's put it up there. Let's get these guys riled up. Let's get them working on it. Let's get them mad, right?
I don't care if he said it 30 years ago. He said it and he needs to pay.
Exactly. Hey, we've got some comments real quick. I want to address. Hey, Sam, you were looking it up online. Yeah. This, Rocky, you're not going to care about this, but looked it up on firearms. Yeah, you can carry from Texas to New Orleans if you are licensed in Texas. But let me warn you guys of this. You still cannot carry on bourbon or anything like that. dated a guy in Louisiana, very familiar with their gun laws. You cannot carry on bourbon. You shouldn't carry on bourbon, and you are not going to want it. Like, the bars will not allow you to bring it in. So just a heads up. So, you know, you got to be careful with your firearms. You can travel into Louisiana with it. They do recognize Texas as a license, a firearm license, but I would be very leery of carrying it around on bourbon, not just for the legality, but also for the pickpockets. It's not a great place to carry. So just a heads up, guys. Okay, so back to football. Sorry, I just wanted to jump in on that real quick, just because I've had to look at those laws quite a bit when I was driving back and forth to Louisiana all the time. All right, so let's talk. You know, we talked about Washington's strengths with Penix and his motivation as with that Heisman snub, also with the O-line going up, and they're going to be, again, they don't let guys get to Penix, and that's something that Texas is really going to be. It's going to be important for Texas to get through, and for our big D guys to break through and put some pressure on Penix. Let's talk about Texas's strengths a little bit. Rocky, what do you think is the most important and the key strength for Texas in this game going up against Washington?
Well, we've heard this a million times, and it couldn't be more important now, but the versatility of the Texas offense. They can run when they need to run, and they don't just throw when they need to throw. They can throw they have multiple threats. They have Worthy, they have Sanders, they have Witt, they have Mitchell, they have all these different threats. And even in the passing game, they can check down to, you know, running backs who are ready and available and can get a few yards for them. So I think the versatility is Texas's biggest. They talked about it, being able to run and throw whenever they want, whatever's needed at the time, and that's Texas's biggest strength. And we'll see what Washington comes out showing, but Texas can adjust. Texas can do what they need to do, and they have multiple people. If they can cover Worthy and Mitchell, well, then they have to deal with Sanders and Whittington. So they're all out there, and I think that's Texas's biggest strength.
I like it. Yeah, I agree. Listen, that balance is something that we've talked about and have been able to see. I think where Texas really gets into trouble, and this happened more earlier in the year, is where Quinn was trying to force the deep ball. We've seen him be able to throw a beautiful deep ball. There was this narrative he can't throw a deep ball. I don't think that's true at all. It's when he gets to the point that he is forcing things or not seeing the field well. Again, one of my keys to the game was relying on Quinn to have a great game. Seeing the field is part of that. Knowing when to throw things away, knowing where to place the ball and when to place the ball, I think is going to be a huge thing. And I would say at the beginning of the season, that was a weakness of Texas, but I think that has turned into a strength. Quinn has grown a lot and is seeing the field in the second half of this season, the last quarter, especially of this season. He's seeing the field much better than he was at the beginning of the year. So I don't think he's putting himself in those positions where he's dogging on himself and making decisions that maybe aren't the smartest. I think he's been really, really smart about his ball placement and really smart about, you know, working with Sark with the play calls and playing to the strengths. So I think I agree with that. Look, it's going to be important for Texas to keep that balance. Make sure that we're hitting them in the mouth with the run game. Run the damn ball. Right? We know that Texas can do that well. And when they're on fire, we have got a running back combination that it is really, really hard to stop. Then you mix in perfectly placed, you know, a long ball here and there to keep them honest. And just those high completion rates, give them those short passes, give them those mid passes where we know Quinn can be really successful. Keep that balance that Texas is so good at doing. Sark is, again, he's going to see that. He's going to know those calls. He's going to keep it even for our team and make those play calls pretty dang consistently. So I think I agree wholeheartedly. I think that's a key to this game with Texas, especially, I mean, obviously on offense, but I do think it's something that I have a lot more confidence in, of owning that balance and keeping that game balanced than I would have if you asked me the first week or two of the season. So I like it. I like where Texas is at with that. And we're looking at with our strengths. Again, you know, we talk about this, Rocky, all the time. Our wide receiver room is at a place that it hasn't been in a very long time. You know, we've got Worthy, we've got Adonai, we've got Jay-Witt, we've got Red is always a threat, we've got Sanders. We are in a position where we have multiple options, and it is forcing the defenses to pick their poison. Again, I am not short of maybe Oregon. I don't believe that Washington has gone up against a versatile wide receiver room like this that Texas has. What are your thoughts on that with their wide receivers?
So as what Washington has gone up against?
Yeah. Do you think that they've faced receivers like they will in Texas? Again, Bo Nix, we know he did.
I think usually Washington has the best receiving core on the field any team they play. This will be, I think, this year so far, at least complete opposing wide receiving core they've faced. Not just wide receiver, but receivers, including tight ends. I mean, we also have Gunnar Helm and Cook come in and help. And, there's other players that are available. You never know. Devondre Sweat might run out and catch a touchdown pass.
Big man tutties. I love it.
There are available pass catchers. The depth is pretty strong. And just like Washington hasn't faced a D-line like this, Washington also hasn't faced a core of receivers, a core of pass catchers, eligible pass catchers like this.
Yeah.
And combined with the flow of the play calling, Sark is always 2 or 3 plays ahead of where, at least.
Yeah.
So as much as their receivers are going to be a big challenge for our DBs, their DBs aren't rated much higher than Texas's, so it's not like it's not like the DBU either.
Yeah.
So Texas will have their way with them also.
I like it.
It could easily be a shootout.
I like it. Yeah. We've heard that word a lot. We've heard the shootout possibility. Again, I think Texas, the only reason I hesitate to say, it's definitely going to be a shootout in that sense is that, again, we talk about Texas's balance. I think Texas does a good job of spreading out the run and the passing game. In my mind, when I hear shootout, I just think of the old air raid days when we were playing Leach, and God, if you didn't throw for 600 yards in a game, you were going to lose the game. I don't think it's going to be something like that, but I do think this is going to be a case of the team that has the ball, it has possession of the ball last is the one that wins. I think this is a close game that has a lot of really intriguing matchups, and that has, it's going to be about clock management and holding on to the ball as much as you can, and then taking advantage of every opportunity. When you have the ball, you have to score. That's the end of the conversation, right? If defenses can make the stop and our offenses can score, I feel like this is a very John Madden thing to say. Yes, this is obvious. Our defense stops them and our offense scores. Okay, we're going to win the game. I get that. But I'm saying if we can avoid a situation where it's a back and forth, that's all the better for Texas, in my opinion. But I do think this is going to be a game. Both teams match up strengths and weaknesses very, very well. And whoever has that ball last is probably going to be the one that wins the game. I do think this is going to be a tight game, more so than we've seen in the past few games that Texas has played. So
I think the difference between those old shootouts that you were talking about, the old 56-59 Big 12 games. I think the difference in when I say this is going to be a shootout is back then the focus was all on just a quarterback and 5 wide receivers and get all your skill players out there and go. And there wasn't the on-the-line defense that teams throughout the Big 12 have built in the last few years. And the Texas's lines are totally different now. Most teams are. So the reason I say that this could be a shootout is because before, even though people put up huge numbers, it was actually a ton of rushing yards and rushing touchdowns included in those big scores. You see the big flashy passes.
There was just no defense.
But it is right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was no run defense or pass defense for a lot of teams at that point. So now, though, Texas can stop the run, and I think that's the difference. Is they've made every team so far this year at some point abandon the run and throw.
Right.
And Texas, but Washington loving to throw. It's that I don't think they want to be one-dimensional, but they probably have a better plan if they do struggle to run the ball.
Right.
They will have a plan. And that's why I think they're going to put up more points than
than
like,
what we've
I
seen.
don't even know what the over-under is right now, 60-something. I forgot what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could see it hitting that easily if both teams need to throw. Texas needs a couple of good stops in the first half, a good, solid, punts, making Washington punt, and a good, solid sack in the first quarter. If they can get a good sack on Penix in the first 2 drives, that could just really get in his head early.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, the over-under right now is 63.5. Texas is favored by 4. Yeah. So it's
still 4. Okay.
Yep, still 4. It's holding that line pretty solid. So yeah, it's gonna be one of the great games. Look, I'm excited for this matchup, not just because it's Texas, but in years past we've had some playoff games that have just been blowouts and absolute snores of games, and I certainly don't think that's going to be the case for this particular game. So definitely looking forward to it. All right, let's make some crazy predictions. We'll make a prediction on our Sugar Bowl score, and then we'll talk a little bowl games. You recently had a team compete in a bowl game, and I think you got some things to say about it. So, all right, so let's.
So do we want to save are we giving our score predictions for the games now, or just our bold predictions of things that are going to happen in the game?
Yeah, we're bold prediction of things that are going to happen in the game, and then we'll give our score prediction towards the end. All right.
Okay. Can we give 3 bold predictions?
Yeah, I like it. Bring it. Lay it on me. I like it.
Okay. I gave one earlier. Keelan Robinson with a kick return.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go my key player on defense that I mentioned earlier, Jalen Ford. I'm going to say he's going to get that INT that's just been off his fingertips several times this season. So I'm going to give Jalen Ford an interception. I'm going to give Keelan Robinson the kick return, and I'm going to give Xavier Worthy 2 touchdowns.
Oh, all right. I like it. So who do you think?
Those are my bold predictions. Even though Jatavian Sanders is going to be the highlight, I think the key game-changing player, Worthy will have 2 touchdowns.
All right. I like it. Who do you think is going to have the first touchdown in the game?
Blue.
All right. For Texas? Okay. Think it's going to be Blue? I think for Texas, it's going to be Worthy, but I'm going to say this. Texas has not been great about winning coin tosses this year. I think that I think also that Texas is going to get the ball early, and I hope that we impose our will. I think Texas is going to score before Washington does. So I'll throw that out there too. I think it's going to be Worthy. But all right.
Well, nobody panic when Washington goes off the script. It goes on script, and they move down the field,
right,
and they score a quick touchdown, and they're
okay.
on fire, and it looks like it's their day. Nobody panic because those 10 plays have been scripted for weeks, and they've practiced them for weeks. Let's see what they do when they have to adjust to a defense. So
right.
Nobody panic.
I like it. All right. So I'm going to give a crazy prediction here. I have a couple that I think are a little out there, but I'm going to throw it out there. I think Texas has 4 sacks in this game. I think our D-line eats. Yeah. Listen, I'm putting my money on our D-line. I know their O-line is supposed to be, the best in the country, but I'm telling you, I think our guys are motivated. I think they're going to take that as a personal challenge, and I think they get to Penix this game. So I want to see. I think we see a crazy 4 sacks out of the Texas D-line.
Let's give Burke 1.5 sacks.
There you go.
Burke 1.5 sacks.
I like that you're assigning it now.
I'm with you.
I won't go that far, but yeah, I will say I think the Texas D eats in this game for sure. The other crazy thing is I think Texas has at least. I think we get a pick 6 in this game. Again, Penix is an incredible quarterback, but I think with that D-line eating and getting pressure to him, I think he makes some poor choices. Again, he's going to throw it away well, but I don't know. I'm feeling a little pick 6 come in on this one. So those are my 2 crazy, my crazy predictions there.
So with your pick 6 and Keelan Robinson's kick return and Xavier Worthy's 2 touchdowns and Blues touchdown to start the game.
Texas is going to eat.
Up 35-0.
Texas is going to eat. I love it. All right. So we have a question from Samian. Favorite food to get in New Orleans. Rocky, do you have one?
Oh, yes. It's called all of it, everything. I love boudin and I love beignets, but it depends where I'm at. I love a good shrimp po' boy or an alligator po' boy. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. So I will say I am all about oysters. I like oysters a lot, and I love me some red beans and rice. But if you are looking, like, I like a good muffaletta as well. So if you are looking for a really good muffaletta, I will recommend Central Grocery. It's one of those places that like looks kind of silly from, not silly. It just looks small and unassuming from the outside. It's very old school, but oh my God, they have the best muffalettas. There's usually a line, but it moves pretty quick. So yeah, I have to say, like, that's my jams. All right, salmon etouffee and bourbon bread pudding. All right, man, I'm right there with you. I like bread pudding. Rocky thinks that it is soggy bread, and she's not a huge fan, but I'm all about some bread pudding. I dig it. I dig it, especially if you can catch it on fire because it's got alcohol in it. I live for that. Anytime I can light my food on fire festively and it tastes delightful, I'm in. I'm a fan of that. So, all right.
Maybe have it after it's been on fire.
Yeah, right. After it's caramelized a bit. All right. So here in the closing, 20-ish minutes of the show, we got a little bit of bowl games to talk about here, Rocky. I think
when do we give our score predictions? When do you want to give our score predictions for the Sugar Bowl? At the end of this?
We'll do it at the very end. How about that? Or do you want to do it now? I'm fine with whatever.
No. We can do it.
You're in South Africa. I'm flying by the seat of my pants. What do you want to do?
When we go to the bowls for the next week, we'll give our score prediction right up to the Texas game.
I like it.
All right, let's go.
So before we get to the bowl game schedule, we got to talk about your Bobcats, don't we?
Yes. So
go ahead.
Let's talk about Texas State. So I know a lot of people who are Texas fans went to Southwest Texas, Texas State, Texas Southwest Teachers College, whenever you went there. I don't know, but I'm at Texas State now, finishing up my PhD, and I don't follow super close Texas State, but I do watch them, and I know that this was they moved up to FBS. They had a great season. They beat Baylor on the road, which was a big deal, beating a Power 5 team on the road.
Yes, but it was Baylor this year. I mean, we got to say that it was.
Well, at
Baylor.
The beginning of the year, we didn't know Baylor was going to be Baylor, right? At the time, in that time, Baylor was like 1-0 or whatever it was, and they beat them. They whooped them at home. That was a big deal, and it sent Baylor on a spiral, but who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so Texas State had a good season, and their new coach, whatever, Kenny, I never remember. I don't have my computer in front of me, so I'm just talking in the woods. So anyway, they brought in 40, 50 players from the transfer portal this year, 30, 40, I don't know, 50, whatever it was, ridiculous number in the transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
Built a team quickly, coached him up, and not only did they make their first bowl game ever, they whooped up on an okay Rice team, a solid Rice team, and they rushed the field. And so normally I'm not a rush to field person. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I always say act like you've won something, but Texas State has never won something. So this is the most appropriate time ever.
Act like you win something, but what if you haven't?
Yes, but if you've never won something, then act like you've never won something. And that's what you do. You rush the field if you've never won anything. So I think that was really great. And the fans showed up. So people shared video of just packed stadium, and people said, well, it's just up the road. SMU doesn't even sell out their own stadium, and they're in the neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
And this is the biggest crowd all year for this stadium. And so for the Texas State fans and alumni to come from all around the area and drive to, the Dallas area and fill the stadium and sell out the beer. They sold out all the beer by like halftime or third quarter, whatever it was. They bought out the whole stadium of beer.
Honestly, I think
a great time.
I think that's the most impressive thing. Like, look, yeah, I'm all for. I get it. You're supporting your team. You first time there in the FBS. Okay, cool. That's awesome. But they were saying that by the midway through the second quarter, the beer on the Texas State side was gone. By the early third quarter, all of the beer was gone out of the stadium. I was like, we know the Cotton Bowl doesn't always plan well, even for the Red River Shootout. But for a school to come in where they know it's a bowl game and to clear out the beer before halftime in their own section, like, I gotta give them props. That's an impressive feat.
Well done.
Yeah, you're right.
That was awesome. But the game was good. So I was watching last night. We did have some service. with a company called Vodacom, but by the morning, Vodacom was gone.
They're
There was
gone.
no service. Nothing. So anyway, I was able to watch bits and pieces of the game as it came through. It was 2, 3 in the morning here, and I'm wide awake watching Texas State. And then I fell asleep, and then I had to get it. And this morning I found out they rushed the field. They did this and that. So I'm so happy for them. And there's very few times when I think rushing the field is just right.
Mm-hmm.
This was just right.
You like it?
Good for them.
I like it.
Rush the SMU field.
I like it. All right. Well, we've got Sandman here that says, as someone who attended Texas State for a year, I feel kind of silly about them storming SMU's field for beating Rice in their first bowl game. Look, man, I think I'm with Rocky on this. Like, I don't generally agree with storming the field. I think it's kind of Bush League, right? But I will say the expectations are different at a place like Texas State versus Texas. And this was their first like big bowl game. Rice was a decent team this year. Now, once they lost JT Daniels, they changed back to the Rice that we've kind of known them to be. I know that, but it's still a big deal. And come on, man, they were drunk and in that happy phase of like, we haven't quite sobered up yet. We're just feeling it really good. Rushing the field, go for it.
And they didn't, and they didn't rush the field and beat up on the other players.
Right.
Act like
okay.
assholes to the other players.
That is the one issue that I had with this game is there were so many personal fouls in this particular game, especially towards the end when it was getting a little lopsided for Texas State. There were just a lot of really foolish personal fouls for Texas State that I felt was unnecessary. But you know me, I have a little bit of a history and a little bit of a bitterness and chip on my shoulder with Texas State fans per se. And I don't know, maybe it's a culture thing. So maybe I was overly critical, but there were some crazy, there was one play that I think had something like 4 or 3 personal fouls and one, what was it? 4 personal fouls and 3 of them were dead ball. I don't know. It was crazy. It was a lot, but
there were also a lot of injuries in this game.
Yeah, there were.
That was one that we talked earlier about. When we talked earlier about 3-2-1, the bad things of a month off, not just being rusty like you mentioned, but the physical conditioning of playing this game. 60 minutes over 3+ hours.
Yeah.
You can see them starting to really wear down, and there were some injuries. Injuries can happen when you're fresh and healthy, but also going a month without playing, hitting hard, and having to be conditioned for this kind of game.
Yeah.
Those injuries can happen. We saw a lot of injuries in that game.
Right. No, we absolutely did. So, but congratulations to your Bobcats for moving on up and doing well and winning their first FBS. Yeah. First bowl game since moving to the FBS. I think
they gave the coach an extension, which is what you do when they have an okay season. You pay them ridiculous money.
Pay them. Yeah, well, for the Bobcats though, I feel like that's it. He's done well. He fits that.
I know.
Fits him well. So, all right, we do have.
He must be getting calls from bigger schools.
Yes. So, all right, we do need to talk about little brother a little bit. So when you order the Red River Shootout on Wish, you get this year's Texas Bowl with Texas A&M and Oklahoma State. Not quite what you ordered, but here it is anyway. Now we heard a lot of jawing from the Aggies about Texas beating the Oklahoma State Cowboys to take the Big 12. We heard a lot of jawing, but man, those old Aggies might be in a little bit of trouble. What are you thinking about for this Texas Bowl with the Aggies, who are 7-5, going up against 9-4 Oklahoma State, number 22 ranked Oklahoma State? You have any thoughts on that game?
Yes, they're a top. Absolutely, they're a top 25 team. They competed for a conference championship. Talking about the Cowboys, the Oklahoma State Cowboys.
The Pokes. Yep.
They still right. Oklahoma State Cowpokes.
Yeah,
Cowboys,
they're the Cowboys. Yeah, the Pokes.
Anyway, the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, they are going to have most of their roster, right? And Aggies are going to have 55 scholarship players for all the different reasons: transfer portal, injury, all the different reasons that players aren't going to be available. Some are just going ahead and moving on to NFL draft.
Right.
But at the end of the day, they don't have a full team. But that doesn't matter. If the SEC is so good and they're so great, they should be able to roll out their best 55 and beat a team that they laughed that Texas got a championship by beating that team.
Yeah.
So if they don't drop at least 49 points and beat them by at least 28, beat them by at least 4 touchdowns on a neutral field like Texas did, then what are they doing? What are they talking about?
And I would argue it's not even a neutral field. That is going to, I mean, A&M should, by all intents and purposes, have the home field advantage. They're down in Houston. They're warming the field up for us, which I appreciate.
Yeah,
it.
that's Houston territory.
Yeah, but I mean, that's Aggie land
yeah.
down there. So, you know, they, for all intents and purposes, now I know a lot of Aggies are disappointed with this season, and a lot of the fans, it didn't go the way that they hoped, but you still got to believe that A&M is going to have a good showing in the bowl game. Look, I don't know. With A&M, you brought this point up earlier. A&M is only suiting up something like 55 scholarship players. That's a crazy low number. So take that, and then, you know, of course, they're suffering from all the transfers. They're not going to have their full roster, nor a lot of their starters. They're kind of bleeding in College Station, so it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. I think I would have taken Oklahoma State over A&M, even if A&M was at full strength. But now you're throwing in an interim head coach that is also recruiting for the school that he's actually going to be playing, you know, coaching at. And you've got this, you know, so many distractions going on social media and within the program itself, within the locker room. I just don't see a way that A&M pulls this off. I think they are still a talented team. I just don't see how a team with this many, you know, adverse conditions comes together and beats a pretty dang talented team in Oklahoma State. I think Gundy, you know, is licking his wounds a little bit. And they're going to want to show up and show out against the SEC. Right. So yeah, I don't know. I don't see any way that A&M wins this. Do you have a prediction for this game?
I could see it being that good old 49-21 Oklahoma State's way. I think Oklahoma State has the Big 12 Coach of the Year, but now they do have a really experienced coach. I take advantage. They have all their help. They have their players. They have their leading, you know, running back. Right. I don't see why they don't put points on A&M. I don't know who's even going to be quarterback for A&M at this point. Do they know?
I don't know that they know who's going to be quarterback for A&M at this point. Listen, I'm going to say this,
doesn't help either.
And maybe this is sassy, but I'd be surprised if A&M scored more than 2 touchdowns. I really would be in this game.
How many?
2. I think A&M tops out at 17 points maybe, and I think Gundy runs it up on him a little bit. I think we see something like a 38-40 points for Oklahoma State and 17 for A&M on this one. That's the way that I'm blowing at this particular moment, but we'll see. Maybe.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Okay. If the Aggies right now were 8-4 with Jimbo still the coach, would you say that's the same score?
No, I think it's different. Honestly, because if the Aggies are 8-4, I don't think you see the attrition that and Jimbo is still the coach. I don't think you see the attrition. Okay. Now, I still don't think Jimbo is a great coach. I'd be laughing all the way. Like, I was hoping Jimbo Fisher would still be their head coach, go with the Longhorns going into the SEC. Yeah. Extend the man forever. But I don't think it would be a similar situation as it is right now. I think A&M would have held on to some of their players more. They went to A&M to play for Jimbo Fisher, and now he's gone. I don't think they see quite the attrition that they've seen this year. And I think A&M has a much better shot at beating Oklahoma State. But, I still would have given the Pokes a good shot, but I don't think it'd be as lopsided as I am predicting it to be had Jimbo Fisher been around still. So, yeah, I like it.
The Oklahoma State fans travel. I hope they go to the game.
They travel well. They travel well. But again, I still think it's going to be, you're in Aggie land down there in Houston. So it's going to be a good showing. We've got
until the national championship game.
Right. It's the closest they'll sniff to a national championship in a while. Be there a week ahead of us. So cool. Thanks, guys.
No. I mean, until the national championship game, if Texas is there,
right,
it's going to be Longhorn Nation.
Oh, no, I agree with that. I'm just saying A&M going to the Texas Bowl is the closest they're going to see to a national championship because they're going to be there a week. They're going to be in the same stadium a week ahead of time. So
Yeah,
keep
in Houston.
keep
See you in Houston at the end of the year.
Yeah, keep the seats warm for us. We got some predictions coming in on that game. A&M 19, OSU 39. I like it. A nice 20-point drubbing.
That's a good one.
We've got Carlos is predicting 41-14. That is pretty brutal, but I've got to say, Carlos, I think I'm in that lot too. I think this is a pretty ugly game for A&M, for them fighting Texas farmers coming up. So, all right, let's blast through. We've got about 10 minutes left. Let's blast through some of the bowl games that we have coming up on New Year's 6. So we've got the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic with number 9 Missouri versus number 7 Ohio State. That's going to be airing on ESPN. Do you have any thoughts on this one, Rocky? Right now, the over-under is 50.5. And we've got ads coming on, and we've got the Buckeyes are favored only by 3.5 in this one. Only by 3.5. So what's your prediction here?
I'm calling an upset. I'm going to go with Missouri in this game. They've been sneaky good. They found ways to win throughout this season. I don't know what Ohio State. I don't know what Ohio State really is after ending the season with that boring, awful, slow loss. I'm gonna go. I think Missouri has offense, and they're exciting to watch, and they're up and coming. And I'm gonna say Missouri wins this one.
Okay, I like it. I'm gonna have to say I still think OSU covers this one. I think they win. I think it's a closer game because I think you're right. Missouri has been quietly good this year. Again, they're number 9. It's not like they're any kind of slouch, but yeah, I think Ohio State is going to pull this one off. I think they win by a touchdown. I don't think it's a crazy game, and I think it's going to be a late touchdown that pulls it off. But I'm going to take OSU in this one over Mizzou.
Okay.
And honestly, you couldn't pair two of the worst fan bases more than this. That is a tailgate scene that I would want nothing to be around between those two fan bases.
And nobody at the beginning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody at the beginning of the season said, nobody said, oh, you know what would be awesome if Missouri played Ohio State.
Right.
No one has ever said those words. So, but who knows? I think it could actually be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really entertaining game. I'm just happy I'm not there and having to deal with those fan bases. I'll say that. All right, then coming up.
Another reason I was.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I was just going to say another reason I was so shocked when Ryan Wingo came to pick Texas.
Yeah,
because Missouri is up and coming.
Yeah, you thought he was going to be a Tiger. That's for sure. All right, so that game, again, the Cotton Bowl is Friday, December 29th at 8 p.m. on ESPN. All right, so moving on to Saturday, December 30th, it's the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl with number 11 Ole Miss against number 10 Penn State. Again, this is an earlier game in the day. It's at noon. Looking at Ole Miss and Penn State, do you have a favorite in this one?
I'm going to go Ole Miss. Ole Miss. I don't know why. That just because I never want Penn State to win anything ever. I don't know why they're still allowed to have a football program.
Sure.
So, Ole Miss.
All right, that's fair. Again, the over-under on this is 48.5, and Penn State is favored again by that 3.5. It's really interesting to me this year that both in the college football playoff games and in the New Year's 6 games, there aren't any clear-cut run-away-with-it winners or predicted winners. So I think this is going to be a pretty...
There is one, Georgia over Florida State.
Well, there's that. We'll get to that one. That one's a little crazy.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But
that's the only one that's a big spread.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, so I have to agree with you. I don't know. I like the Big Ten. I think they're a strong conference, but I think Ole Miss is a better team than people are anticipating them being. So yeah, I think it's a win and cover for Ole Miss. A little bit of an upset if we're calling 3.5 favorites for Penn State. A huge spread. So all right, moving on. We have got. Then, you just brought this up. Later in the same day, December 30th, we're looking at the Orange Bowl, the Capital One Orange Bowl between Georgia and Florida State. That's a 4 p.m. game. Goodness gracious. I have my predictions for that. Rocky, go ahead. I think I know what it is. But
what's the spread? What's the spread?
Yeah, the spread on this one, the over-under is 45.5, and freaking ads are so loud. And the Georgia is favored by 13.5 here.
Okay, so if the spread is 45.5, I'm going to say Georgia wins by 30. Wait, here's a question: Do they want to be there?
Yeah. Look, with Florida State
If they want to
announcing,
be there, then they win by 30.
right. Yeah, of course. We know the Bulldogs decide if they do or don't want to be in New Year's Six games. But yeah, look, with Florida State recently announcing that their backup quarterback is out of the game. He is transferring, and so they're not even going to have him. Yeah, I think this is a crazy blowout. I think 2 touchdowns is not enough. I think Georgia just steamrolls Florida State, and it ends the conversation of whether they should have been there or not, with the motivation of players transferring out and whatnot and injuries. All right, so moving on, the last of the New Year's Six games, we've got the Fiesta Bowl, which is Liberty. I suppose this is another one that is a little lopsided. Number 23 Liberty versus number 8 Oregon. That's 1 p.m. on January 1st. They come up before the Texas game. Of course, hold on, we're going to mute this ridiculous ad. Good, my goodness gracious, those are so loud. All right, so the Liberty Flames, the spread right now is 63.5. Oregon is favored in this one by 14.5. Rocky, do you have any predictions on this?
I would have Oregon wins, but Liberty covers.
Wow.
I think being the number 1 non-Power 5, the highest ranked non-Power 5 team, they still have played really well over the season. I watched them pull out some good wins this year. I'm going to go with Liberty covers, but Oregon wins.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Give them a fight.
Yeah. So there is some debate on this one showing that the spread might be a little bit higher for the UGA game. Sorry for, I'm just looking at ESPN right now and what they have predicted. So I'm sure that spread is going to vary from different place to different place. But yeah, look, I would like to see the Liberty Flames do well. I think Oregon is still a decent dang team. And I think, again, they're going to be licking their wounds from getting beat by Washington twice in 1 year. I think this is a bloodbath. I really do. I think the Ducks and Bo Nix show out here.
This huge bug.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Sorry.
You all right?
Yeah, this massive beetle that's like, it's the biggest beetle I've ever seen in my life, just fell right on the table where I'm sitting, and it scared me. And not because it's a bug, but because it fell right.
Yeah, it just surprises you because
now he's just laying. It's huge, and he's stuck on his back.
I like it. All right, well, leave him there. We got a few more games to get through. All right, so
go.
Let's go ahead and say this. We've got, obviously, I'm going to jump to this one because we want to give our Texas prediction last. We've got the Alabama and Michigan game, the Rose Bowl at 5 p.m. on January 1st. Let me look at this game and the predictions here. Hold on, got to mute this stupid thing. All right. Nope, there it is. All right. So the spread on this is 46.5. Michigan's favored by 2 in this one. By 2. We're getting lower.
It's gone down to 2.
It is dropped down according to ESPN. This is ESPN bets numbers. So it may be a little different elsewhere.
It's been
but
around 3.5.
Yeah. So who do you have in this game?
I see Alabama is putting it together at the right time. I'm going to go Alabama. I don't think Michigan can. Michigan's defense is amazing, but they're too slow to get points on the board. So I'm going to go with Alabama, and I say Alabama wins outright.
Yeah. Yep. All right. I like it. Again, I hate to be this guy, but I got to agree with you, man. I'd rather play Michigan. But I think.
I'd rather play Michigan.
Yeah. If we advance, but. Yeah, I just see the Crimson Tide are getting just too dang hot. They're heating up at the right time, showing some success at the right time. So yeah, I've got to take Alabama in that one. So all right, so now we are down to the Sugar Bowl, the one we've all been waiting for. Of course, a lot of us are going to be there. We're going to enjoy it. Let me get this muted again. Who do you have, Rocky? We've got right now, Texas is favored by 4 and the spread is 64.5. Quite a big spread. So who are you taking?
I have Texas 37, Washington 31.
Wow. Okay. 37-31. You don't think Texas cracks the 40-point mark here? All right.
No.
I like it.
No, because the way you got to keep the ball away from Washington, and that means trying to run the same way they're going to try and keep the ball and try to run, but they won't, and it's going to end up being a shootout. So I have 37-31.
Okay. All right. I like it. I'm gonna take this away. I know I said that I can see this game being won by a field goal, one way or the other. My initial prediction on this was 41-38, but I think I'm going to drop that down. I think this is going to be a 41-31 game, Texas. So I think we see a 10-point win for Texas. I think we're motivated. We're going to show up well. Yeah, let's I'll put my name on it. Say it with my chest. Put my name on it and call it a day, right? So all right. Well,
that would be nice.
It would be pretty fantastic. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you here. I want to give a quick shout out to our travel partners for TSU. We are going to be broadcasting live from the Sugar Bowl. Unfortunately, Rocky will be in South Africa still, but I will be down there. And of course, you can catch all the guys, Bucky, BK, KD. We're going to be making some noise. Chip, Trey, everybody, Zay, going to be making some noise down in New Orleans. So just a quick shout out to our list of travel partners, which includes Allstate Beer, Covert Bee Cave, Audiovisual Consultations, Good Stock, Cover 3, Hoops ATX, Texas Orthopedics, Pest Wranglers, Hayes City Store and Ice House, Hummel Realty, Lake Cliff Golf Club, Leaf Landscape Supply, and More Clean. So again, we could not do this without our awesome sponsors. We really appreciate y'all supporting us. As always, y'all, thank you for joining us. We are excited to chat with y'all. Throw us your predictions on Twitter. We'd love to see it. Just tweet at us. Let us know. I am Texas Fancy Boots. She is Rocky Knows Best. We are Fire the Cannon at Fire the Cannon 1. Until next time, Rocky, man, I got to say thank you for joining us all the way from South Africa. You are a rock star, my friend. So until next time.
I can't miss an opportunity.
I love it. All right. Until next time, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we are Fire the Cannon.